This young man is Haruto Sano, a hunter with a unique profession, mana golfer. As you can see, he's part of an exploration team, conquering a dangerous dungeon. But the problem is, despite being a hunter, Haruto plays a support role with the sole ability to replenish his teammates' mana. Today, after defeating the Golem King with his team in a low-level dungeon, Haruto collapsed from exhaustion, gasping for air. But before he could catch his breath, a man from the team approached him, coldly sneering. "Hunter Sano, you didn't contribute much to today's conquest, did you? And you're just sitting there? Why aren't you up, cleaning up and clearing the path?" Haruto mumbled a response and hurriedly got up. The other hunters witnessed the scene, each with a different expression. Some showed doubt, while others displayed open disdain on their faces. They began whispering about him, the gossip spreading like wildfire. They didn't even bother lowering their voices, gossiping openly. No. Is he the type who can only deliver the final blow? Why does he only stand back and support? How useless. He barely has any combat skills. But he possesses an abundant, almost limitless source of mana. Don't you know? He can generate mana infinitely. Hearing this, the other man jumped up in astonishment, his mouth uttering exclamations of wonder. Whoa, isn't that skill totally overpowered? Any mage can absorb mana from a healer, only when defeating powerful bosses. Do you need a massive amount of mana like today? Normally, he's completely useless. The other man continued to sneer. The sarcasm and disdain in their voices were unmistakable. No wonder he's been toiling in the dungeons for 5 years and still hasn't reached level 30. Haruto heard every single whisper and snicker. To say he wasn't angry would be a lie. But honestly, he was used to being the subject of gossip. Even the lowest ranking hunter possessed abilities far surpassing ordinary people. Therefore, Haruto was stronger than most. And he possessed an unwavering, resilient spirit, no matter how much others mocked or belittled him. Haruto vowed to himself that he would never give up. People always assumed that his skills were limited to generating mana and transferring it to his teammates. But in reality, his abilities were far more special. And Haruto had never revealed this secret to anyone. He possessed a unique skill called copy and paste. Just like now, right after Haruto picked up the rice ball, a virtual notification window appeared before his eyes, displaying the message, "Do you want to copy the target?" Using the shortcut Ctrl+C. As soon as Haruto pressed the shortcut, another identical rice ball suddenly fell from the sky. It was as magical as a spell. This was Haruto's special ability, Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V, allowing him to copy and duplicate any target. It was an ability he had never heard of before. Therefore, after discovering this special ability, Haruto had high hopes for himself when he awakened as a hunter. However, he quickly realized that this ability was completely useless because it was a skill only he could use, and the duplicated items would immediately disappear, will vanish like a dream, leaving no trace behind. Therefore, he can't duplicate money, nor can he resell the equipment he's replicated. Even more unfortunate, duplicating equipment is restricted by rank. For example, he's currently ranked 29, so it's completely impossible to copy the equipment of a rank 90 hunter. Haruto's ability to generate infinite mana is, in other words, his nickname Mana Golfer, is actually the ability to infinitely duplicate the small amount of mana he possesses. Duplicated mana doesn't disappear and can be transferred to other hunters. Haruto has also experimented with this method to copy skills, but it requires many complex conditions. For instance, he needs to defeat a high-level monster, for example, and these conditions are almost impossible. Haruto felt incredibly frustrated and weary. If he could just level up a few more times and replicate some powerful equipment, then he could join any hunt he desired. But unfortunately, Haruto remained stuck at level 30, unable to break through. Haruto angrily devoured his rice ball while scrolling through his phone for news updates. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a breaking news story with a captivating headline. The California Dragon's longsword has arrived in Japan. Haruto's eyes lit up with excitement. The dragon's longsword possessed 2 incredibly rare skills and also significantly boosted defense. What made this longsword truly unique was its inherent level. The moment the dragon's longsword was wielded, the wielder's level would instantly surge to 200. Therefore, this sword was highly coveted by anyone who reached level 30. Is sufficient for usage. although he hasn't reached level 30 yet. Haruto, from the moment he laid eyes on the Truong Long sword, Changryong sword, his mind was filled with glorious visions. He began to envision a bright future where he could replicate this legendary blade and rise to become a renowned hunter. At level 230, hunting powerful monsters would be a piece of cake. Haruto immediately prioritized acquiring this extraordinary weapon, putting it at the top of his to-do list. According to a news article, the Changryong sword was being displayed in Japan for the next week. However, the sword's durability was only at 10%, so even if Haruto successfully replicated it, he could only use it for a few hunts. Therefore, it was no longer suitable as a combat weapon. So, a proposal was made to take the sword on a world tour to generate profit. For Haruto, this was a golden opportunity. Just by touching that sword once, mana capacity will no longer be an obstacle. He can replicate and use it forever. Now, the most important thing is to accumulate enough experience to reach level 30. Haruto continues his monster hunting journey. After being expelled from the Great Sage Guild, he joined an unrecognized dungeon hunter organization. His task is to provide mana support for his teammates. Today, the group is hunting the giant Spider King. Haruto continues to excel at his task, providing an endless source of mana for the other hunters. Thanks to him, they can freely unleash their skills and fight the boss. Meanwhile, Haruto runs into his Anaji Aoi, a friendly junior. Although Aoi often teases him about his level, Haruto knows he's a good person. They knew each other from their time in the Great Sage Guild, and now Aoi has also joined this dungeon-conquering hunter organization. This unexplored dungeon was a tempting morsel for his greedy nature. Although unregistered dungeons held countless dangers, since they hadn't been reported to the Hunters Association, it was precisely this that gave Haruto a precious opportunity to collaborate with seasoned hunters. Before he could exchange many words with Aoi, Haruto had to continue his mission. The dungeon's final boss, the Spider Queen, appeared right before his eyes. She even had a name, Elisa, a level 80 monster possessing terrifying power. The moment he saw her, Haruto felt an overwhelming sense of danger. He had a premonition that with a single swing of Elisa's leg, he would be instantly obliterated. Haruto couldn't help himself, repeatedly gulping nervously. Seeing this, Aeon took the opportunity to tease him. "Senior, you're just a spectator. What's there to be afraid of?" Blank. Aoi's voice suddenly turned serious, cautioning her companion. "This monster isn't actually that difficult to deal with," she said. "However, we still need to be cautious, because if we get caught in its webs, we'll be paralyzed." Aoi also added a warning. "Be careful of the eggs in the nest. If we accidentally touch its offspring, the spider will become incredibly ferocious. A king spider in a frenzied state is more dangerous than any other monster." Suddenly, Inagaki, an unpleasant and unattractive mage in the group, yelled, "Why do you need to explain so much? To an outsider like him, do you think you're tour guide? We don't have much time. Don't waste it on pointless things." "Sorry." Aoi chuckled nervously, trying to appease him. Aoi smiled apologetically at Inagaki. Haruto's face flushed crimson with anger, but he was helpless. The mage was still fuming, grumbling and cursing Haruto as useless while he walked. His carelessness had put the entire team in grave danger. Preoccupied with his complaints, he wasn't paying attention to where he was going and accidentally kicked a small pebble. Ironically, the pebble landed right on a spiderweb, awakening the sleeping Spider King. Opening its eyes to see the group standing right before it, immediately launched a lightning-fast attack. It was a critical hit. The frontline hunters, with their strong defenses, braced themselves with all their might. Their initial plan was to ambush the Spider King while it slept, but now that plan was completely ruined. The team had clear roles assigned beforehand. So after a moment of panic, everyone quickly regained their composure and returned to their fighting positions. A perfect display of teamwork, making the monster's destruction swift and decisive. Haruto watched from afar, hidden in the shadows, a feeling of satisfaction washing over him. He thought to himself, if everything went according to plan, after this monster was defeated, he could reap the rewards of the battle. The experience points gained would undoubtedly be enough to level him up to 35, no question about it. Cornered, the Spider Queen suddenly retreated. The Vanguard tank, quickly realizing its intention to spray webs, yelled for everyone to quickly take cover behind the pillars to dodge. The mage, wanting to seize this opportunity to redeem himself, stepped forward to showcase his abilities. His power was fire magic, perfectly suited for incinerating spiderwebs. However, his opponent was the level 80 Spider Queen, not as easy to deal with as ordinary spiderlings. His fireball was blocked by the web. His pride wouldn't allow this, so he continued to gather energy, preparing to unleash an even stronger attack. Wait, Haruto sensed something was wrong and warned his teammates. "You idiot, you broke its eggs." The team's tanker immediately recognized the gravity of the situation, but it was too late. The fireball had already left the mage's staff. The giant spider remained motionless, but its fragile eggs had been shattered by the magic. The situation quickly spiraled out of control. With this provocation, the spider would go into a frenzy. They had no chance of fighting back, and the first to pay the price was the arrogant mage, struck by a web shot. "Senior, get behind the pillars," Aoi shouted anxiously to Haruto as she ran. "If it goes into a rage, it'll shoot webs everywhere." The unlucky mage was caught in a web, losing control of the staff. His magic faded along with it. Watching the Spider King close in, panic seized him. He pleaded for mercy, then screamed in defiance. He shrieked in despair, begging for his life one moment and ordering the creature away the next. But it was all in vain. Moments later, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the cavern, an ear-splitting shriek estimated to be over 160 decibels. Haruto couldn't escape in time and took a fatal blow. He was bound tightly by spider silk, suffocating. Haruto cursed under his breath. Before, to stay safe, he only dared to venture into low-level dungeons. Unexpectedly, driven by the ambition to level up quickly, he now faced imminent death. In the blink of an eye, the spider was right in front of him. As the spider's leg came crashing down, Haruto felt a searing pain that pierced him to the bone. It was truly a fatal blow. Yet, with only the strength of a rank 29 hunter, he miraculously survived. This can be explained by his unique ability. It's not exactly a critical weakness, because although the items he copies and duplicates can vanish, he himself is immortal. So, right before entering the dungeon, Haruto copied himself, just like in a video game. Every time he's defeated, a copy of him is instantly revived, and the old body completely disappears. Haruto witnessed his previous copy being torn apart by spider webs. Despite witnessing this scene multiple times, he still couldn't forget it. But in this current situation, besides that technique, he had no other choice to protect himself. Haruto was still grappling with a colossal monster and his own inner turmoil, trying his best to distract the spider. But the Spider King's power was truly terrifying, far surpassing Haruto's copying ability, despite his best efforts. Despite dying multiple times, he still couldn't weaken the fearsome monster. Suddenly, at that moment, Haruto heard a familiar voice cry out in despair. The trembling voice seemed to tear through the silent air. "Help me!" It was Aoi. He was still alive. Haruto couldn't ignore the desperate plea. But in this precarious situation, he was completely stuck, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, he saw the giant spider charging towards Aoi. If he abandoned him now, Haruto wouldn't deserve the title of senior. With that thought, Haruto was suddenly filled with courage, as if imbued with new strength. He rushed forward, swinging his dagger and slashing at the Spider King's leg. And then, in the midst of the fierce battle, while dodging the opponent's relentless attacks, Haruto suddenly received a notification that popped up saying, "You have leveled up." Despite not completing the dungeon conquest mission, Haruto was surprised. How could he have leveled up? But now, him being able to finish off that spider monster was only a matter of time. Because every time he inflicted damage, no matter how small, he could copy and repeat it hundreds of times to accumulate the necessary amount of damage to completely destroy the monster. But it was indeed too late. It had taken Haruto 3 days to defeat the giant Spider Queen after dying and reviving over 50 times. He had to copy and reuse all the weapons he carried, plus his teammates' items as well. Thanks to this arduous battle, Haruto's combat skills were honed and significantly improved. Fortunately, the opponent didn't have the ability to heal or regenerate itself, ultimately facing his 7th defeat. After defeating the final boss, Haruto's level skyrocketed, and he received an unexpected reward. However, he paid no mind. as getting Aoi out of there was his top priority. But after carrying Aoi for only a few steps, Haruto was suddenly attacked by a swarm of spiderlings. Facing the ferocious level 30 lesser demons, he could only remain silent. From the spider mother to her offspring, he himself wasn't the problem, thanks to his infinite revival ability with a copy-paste skill. But if Aoi were to be hit by a single attack, he would die instantly. In this critical situation, Haruto held Aoi tightly, using his own body as a shield to protect him from the dangerous attacks. He closed his eyes, bracing himself for the excruciating pain that was about to come. But at that very moment, a mysterious master suddenly appeared, obliterating the entire swarm of spiders. Despite not witnessing it firsthand, Haruto could sense that person possessed extraordinary power, because the technique that person used was Inferno Prison, an incredibly powerful fire attribute skill. It's the highest level of fire magic. The number of mage-class hunters capable of wielding this skill can be counted on one hand, and if Haruto wasn't mistaken, then in Japan, there was only one person, known as the Witch's Spear, a magic swordsman who used a spear as a weapon, and who also held the 5th position in the Japanese hunter rankings. Nana, I think it's just the two of us left, right? Nana asked worriedly. This is bad luck, Haruto replied while helping Aoi up. Then, she began to carefully observe the situation inside the dungeon. The hatched spiderlings indicated that the barrier stone had been broken earlier. The Spider Queen went berserk, her power multiplying exponentially. All the high-ranking hunters in the group were killed. Yet, a low-ranking hunter like Haruto miraculously survived. Moreover, he managed to save Ao in the nick of time to investigate the mysterious events that transpired in the unauthorized dungeon, which wasn't licensed for operation. Nana brought Haruto to the Japanese Hunters Association for question. After a thorough interrogation, Haruto was finally released. As for the spoils obtained from the Spider Queen, they would be confiscated and reported to higher authorities. Haruto was utterly astonished. The entire group of high-ranking hunters had been completely wiped out. Not only that, but they had also participated in an illegal dungeon raid. He himself, the one who paid to join them, was let off so easily by Nana. What more did you expect? She replied coldly. The association had decided to overlook the low-ranking hunters' use of their reward money to embark on a perilous expedition alongside seasoned hunters. Their primary objective is to level up and enhance their abilities. The desire for increased strength is a natural instinct for any hunter, and although this can lead to some negative consequences, but it remains the most effective method for a hunter to develop their power. Before Haruto departed, Nana informed him that the spoils from the Spider King he had slain would be converted into cash and transferred to his account in the next few days. However, he nonchalantly refused and requested that the entire sum be transferred to Aon's account. Haruto's indifference made Nana extremely suspicious. It was a substantial amount of money, a sum that few hunters would refuse, especially lower-ranked hunters, those who desperately needed resources to improve their abilities. Like Haruto, she felt he was definitely hiding something. What exactly Nana was hiding, he still couldn't figure out. After stepping out of the interrogation room, Haruto flashed a cunning smile. How could he not covet the precious spoils from the monster boss? It's just that, before Nana could confiscate it, he had quickly copied it and created countless duplicates, stashing them securely in his inventory. To understand the situation, we need to rewind a few hours to the moment Haruto defeated the colossal monster. The reward he received was the giant Spider King's fluid. According to the system's description, it possessed incredibly strong adhesive properties, similar to the giant Spider King's web. Haruto couldn't help but feel utterly disappointed because this fluid was nothing more than ordinary superglue. He couldn't believe he risked his life just to obtain such a useless item. While waiting for the right moment to use it, Haruto took the opportunity to duplicate the adhesive substance. After the duplication process was complete, he retrieved the original adhesive from the giant Spider King to examine it thoroughly once more. But this time, it suddenly vanished right in the palm of his hand. Haruto stared at his hand in astonishment, and immediately a system notification popped up as if to answer his question. Giant Spider King's adhesive has been integrated into an existing skill. Skill control has been upgraded. This notification surprised Haruto even more, because this was the first time he realized that his control skill could evolve. He had assumed it only had a few limited effects, never expecting it could be upgraded. It seems the item dropped by the Spider King is perfectly compatible with the V control skill. So then, if you find an item compatible with the C control skill, it can also be upgraded to a whole new level. After this incredible evolution, Haruto's pace skill unlocked 3 new potential skill options. First, he can copy any target, then paste a copy of it for a desired duration. Second, Haruto can paste a target at any location for a specific amount of time. The final option is Haruto will become completely immune to the giant Spider King's web. Initially, Haruto thought these options were useless, but surprisingly, they proved to be incredibly useful. He immediately decided to test the first option. Now, the copied object won't disappear, even after leaving Haruto's hand. This is considered his biggest breakthrough yet. A minute has passed, and the spider cocoon remains intact. Haruto couldn't contain his surging excitement. He can create countless copies within 30 minutes. Even after 100 years, or even a millennium, they won't disappear. After testing his new ability, Haruto was even more thrilled. He felt like his life had entered a new chapter. From now on, he would become incredibly wealthy, a hunter at the pinnacle of society. He had also leveled up. So, now he just needed to copy the Changmyong sword in California, and everything would be complete. 2 hours earlier, on the Zenbo Bridge in Tokyo, an escort vehicle was speeding down the road. The driver was Morgan, a rank 112 hunter, and a member of the International Hunter Association. The other person was Eris Hill, rank 113, a mage, also a member of the International Hunter Association. Eris, how many times have you been to Japan? You've said twice now that Japan is your home, haven't you? What does her hometown have to do with me? While Mori seemed quite lively and talkative, Eris's replies were always awkward and anxious. This time, the Changryong sword came to Japan to complete its international exhibition tour. Eris joined the delegation to take this opportunity to search for something in the dungeon. As the two were talking, the car started to pass through the Zenbo Bridge dungeon. This was the first time Mori had seen a dungeon situated right on the sea, and he couldn't help but look out curiously. So romantic, he exclaimed sentimentally. What nonsense is he spouting? If that collapses, it'll be a disaster. You're so boring. What have I done to you that you're always so curt with me? At the same time, at the Zenbo Bridge Dungeon Access Management Office, the gatekeeper, Shinoda, a level 21 attack class hunter, and a member of the prestigious Daehin Guild, Shituri yawned repeatedly, looking utterly bored, because dungeon management duty was incredibly dull. His colleague, witnessing this, spoke up in reprimand. Hey, you idiot, focus on your work. You only got this job because of connections. Just then, a small object suddenly fell and hit Shitara's foot. It was a rather adorable-looking slime. However, the moment he saw it, his colleague's face immediately turned pale, because a slime casually strolling outside the dungeon was definitely a bad omen, and his fear quickly materialized. Moments later, something as hard as steel, as powerful as a sledgehammer, slammed into his back. Turning around, they were horrified to discover a ferocious giant snail, despite hastily raising their swords and shields in defense. The surrounding air was filled with the pungent stench of blood. Those chaotic events unfolded 2 hours ago. Meanwhile, our protagonist, Haruto, is still leisurely enjoying a moment of peace, completely unaware of anything that has transpired. He seems incredibly satisfied. After defeating the formidable Spider King and gaining a significant amount of skill points, he's just a hair's breadth away from reaching level 50. Hunters who surpass level 50 can easily join dungeon raiding parties. This is because, aside from low-level dungeons designed for newbies, the mid-level dungeon monsters are all level 50 and above. However, within these mid-level dungeons, hunters can acquire more experience points and valuable rewards. Over time, they also have a chance to obtain rare items. That's precisely why hunters level 50 and above tend to level up rather quickly. Haruto is still basking in the glow of this unexpected triumph. Furthermore, he's contemplating, should I participate in the giant Spider King's web auction? Last time, I replicated a decent amount, and it doesn't seem to dissipate as easily anymore. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed from behind. Haruto turned around, spotting a group of people frantically running towards him. From the opposite direction, "Excuse me," they shouted as they hastily pushed him aside. What bad luck! Why did the dungeon suddenly collapse? Haruto only managed to catch snippets of information. It seemed like the Zenbo Bridge dungeon had collapsed, and monsters were pouring out. The vehicle transporting the legendary sword to the exhibition was also caught in the chaos. Furthermore, the last piece of information seemed to be the most crucial, precisely what Haruto was interested in. The Truong longsword, Kalicia, was in danger. Therefore, the International Hunter Association had officially submitted a cooperation proposal. A group of hunters quickly gathered on the rooftop of the Hunter Association building. Japan's top priority at this moment was to ensure the safe transport of the precious sword. Nana herself had issued that directive. Moreover, due to the unexpected turn of events, they were also tasked with protecting the civilians. As Nana and her teammates were preparing to board the plane, they were suddenly drawn to a young man, attempting to bypass security, determined to reach them. And that person was none other than Haruto. "Hunter Nana, please let me come with you. I beg you. I overheard your plan." Nana seemed surprised to see a low-ranking hunter like Haruto there, but there was no other choice, because his goal was to eliminate that sword. Since Nana still didn't know much about Haruto, she finally agreed to let him come along, even though she knew his actions were entirely driven by personal motives. The other hunters on the airship all wore grim expressions, because since they stabilized the Zenbo dungeon less than 3 weeks ago, it had collapsed. Only Nana had remained calm this whole time. She continuously ordered her subordinates to do everything in their power to contain the aftermath and prevent a tragedy like the one 15 years ago from repeating itself. Haruto also knew about the catastrophe 15 years ago. It was a shocking event that occurred simultaneously across the world. A large-scale breakout, no different from a natural disaster. That year, the world was engulfed in flames. After the monster's horrific all-out assault, casualties were immense. Countless lives were lost. The mere mention of it sends shivers down anyone's spine. The root cause of this tragedy stems from when monsters within a dark dungeon aren't regularly conquered and eliminated. They gradually grow stronger and more ferocious. The dungeon becomes saturated with evil energy, ultimately crumbling and collapsing. And then the monsters pour out of the dungeon, indiscriminately slaughtering innocent people, transforming the world into a living hell. People call this catastrophe the jailbreak. It was during this horrific disaster 15 years ago that Haruto lost both his parents in that tragic event. He's never breathed a word of it to anyone, because he couldn't bring himself to believe the harsh truth. But in that tragedy, amidst the chaos, he saw a supernatural being from another dimension. It was this mysterious being placed a copy and paste curse on Haruto. The mysterious being called this curse a gift and left only a single message. 25, you will understand. Does the number 25 refer to the skill's duration or to Haruto's own lifespan? Even now, at this very moment, the grains of sand in the cursed hourglass continue to fall. They keep flowing relentlessly. The creature's appearance years ago was an omen of a great disaster, which means when it reappears, history will repeat itself with another terrible catastrophe. Only a mere 5 years remain until the deadline the creature gave Haruto. But now he knows how to upgrade his skill. He can rise to become the strongest hunter and find a way to prevent the impending disaster, and at the same time, free himself from the curse that binds him. But to achieve these extraordinary feats, Haruto must first succeed in duplicating. The legendary Kalicia, the longsword of Truong, finally appeared. Meanwhile, on the Zenbo Bridge, chaos reigned supreme. Ferocious monsters began attacking innocent civilians, causing a horrific chain reaction of traffic accidents. Screams of terror mixed with the jarring sounds of crashing vehicles, blanketing everything in a wave of terror. Shitaru, a dedicated dungeon management employee, was forced to take up his sword and fight to protect the people. However, their forces were too thin and were quickly overwhelmed by the monstrous horde. Even Shitaru himself, a seasoned level 21 hunter, was constantly threatened by goblins from all sides. Fortunately, his large, burly colleague, always by his side, saved Shitaru from several near-death experiences. Though the man was gruff and rude, like the heavy sword he carried, and constantly called Shitaru young master with disdain. But just now, He was the one who saved you from those terrifying snails, and from that ferocious Golem monster just now. I will definitely repay you for saving my life. Satoru-senpai. The handsome young man's face was etched with anxiety and worry. With their small dungeon management team, they were utterly powerless to stop this fight. Every attempt to communicate, to exchange information, was completely blocked by electromagnetic waves emanating from the dungeon. Therefore, they didn't dare to get their hopes up about reinforcements. However, he guessed that quite a few people had already noticed the ongoing anomaly and were on their way to assist. But to reach the reinforcements faster, they had to cross the bridge. Satoru looked at the dilapidated, desolate bridge before him, hesitation and doubt filling him. Do we really have to go across that? Yes. It's better to risk crossing than to stay here and be killed by those monsters. The two of them started running desperately, crossing the bridge shrouded in, while danger lurked around every corner. At the location of the transport carrying the precious longsword, a powerful level 190 king bear was on a rampage. It unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Its massive form, typical of the monstrous beast, completely dwarfed all other monsters in size. The transport vehicle endured the onslaught, miraculously holding its own, because Ares was using her powerful defensive magic to protect it. Moreover, her defensive magic was top tier. Even a level 400 monster would struggle to leave even a scratch. However, in the next moment, a creature far more terrifying than the king bear suddenly appeared, something that Ares believed even the ultimate defensive magic couldn't withstand. From the airship, before approaching the Zenbo Bridge, Nana's subordinates had spotted it. Even someone as composed as she was couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat at the sight of it, because it was Kagegia, the most powerful monster boss of the Daenbo Bridge dungeon. Everyone battle positions, Nana yelled in terror. Just then, Kagegia suddenly opened its mouth and unleashed a terrifying energy blast. The shockwave it generated was powerful enough to shake the entire city of Tokyo. Haruto was utterly horrified by the sight. The monster merely had to exhale, and it blew away an entire bridge. Against such terrifying power, would his precious longsword even remain intact? With the final boss's appearance, Nana was forced to immediately order a change in tactics. The entire force of the association would take over the area. After everyone had disembarked from the airships, she suddenly remembered Haruto's presence. He vanished completely without a trace, but Nana didn't seem too concerned. A level 29 who survived an encounter with a mighty Spider King. This surely wasn't enough to take his life. Nana put Haruto out of her mind and sprang into action. Her first move, incredibly familiar, was Hellfire. Intense blue flames erupted from the spear's tip, engulfing Gizia in a sea of fire, creating a terrifying inferno. This was the second time Haruto had witnessed this terrifying skill, and he found it just as mesmerizing as the first. This further fueled Haruto's determination, strengthening his resolve to replicate it one day. As for him, thanks to the web shooting skill, copied from the giant Spider King, he had safely landed on the ground, despite the terrifying power of Hellfire that Nana unleashed. But Haruto's current concern was solely focused on Shuang Long Kim Kao. But he had no idea that this entire chaotic brawl was part of another mysterious organization's meticulous plan, and their ultimate goal was also to seize the Changryong sword. Quizia's appearance was an unforeseen variable, and that monster could easily claim anyone's life. However, their leader was quite confident that Nana's, along with the members of the Hunters Association, were capable of subduing it. Therefore, he wanted to exploit this chaotic opportunity to steal the precious artifact. Meanwhile, Haruto was cautiously navigating the bridge littered with monster corpses, observing the fatal wounds on their bodies. He was certain that this was the work of another group of hunters. The most important thing to remember when engaging with these monsters is that they usually travel in packs. For some reason, Haruto suddenly had a bad feeling. "It's okay, just run." A sudden, panic scream startled him. It turned out to be the young master, Shatru. Where did this young man find such incredible strength to relentlessly battle these ferocious monsters for so long? His comrade was gravely wounded, completely incapacitated, collapsed on the battlefield. Although he urged Shutaru to heed his advice and retreat quickly, the young man stubbornly refused, unwilling to abandon his position. Haruto hid behind a car, silently observing the unfolding events. Though not well acquainted with the other two, he immediately recognized them as hunters from the dungeon management office, those who specialized in confronting the dangers of the dark caverns. He also noticed the serious wound on one of them. Initially, Haruto tried to convince himself not to interfere in other people's affairs, as time was incredibly precious to him. He had so much to do, he couldn't waste time. But then, Haruto's earlier premonition suddenly came true. A pack of grotesque level 15 wolves had gathered and were approaching, though only low-level monsters. But when? Their strength is nothing but a grain of sand in the desert. The high-ranking monster, Sato, understood the perilous situation, but he still stubbornly gripped his sword, declaring he couldn't leave his severely injured senior behind, the hero who risked his life to cover him. "Senior, now it's my turn to protect you." Sato's resolute words stunned Haruto. He remembered carrying Aoi on his back in the dark lair of the giant spider queen. Compassion surged within Haruto once more. How could he turn a blind eye to this desperate situation? Initially, when the ferocious wolves surrounded Sato and his senior, he managed to eliminate a few. But the sheer number of wolves, their relentless attacks, quickly forced him into a defensive position. While Sato was busy fighting the wolves attacking head-on, another wolf stealthily approached him from behind, and by the time he realized it, the wolf was ready to pounce. It lunged with lightning speed like A. At that terrifying speed, Satoru had no chance to dodge. Suddenly, Haruto appeared like a god descending from the heavens, using his own body to knock the ferocious wolf off its initial attack trajectory. His timely arrival filled Satoru with gratitude. However, the danger was far from over, as an entire pack of wolves was closing in. Amidst the biting winter cold, Satoru, unwilling to involve an innocent bystander, urged Haruto to leave quickly and leave him to fight. But Satoru didn't expect to encounter someone even more stubborn than himself. Looking at the ferocious pack of wolves before him, Haruto suddenly flashed a mischievous smile. He knew what he had to do. With that thought, Haruto opened his bag, taking out the adhesive fluid of the giant Spider King. Initially, he had planned to auction it off, but if used in such a fierce battle, it's truly worth it. Haruto continuously copied and pasted spider silk, creating a dense web. The spider threads were launched with incredible speed, binding each ferocious wolf, leaving them no chance to fight back. Finally, he skillfully gathered them into a tangled mess. Haruto successfully subdued the entire pack of ferocious wolves. However, gaining only 2 levels left him slightly disappointed. Haruto's only consolation was that unique spider silk technique, an incredibly useful skill against monsters that attack in packs. By using it, Haruto could practically stand still and still win easily. Meanwhile, Sato had been observing Haruto, his gaze fixed. He couldn't fathom what skill Haruto had just used. How could he so easily defeat those bloodthirsty wolves with a single move? Sato was so astonished that he forgot to even say thank you. Finally, the injured man spoke first, his voice weak. "Thank you so much for saving us. You must be a member of the rescue team, sent by the Hunters Association, right?" Haruto hesitated, a bit flustered as he replied. After all, they had been on the helicopter together, so the man's assumption wasn't entirely wrong. "So, I'm sorry, but could you take him with you?" the man pleaded earnestly. Before Haruto could answer, Sato vehemently protested. No way. He refused to abandon his senior in such a dangerous situation. Even if it meant death, he wanted to stay by his senior's side. "He'll be much safer with you." The man was speechless, unsure how to persuade the stubborn boy. Haruto watched from the side, thinking to himself. The scene before him was like, "If senior should perish, I will die by your side. However, you shouldn't agree to his request, because after all, you can only copy and paste. Bringing him along will only put him in greater danger." Haruto, reluctantly, opened his inventory, took out a mid-grade healing potion, and gave it to the injured man. "I can't fight, but I guarantee this potion will help you recover, enough to get you somewhere safe. Don't linger here any longer." The man seemed surprised, even questioning Haruto, asking why he would give him such a valuable item. "Because you have to survive and return, along with your junior," Haruto replied to the other person, while thinking to himself, Through Satoru's eyes, Haruto at this moment truly exuded a remarkably strong, world-weary aura. To him, Haruto was nothing short of a true hero. Therefore, Satoru decided to bow deeply, expressing his profound gratitude, showing his absolute respect. I am Shinoda Satoru, guardian of the Zenbao Bridge dungeon. Please remember this name. Someday, I will definitely repay you for saving my life. Haruto was about to leave, but stopped at these words. Instead of someday, Haruto thought, Satoru should repay me now. So Haruto asked him to help him find the transport truck carrying the longsword of the International Hunters Association, because he was completely clueless about the roads. Haruto's target was the vehicle carrying the sword that was currently still under attack by that Bear King. Ares, exhausted from constantly maintaining the defensive barrier, decided to temporarily deactivate it. More equipped, you're a hunter who always uses peaceful methods. You're no different from a monk. But this time, before they could even bicker, a new danger emerged. Muji, with his swift reflexes, sliced in half a sharp object that had just been launched at them. He had anticipated someone taking advantage of the chaos to steal the sword. However, when their opponent appeared, even the ever-composed Ares was stunned. The mysterious thieves who had just arrived immediately launched their attack. Their strength aside, their sheer numbers alone completely overwhelmed the two of them. Even as Mori, he still carried the same imposing aura. Now, he was just an ordinary escort. But the strength of a hunter exceeding level 100 was not to be underestimated. Even after withstanding the first attack, Mori attempted a counterattack. Era panicked and frantically tried to stop him, but it was too late. Mori suddenly collapsed. Blood gushed from his mouth. He couldn't understand what had happened, how he had been hit. Era rushed towards the others. They were using a special item, creating a barrier that blocked mana absorption for a certain period. If you keep attacking, you'll die. That mage was quite perceptive. Their captain spoke, but his tone held no praise, only scorn. We don't underestimate you. This is just how we operate. How you operate. Era found it laughable. Using forbidden substances banned by the International Hunter Association without a shred of hesitation, and you dare use it on others? If that's the case, I guarantee you'll regret it. Before she could finish, a brilliant golden aura suddenly emanated from Era's fingertips. It was a clear sign she was channeling magic, but the criminal gang remained unfazed, even displaying contempt. A mage? What can you do without mana? You'd better keep your mouth shut. They split into two groups, one to deal with Moriera, the other aiming to steal the sword. But at that very moment, with Eris's magic completely neutralized, the ferocious Bear King awakened. Instantly, it swung its razor-sharp claws, obliterating every obstacle in its path. The numerous bandits, initially brimming with confidence, in the blink of an eye, were reduced to mangled flesh under its terrifying power. The leader, sensing the imminent danger, immediately fled for his life. The Bear King began advancing towards Eris and Mori. You can't lull it back to sleep, can you? Despite already knowing the answer, Mori still asked with a sliver of hope. You should know that better than anyone. We can't use mana right now. I knew this day would come, when your pacifist ways would catch up to you. And it seems today's the day. You're right, but you're wrong about one thing, Mori. Ares suddenly lunged forward, attempting to unleash her magic. But despite her efforts, her inability to absorb mana remained the biggest obstacle. She was completely powerless, unable to use any skills. Mori was terrified. But Ares was now in a precarious situation. With this charge, she was throwing herself into the enemy's claws. Ares herself understood this and almost gave up. Her only regret was not being able to say a final apology to her companion. But it was too late. In that very moment of life and death, Haruto appeared, wielding his unique copy and paste ability. Using his signature move, he utilized the giant Spider King's adhesive to bind the limbs of the ferocious Bear King. Then, he quickly rushed forward, encasing the monster in a giant cocoon. Because of the adhesive's incredibly high viscosity, the more the bear struggled, the tighter the restraints became. Finally, it collapsed to the ground. Haruto added another glorious victory to his record, that of taking down the Bear King in the blink of an eye. Sato and his group, who had been following Haruto, witnessed the entire event. They all gave a thumbs up, expressing their admiration for his impressive display. Amazing. Absolutely incredible, they exclaimed. Haruto-senpai, you're the best. Sato's voice boomed. Since when did I become your senpai? Haruto asked through gritted teeth. We're clearly the same age. You saved me, and Sakabe-senpai. From that moment on, you've been a senpai in my eyes. Sato's eyes sparkled with admiration, gazing at Haruto with reverence. Haruto knew that no matter what he said, Sato wouldn't listen, so he decided to ignore him. Haruto walked forward. Haruto anxiously inquired about Eris and Moji's condition. Eris seemed to still be in deep shock after witnessing the horrific scene, and didn't respond to Haruto's question. Meanwhile, Moji, leaning on his sword, staggered to his feet, his eyes fixed on Haruto with hostility. Are you here for the sword too? Moji growled. Haruto quickly waved his hands, insisting he was there to help them. They were only protecting the sword. They didn't have any ill intentions, Haruto explained. However, Moji had just experienced a devastating attack and nearly lost his life. So trusting Haruto wasn't easy. Listening to Moji's account of the attack, Haruto noticed the bodies scattered around. He gasped in astonishment. So, they were robbers trying to steal this sacred sword. But unfortunately for them, the Bear King sent them to their graves, Moji added. Then you should be thanking that bear. If those men had succeeded in their scheme, you wouldn't have a chance to get near the Chungryong sword. But the problem now is how to explain this to M is also a difficult problem. Because this man looks like he's ready to draw his sword at any moment. So how could you possibly subdue him in a single move? But a hunter with his impressive combat abilities, it's not so certain. Haruto was still thinking about how to explain when Satoru suddenly yelled at the top of his lungs. Hold on, why are you two acting so ungrateful? He tried to help, even save your lives. And now you're treating him like a thief? Without another word, Satoru pulled out his ID card to verify his identity. He's a member of the Japanese Hunter Association, and Senior Sakabe and I are the hunters, in charge of managing this dungeon. Perfect. This was the first time Haruto had seen Satoru's interference actually be helpful. Seeing that Mori seemed to have calmed down, Haruto decided to push things along a bit more. He quickly retrieved from his inventory 2 mid-grade healing potions, offering them with a tinge of regret. But for the goal of replicating the Chongryong sword Caliban, this small investment was entirely worthwhile. Both Mori and Eris looked at the potions, their faces a mixture of complex emotions, especially Eris. Her gaze shifting between the powerful Bear King and Haruto, wondering what the young man was planning. Just then, several helicopters appeared overhead. It seemed the 5 guild rescue teams had arrived. Shitaru was overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear, believing they were finally saved. However, Sakabe seemed less certain, because the truth was, not all hunters had kind hearts, willing to help others, like the members of the Great Sage Guild, for example. Meanwhile, Nana, leader of the hunter squad, was still fiercely battling the monster Kazilla because it was about to enter its 3rd phase, the wide area fire attack phase. She ordered a temporary ceasefire. Moreover, the support guilds had arrived, so Nana's top priority was to buy time, allowing civilians to evacuate. Is this how you handle this disastrous prison break? Huh? Hunter Nana. Nana had just given the evacuation support order when she suddenly heard a sarcastic voice coming from behind her. She turned around, unexpectedly finding a familiar face. Shirasaki Misato, a dark-type hunter, a level 503 sorcerer, former guild master of the Future Guild. His face was truly unpleasant, having just appeared, deploying a large-scale formation aimed at annihilating Kuziya. Witnessing this, Nana's face paled. Stop it. If your magic can't take it down. Before Nana could finish her sentence, Misato interrupted her. Always concerned with trivial matters like you. How could one achieve such accomplishments as I have today? Last time, also at this Zenbo Bridge, only you and the Hunters Association participated in subduing the dungeon. Let me tell you, that incident infuriated me. Therefore, this prison break incident has Misato incredibly excited. He wants to personally finish off Kuziya and seize all the spoils from this monster. With that, Misato immediately unleashed his legendary skill. Thunderbolts instantly crashed down. Nana quickly ordered everyone to evacuate from the path of the light. Even a colossal monster like Kuziya couldn't withstand it. So what chance did mere humans like them have against such an attack? Would they even survive? Masato's thunderclap had collapsed a section of the bridge right in the center. Only thanks to his special spider thread skill did Haruto narrowly escape death. He also managed to use his adhesive, saving the remaining 4 people, and the vehicle carrying the precious longsword. Otherwise, everything would have plunged into the deep river below. As soon as he climbed back onto the bridge, the first thing that struck Haruto was a gigantic, terrifying set of teeth. After a moment of observation, he realized it was Quizia. Sheer terror paralyzed Haruto. However, immediately after, Haruto noticed that it seemed to be unconscious. It appeared the monster had been subdued. At that moment, Masato casually descended from above, hovering in mid-air right in front of Haruto with an expression of arrogant pride. There are still survivors here, he asked nonchalantly. At first glance, you just look like an ordinary, low-level hunter, but you did well. Haruto didn't want to respond to the somewhat condescending remark. His eyes focused on the badge pinned to the other man's chest. He had seen this symbol before, so he quickly recognized it as belonging to the 3rd-ranked guild in the nation. Future, you look like you're from a support guild, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Your mission should be rescuing civilians and containing the monsters from escaping, right? After a moment, Haruto spoke, and his first question was an interrogation. Rescuing civilians and subduing monsters? Look, the surviving civilians have all been evacuated, Masato replied indifferently. And the reason he landed here? A sudden, agonizing scream shattered the silence. The tragic sound didn't come from Gizia, but from the Bear King, tightly bound, in a thick web. With a single glance, Masato recognized the web's owner, the giant Spider King. With a simple flick of his wrist, he could easily tear through the seemingly impenetrable defense, shredding it to pieces and dragging the Bear King's body into hundreds of fragments. Frankly, the sight was terrifying. Haruto's eyes widened, his face horrified as he watched the enemy effortlessly dismantle the level 200 monster struggling in the Spider King's web. In the blink of an eye after the Bear King's demise, Haruto, having dealt the most damage, received a massive amount of experience. The level-up notification chimed repeatedly, catching Masato's attention. A level-up notification. Did you catch that furry monster just now? Sorry, did I accidentally hurt you? Masato's voice dripped with disdain. He didn't even bother to hide his contempt, openly mocking Haruto. The reward for landing the final blow on the Bear King was just an ordinary bear claw. Masato tossed it toward Haruto, as if giving alms to a beggar, saying he didn't need it, so he was giving it to him. Even though his opponent was a level 503 high-ranking hunter, Haruto couldn't tolerate such arrogance. He was about to speak up, to retort, when Nana suddenly appeared with a panicked expression. Seeing that Haruto was safe and sound, Nana breathed a sigh of relief. Her worries had been justified. The recent series of dangerous events hadn't managed to claim Haruto's life. As for Masato, after seeing that the two knew each other, he immediately assumed Haruto was a member of the Japanese Hunter Association. That made him even more detestable in his eyes. The rescue team is guiding the evacuation. You should head there quickly. That dragon, if it wakes up, it will unleash a wide-range attack. Nana, not bothering with that hateful guy, turned to remind Haruto. He looked confused. While Kezia is unconscious, why not just finish her off? Nana could only shake her head, a look of regret on her face, believing that was completely impossible, because boss monsters, also known as raid bosses, are classified based on their power level. When their life force, also known as HP, drops below 30%, they activate their ultimate ability. This ultimate ability exists in 2 forms, Berserk and Wide Area Attack, causing the beasts to become ferocious and attack chaotically. Low and mid-level beasts often enter a berserk state. In this case, simply being cautious and wary of them is sufficient. The berserk state doesn't necessarily need to be divided into separate stages. However, high-level beasts like Quizia possess an immense amount of health, allowing them to activate both ultimate abilities simultaneously, both berserk and wide area attack. Therefore, subduing it needs to be divided into multiple stages. Stage 3 begins when the beast senses a life-threatening danger. According to rumors, They will unleash incredibly brutal attacks, possessing destructive power like an atomic bomb, capable of wiping out everything within its range. Currently, this Quaisia is in stage 3. It absorbs magic power from the surrounding area and creates a defensive barrier. During this time, any attack, no matter how fierce, will be ineffective. Therefore, the only option is to quickly evacuate the civilians to avoid casualties. As soon as she finished speaking, Kezia's eyes widened in surprise. She clicked her tongue, her face filled with astonishment. This monster has awakened earlier than expected. Masato remained supremely confident. He wanted to claim Kezia as his personal prize first, to have her as his own spoil of war. Even when the shockwave is activated, Hunter Sano, I believe you will survive this energy storm. Nana used a different way to warn Haruto to be careful, but Masato found this amusing. How could he possibly survive? If he dies, don't blame us. After all, low-rank hunters dying is nothing new. Just like a normal person, taken by an ordinary traffic accident. The moment he finished speaking, both Masato and Nana charged towards the colossal monster, leaving Haruto alone. He silently stored the Bear King's claw in his inventory. Only one thought remaining in his mind. The future guildmaster, right? I wasn't planning on doing this, but it seems I'll have to take down Quaisia before you. You damn Shirazaki. Masato, consider this payback for what you just did. Haruto immediately called Sadu and Aries over, and then he said he needed Mori's and Aries' help, because their lives were being threatened by Nija, who had entered her 3rd stage. To save everyone, there was only one way, to destroy it, before it could unleash a wide-range attack. Haruto wanted to do this himself on one condition. Haruto needed to borrow the legendary sword, Kalisa. Harry solemnly swore on his honor that he would return the sword to its rightful place immediately after defeating the demon Quaisia. But reality was harsh. This task was far from easy, especially when trying to convince a stubborn person like Mori. He didn't believe at all that Haruto had the ability to defeat Quaisia. Mori thought he was just making up a story to trick him into handing over the precious sword. Aries also refused Haruto's request, but the reason was to unlock the transport vehicle. It required an immense amount of mana, which currently neither she nor Mori could use, since their mana had been poisoned by the bandits. Mori was astonished by Aries' words, because it meant that, if there was enough mana, she was willing to open the transport to let Haruto borrow the sword. Coincidentally, mana is the one thing he has in abundance. Anyway, his nickname in the dungeon is Mana Golfer. With his limitless mana regeneration ability, Haruto caused a surge of mana to flow throughout R's body. She alone broke the seal of the transport truck, suspended midair by spider threads. Haruto immediately dashed towards it. Watching his retreating figure, Mori couldn't help but feel puzzled. Ars, why did you do that? You're going soft on him. What if something happens? Aren't you worried? He only tied up the Bear King. He didn't kill it. Mori sighed deeply. That's all it took to sway you? How naive. By now, Haruto had opened. But then, a sudden turn of events. The leader of the sword bandit gang from before suddenly appeared right behind Haruto. It turns out that after his failed scheme, he had secretly been following Haruto, waiting for the opportune moment. Haruto was completely caught off guard, as the bandit stabbed him straight through the stomach. The entire incident happened so fast, witnessed by Era's group on the bridge. But they were helpless, as their vehicle was still suspended in midair, in a precarious situation. Haruto, fatally wounded, fell straight down to the bottom of the truck. The cunning bandit jumped down after him. His filthy hands reached for the box containing the sacred sword. But at that very moment, the spider silk holding the vehicle suddenly snapped. With its owner dead, the vehicle was completely disabled. The vehicle immediately lost its support, plunging straight into the river. Of course, with the protagonist's halo, Haruto couldn't possibly die such a pathetic death. Just like the previous times, he had created a clone of himself, waiting until he received a fatal blow to instantly activate it and save himself. The thief, upon seeing Haruto suddenly appear behind him, was utterly terrified, and then, before he could react, Haruto drew his sword and pierced his chest. I'm a man of vengeance. I hold grudges. Anyone who dares to attack me will face my retribution. Those were the last words the thief heard before collapsing. After all the hardships he endured, he finally touched the Changryong sword, Kalisha, the legendary blade he had long coveted. Haruto eagerly tried to replicate the sword, but the system suddenly blared a crimson warning. It announced that his level was insufficient to copy the item. Haruto felt a stinging humiliation like a slap to the face. Is the system messing with me? He thought. Level 30 was supposed to be enough to equip the Changryong sword, and he was already level 50 before Haruto could recover from the shock. A voice echoed from behind. You almost disgraced the Blood Tower Guild, kid. Almost had to smear ashes on the entire guild's face because of you. Before Haruto could turn around, a long gash appeared across his back. That bastard didn't have a single scratch on. That's because he possessed an incredibly potent healing ability. The Changryong sword in Haruto's hand was snatched away from him once again. You have my pity, because my vengeance is 1,000 times greater, to ensure you'll never see the sun again. Tomorrow, I will use the very sword of your dreams to end your life. With those words, he swung the Kalisha longsword, thrusting it straight into Haruto. Once more, and this time, he couldn't replicate himself in time. Haruto felt his consciousness fading, slipping into oblivion. But he's the main character, the protagonist. How could he possibly die here? As if on cue, a system notification suddenly popped up, announcing that the Kalisha longsword had fused with its user. Its power was being miraculously copied and absorbed. Haruto instantly felt revitalized, brimming with energy, even though he didn't understand what fusion meant. Immediately after, Haruto absorbed the passive skill defense, increasing his defense by 35% from his sword. Next, Haruto acquired the sword's first special skill, Life Drain, and its second skill, Berserk. At this point, Haruto's health was below 25%. The Truong long sword immediately activated its protective mechanism, shielding him. At the same time, the Berserk skill was forcibly activated. Simultaneously, the Quizia monster launched a wide-scale attack. The situation was so critical that even Miso couldn't maintain his summoned state. Nana was still desperately fighting back. But the difference in strength between the two sides was overwhelming. At this very moment, a massive surge of energy erupted from the bottom of the river. Before Nana and Miso could comprehend what was happening, before they could identify the nature of the entity before them, Quizia was torn in two by the terrifying energy. The ferocious monster was completely obliterated. The bloody purge finally ended here. That night, across all television channels, news of the shocking prison break flooded the airwaves. Tension filled the air everywhere. Although casualties and damage were inevitable, the Hunter Association and its allied guilds successfully contained the chaotic situation. In just 2 hours, the Dungeon Access Management Office was facing a wave of intense public criticism, severely condemned for its negligence in management. At the Japanese Hunter Association headquarters, a heavy atmosphere hung in the air. Everyone wore a grim expression. To break the terrifying silence, Fuwa Tokyo, the association president, a professional hunter with the cleric class, was forced to speak up. Everyone, now's not the time for long faces. We need to analyze and discuss how the UAE was devastated. I heard 3 months ago, the association cleared Zenbao Dungeon. Why did this happen again? The one who answered was Takuchi, a level 701 swordsman, and the guild leader of Midas. We cleared it, yes. But how can we guarantee this won't happen again? This time, Shinoda Makoto, a level 610 healer, and the guild leader of Great Sage, spoke. After Makoto spoke, the room erupted in chaos. Everyone thought he should keep quiet, because this incident was largely the responsibility of the Great Sage Guild. Due to their lax dungeon management, they even threatened that, with this matter settled, their team would surely submit a report to transfer management responsibilities of the Rainbow Bridge to another guild. Nana also attended this meeting, but the boisterous debate seemed to have no effect on her. Her mind was preoccupied, wondering if Haruto had survived the disaster. She hadn't had the chance to see him again. Suddenly, Gu slammed his fist on the table and abruptly stood up, his voice a growl. What I want to know is, was it the last monster appearance 5 months ago? If Hunter Nana was present at the time and couldn't handle Gyuja, then what? Hearing her name mentioned directly, Nana snapped out of a reverie. Mirroring Gu's previous action, Nana, with all her might, slammed her fist down on the table. The already rickety table, wobbly from Gu's earlier outburst, now had to endure Nana's strength, shattering into pieces. Miso, sitting opposite, seemed to have anticipated this, as he activated an energy shield, calmly enjoying his tea. Others reacted slower, could only helplessly watch as the table fragments flew towards them. Nana's action was a direct response to Gu, enraging him to the point of boiling over. If this weren't an important meeting, they probably would have already come to blows. Chairman Takichi spoke up. It seems one of my members acted a bit out of line. I apologize on her behalf. The Tokyo chairman also intervened, preventing Gu from unleashing his anger on Nana, who could only mutter, "Insolent. If you keep flaunting your power like this, I'm afraid you'll eventually bring trouble upon yourself. Trust me." Faced with the pressure from the guild master of a top guild, Nana, despite being a woman, calmly stood up, unfazed, and spoke. They say seeing is believing, and I think the quickest way to convince you is to show you my strength. So, please don't misunderstand my previous action. The technique I just used is the reward I received after defeating Kezia. It's called Shockwave. Guild Master Shirasaki, who also participated in the Kezia subjugation, can vouch for me. Masato was leisurely enjoying his tea when Nana unexpectedly dragged him into the conversation. Under the gaze of everyone in the room, he nearly choked on his tea. Well, I wasn't really paying attention to what the reward was. What's going on? But I believe she wasn't lying. Because Masato spoke up, Chairman Tokyo acted swiftly, bringing him into the public eye by praising his contributions. During the recent disaster, the auditorium suddenly erupted in applause for Masato. Like a first grader who just answered a question correctly, Masato outwardly laughed it off, but his eyes were sharp and fixed on Nana. He knew instantly that she still held a grudge for him interfering and gaining nothing from it. Therefore, Masato vowed to take revenge, not only on Nana, but he also had to find the mysterious person who took down Quizia, his backer. Nana didn't want to stay in this noisy, chaotic place any longer, so she found a way to leave first. Regarding the cause of the recent prison break, she not only took responsibility, but also launched her own investigation. Furthermore, Nana frankly expressed her view that she wanted to question the member guilds about the delay in providing aid to the prison. As soon as she finished speaking, the guild leaders averted their gazes, looking up at the ceiling and down at the floor, no one daring to meet Nana's gaze, as sharp as bullets. But just then, before Nana could leave the meeting room, the door suddenly burst open. The person who appeared was Mori, in a sophisticated suit exuding elegance. With Mori was his companion, Eris. Fortunately, the meeting doesn't seem to be over yet, Mori said. Mori introduced himself and announced that he brought extremely important news. News that needed to be announced immediately to everyone. It was the purging sword Kalasia that had been stolen during the chaos. And because of this serious incident, during the transport of the artifact to the exhibition in Japan, Mori requested assistance from the Japanese Hunter Association to locate the sword as quickly as possible. Naturally, he also extended a formal offer of cooperation from the International Hunter Association. Upon hearing this, Go Gunhui immediately voiced his objection. Despite not being present at the scene, his ability to gather information was unmatched. Hold on, I heard that when the transport vehicle was attacked, you unilaterally undid the vehicle's seal. We did do that, but with the assistance of Hunter Shinoda Tatsura from the Deiwa Guild and Sano Haruto from the Japanese Hunter Association. Ares retorted. Her words sent shivers down their spines. That would be the guild master of the Deiwa Guild and the chairman of the Japanese Hunter Association. However, Guild Master Makoto insisted that Satoru was a member of his guild. As for Chairman Takuo, he couldn't find any records of a hunter named Sano Haruto in the Hunter Association. Nana heard the familiar name. Her hand unconsciously clenched in tension. Masato noticed the subtle shift in Nana's expression, and a sly smile crept across his face. His chance for revenge had come sooner than expected. Masato spoke up immediately. You're talking about the one who used the giant Spider King's silk to bind the Bear King, aren't you? I encountered him on the road as well, and surprisingly, I was also convinced that he's a member of the Hunter Association. Well then, why don't we ask Hunter Nana, shall we? All eyes turned to Nana, as Masato had intentionally, yet accidentally, brought up her connection with Haruto. Moreover, Nana was the one who approved his request to board the association's rescue helicopter. Meanwhile, the thief had successfully stolen the Changryong sword and brought this precious prize back to his master, Hirosaki Takumi. Takumi was a level 301 offensive hunter and the guild master of the Black Guild, Blood Tower. Holding the sword in his hands, Takumi couldn't hide his immense excitement. Rumor had it this sword possessed the power to raise its owner's level by 200. It must activate with a fingerprint, he thought to himself. Magnificent. Spending hundreds of millions to cause chaos in the dungeon, but totally worth it, he muttered. Just then, the thief realized who the true mastermind was. Is that his boss? Suddenly, Takomi mentioned that the entire group of bandits had been killed, with only the captain surviving. The captain, thinking he was about to be reprimanded, fearfully lowered his head. I apologize. During this mission, I encountered a strange individual, but please rest assured, he is definitely dead. Takomi pondered for a moment, then tossed a heavy bag of coins toward the captain. He said it was a reward for him, as well as for his fallen comrades. After everything was settled, he would be free to do whatever he pleased. The captain hastily expressed his gratitude upon receiving the money, but before he could secure the coins, Takomi burst into laughter. But this mission was a failure, wasn't it? He jumped, startled. Huh? What are you talking about? This sword is just a small piece of a larger puzzle. What fool would sell it for a paltry million? You're scheming to profit from this treasure blade as well, aren't you? He couldn't fathom the deeper meaning behind Takomi's words, but he was certain they dripped with murderous intent. Shut up. Panicked, he snatched the bag of money and made a run for it. But Takomi acted swiftly, his sword flashing through the air. In the blink of an eye, the man's life was extinguished, his body cleaved in two. Because of this, the Califia blade's durability had dropped from 10 down to 8. Takomi clutched his head, his face a mask of frustration. Damn it, if it's destroyed before I can repair it, it'll be a disaster. Elsewhere, after a terrifying nightmare, he remembered the enigmatic being that cursed him with this ability. Haruto jolted awake in terror. He was still reeling from the nightmare when suddenly something launched itself into his arms. Haruto-senpai, you're finally awake. You were unconscious for so long, I was worried sick. So it's the annoying brat, Satan. Haruto felt like he always overreacted to everything. But according to Satan, the scene had been truly terrifying. After Haruto defeated the monster, a massive pillar of light suddenly erupted from the sea. Then, boom! The earth-shattering explosion plunged everything into chaos. Just then, a man lying nearby, overhearing their conversation, sat up and asked, "Were you guys at the Wailing Bridge dungeon?" Haruto then realized that both he and the annoying brat were wearing hospital gowns. It seems all three were taken to the same hospital. After listening to the man's inquiries, Satoru excitedly recounted the entire story from beginning to end with great enthusiasm. Haruto couldn't keep up with the boy's rapid-fire storytelling, so he decided to get out of bed and take a stroll to clear his head. He may not look like it, but he's the one who saved you. Hunter Sano? Haruto stopped abruptly. It turned out Sakabe was lying in the bed next to him. However, his injuries appeared much more severe. According to Sakabe, Haruto had vanished without a trace, and it was Satoru who adamantly insisted on saving him at all costs. The boy even pressured Dujong, the top assassin of the Daihin Guild. This incident caused a major uproar. Finally, they found Haruto unconscious on the shore. Haruto felt something wasn't right about this story. Sakabe said that Satoru pressured and forced Dujong to. The Great Sage Guild's assassins were ordered to find him at all costs. But could a lowly dungeon access manager possibly achieve such an extraordinary feat? Suddenly remembering, Sato seemed to have a last name Shinoda as well, and the Great Sage Guild's master was Shinoda Makoto. Could there be a blood connection between these two? Impossible. The thought that had just flashed through Haruto's mind was immediately dismissed by ridiculous. This wasn't some cheesy drama with a cliché plot twist like that. Meanwhile, at the Japanese Hunter Association headquarters, the atmosphere remained incredibly stifling. Nana, the Tokyo branch president, along with Mori and Era, had entered a private room to discuss matters. The other two reported that after the transport truck accident that plunged into the ocean, Haruto had perished. Nana's face remained devoid of any emotion. This left Mori deeply perplexed. She doesn't seem surprised at all, he pondered. After all, hunters are only human, always facing the delicate line between life and death. Nana calmly lifted her coffee cup, savoring each small sip. Mori sighed, seemingly realizing that there was no connection between Haruto and this mysterious one. Regarding the offer to cooperate in searching for the lost sword, the Tokyo chairman immediately agreed. He pledged to mobilize all his forces to assist in the return of the California longsword. Era also didn't hesitate, directly requesting that Tokyo send a few high-ranking hunters to assist. because she had a lead on the sword's location. The Kalisha long sword isn't a static object, meaning it's not a treasure that can only be wielded by a select few, or those who meet specific special conditions. The sword is engraved with mysterious patterns used to determine the wielder's rank. Eris has the ability to sense and track that unique pattern. She also realized that about an hour ago, someone used this sword. Hearing this, Nana frowned slightly. There has never been any information suggesting that they could investigate and track traces. Based on that mysterious inscription, it seems that this is the real reason they agreed to let Haruto borrow this precious sword. Then, Eris brought up the most important issue, which is the sword's durability. Previously, it only had 10 units left. Because someone just used it, its durability must have decreased. If this continues, this sword will surely vanish from this world forever. So the only clue is to find Eris's mother, who went missing in the catastrophic disaster 15 years ago. Indeed, Nana suddenly spoke up. Nana's declaration left the two people facing her utterly stunned. How did she know that? Nana held up the document she had been reviewing. It was a confidential file on Mori and Erishur. Did you think I became captain just by luck? Or do we also know about the precious sword? An heirloom from your mother? As soon as she finished speaking, Erishur abruptly stood, no longer maintaining his initial arrogance. He bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, earnestly pleading with Nana. Hunter Nana, please help me retrieve my mother's heirloom. After leaving the chairman's office, Nana's mind was racing with thoughts. She felt that Mori and Erishur were still hiding something. Furthermore, she didn't completely believe what they said about Haruto, because she knew he wasn't someone who would die easily. Suddenly, Nana heard someone call her name. She turned around. It turned out to be the guildmaster. Guildmaster Makoto, the great sage, was not one for small talk. He must have something important to tell her in private. And what Makoto wants to say is, he'd like you to come back home to the great sage guild. Nana simply sighed in exasperation, then offered a sardonic, mocking smile. The number of dungeons is skyrocketing, but the large guilds, who should be shouldering the responsibility of management, are only concerned with establishing their own companies and pursuing personal gain. They only care about indulging in extravagant pleasures, hoarding profits from the dungeons. As for this recent prison break, if the investigation reveals negligence and dereliction of duty on the part of the Great Sage Guild, the entire guild will suffer the consequences. That's why I won't go back. Besides, I still have important work to do at the association, father. This is the real Proto-Chris. To think Nana is actually Guild Master Makoto's daughter. I anticipated this reaction from you. So he just smiled. Actually, I have something else I want to discuss with you. Before, you should visit the Central Hunter Hospital. That's where Haruto is recovering from his injuries. Currently, he's sneaking around on the rooftop, testing his limits. Regarding the dragon sword, Kalia, although Haruto couldn't replicate the sword's physical form, he absorbed its full power. This is actually far more beneficial, because if Haruto only copied the sword's shape and had to draw it every time he fought, it would be quite difficult to explain. More importantly, the dragon sword's techniques are incredibly useful, especially the skill, coercion. Its timely activation saved. However, it activated at the very last moment, putting Haruto through excruciating pain. Regardless, thanks to that skill, Haruto was able to destroy Yuri, a terrifying monster above level 400, with a single blow. Recalling that moment, Haruto still couldn't believe he'd accomplished such an extraordinary feat. After defeating Gizia, he'd completely absorbed the monstrous shockwave it released. This energy was automatically converted by the system into the resonance skill, which included frequency and natural wave. His giant king spider web skill had also been upgraded to level 2. But the best part was, Haruto could use frequency resonance, or natural wave, simultaneously. Thanks to this special ability, Haruto never imagined his copy and paste skill could reach such extraordinary heights, capable of flawlessly absorbing and combining different skills. Every cloud has a silver lining. After absorbing the treasure sword, he officially joined the ranks of high-level hunters with an astounding level of 276. It was unbelievable. Just a few days ago, Haruto was still a weakling stuck at level 30. Now, he had to find out which lowlife had stabbed him in that transport truck, leaving him at death's door. Just as he thought that, Haruto suddenly heard a familiar voice, loud enough to pierce his eardrums. Why do you have to worry people like this? I told you, if you're in danger, run immediately. Haruto recognized Nana's voice, a seasoned hunter, someone as cold as her. showing emotion like this? Haruto quickly ducked into a corner, curious to hear who she was talking to. And then, right after, he heard an even more familiar voice. It's all your fault. It's your fault for not sealing the dungeon properly, causing all this trouble. Nana was so angry she was speechless. Haruto was completely stunned by the scene unfolding before his eyes, because the person arguing heatedly with Nana was Satoru. Even more surprising, he called her sister. Oh right, now that he mentioned it. Both of their last names were Gojo, but he never would have guessed that Nana and Satoru were actually siblings. After a loud and boisterous argument, Nana suddenly remembered Haruto. So, is the hunter Zeno safe? Where is he? How would I know? Go find him yourself. Hearing his name mentioned, on pure instinct, Haruto immediately tried to hide. He was afraid Nana would come looking for him to settle the score, for having discovered his impersonation of a guild member and his attempt to steal the sword. Haruto decided to turn and run, but before he could take 2 steps, he slammed headfirst into a rock-solid wall of a person. The forceful impact nearly broke Haruto's nose. So you're still alive? You sword thief? The person standing before Haruto was Mori. The words sword thief were growled with emphasis, showing that Mori's rage had reached its peak. Mori grabbed Haruto by the collar, slamming him against the wall. He was furious at being so spectacularly fooled by Haruto with his fake guild member identity. Haruto desperately wanted to explain everything, that it was all a terrible misunderstanding. But Mori didn't give him a chance to speak. They had seen him stabbed by the thief. Yet here he stood before him, showing no signs of serious injury. Therefore, Mori concluded that Haruto and that bastard were accomplices. The situation escalated further when, with eyes blazing with fury, Mori drew his sword. At that moment, Eris appeared to intervene, but to no avail. Mori initially had no intention of using his skill, but he was determined to teach the one who deceived him a lesson he'd never forget. He had to pay for his actions. Haruto really didn't want to use his skill here, but he couldn't just stand there and take it without fighting back. The skill Haruto decided to use was frequency resonance. The very moment that sharp blade was about to graze Haruto's fingertip, it suddenly shattered into hundreds of tiny pieces. The commotion had attracted the attention of both Nana and Satoru. They both rushed over, arriving just in time to witness Haruto execute this special technique. Nana immediately recognized the move as being identical to Kezia's shockwave. To say she wasn't surprised would be a lie. Not only did she wonder how Haruto could use this skill, but his completely different aura compared to the day of the disaster also made her see him in a new light. Then everything changed with the sudden appearance of a new character, Arisa. She's a member of the popular girl group IVE. However, her life is vastly different from the other members, because after every performance ends, instead of traveling in the company car, she drives her own luxury car home. Just as she exited the parking garage, Sarah nearly collided with another car. Annoyed by the other driver's carelessness, she rolled down her window and started scolding them. Are you blind? Do you even know how to drive? The person inside the other car opened the door and stepped out, carrying a huge suitcase. It was Takumi, the leader of the Black Guild. Upon seeing him, Sarah immediately fell silent. Takumi slowly walked towards Sarah, raised the suitcase in his hand, and slammed it down on the hood of her luxury car. Then, he leaned close to the car window and asked, did the performance go well tonight? Shall we head into the dungeon then? If you want things to go back to the way they were, you'll have to cooperate. As for Haruto, after Nana smoothed things over, Mori finally decided to let him off the hook. Though still a bit irritated, the 4 of them, including Haruto, Nana, Moji, and Ares, began to follow the trail of the legendary sword. But when they arrived, all that remained was a scene of utter devastation. We must be too late, Ares said sadly. So we have to wait until that person uses the sword again. Nana finished speaking before Ares could answer. Haruto suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, Ah, Blood Tower. I just remembered. The culprit who tried to assassinate me. Mention that name. He said he was from the Blood Tower Guild. Nana had never heard of that name before, so she immediately guessed it was a dark guild. Clandestine operations. Mori seemed to be losing his patience, knowing the sword wouldn't hold out much longer. But in Nana's mind, a plan was beginning to form from the few clues Haruto had revealed. She knew someone well-versed in these matters. Nana knew exactly who held the information about these mysterious events. As for Sarah, Takumi, seeking her out, indicated her identity was far from ordinary. And that was the truth. Like Haruto, She was blessed by a mythical being during the catastrophe 15 years ago. At first, Sarah thought she had only awake abilities like any other hunter, but it turned out she possessed a unique skill. Rewind. Control Z. She could revert a target to its previous state. It's a special ability that can affect both people and objects. Sarah then began collecting luxury items that were damaged or discarded. She'd restore them to their original condition and sell them. And although this ability isn't exactly restoration or healing, Sarah could still make a living by mending injuries. However, the income from this was quite limited. Meanwhile, Sarah needed a large sum of money because her parents, victims of that horrific disaster, had fallen into a deep coma. They were being treated at a hospital with less than ideal facilities. Sarah had tried to heal them, but she couldn't fully restore her parents because she didn't have enough mana to use this ability. Without mana, Sarah could only heal minor wounds. Mana is a form of energy, a special energy source that can only be controlled by skilled hunters. So, to absorb even a tiny bit of this precious mana, Sarah embarked on perilous adventures with the hunters, bravely venturing into dark dungeons since she was a child. She started as a baggage carrier, a humble errand runner, and, when necessary, she even became a makeshift healer. However, for someone like Sarah, who had never awakened hunter abilities, stepping into a dangerous dungeon was like offering herself to death, walking into a tiger's den unarmed. Every step was fraught with hidden dangers. But the greatest suffering Sarah endured was the contempt and disdain from her comrades. After each arduous expedition, she had to beg each of them for a meager amount of mana as a reward for her efforts. And every time, Sarah had to endure their mockery and scornful glances, until one fateful day, when she was grievously wounded, her body battered, and her spirit crushed by despair. When she had grown to utterly despise the skill that, and only yearned to be free from it all, fate would have it that she'd meet someone. That someone was none other than Takumi. Back in the present, Sarah had no choice but to bring Takumi back to her apartment. Seeing the small, sparsely furnished, almost shabby room, Takumi couldn't hide his astonishment mixed with a hint of sarcasm. What did you spend all your money on? I can't believe a celebrity like Sarah Aviv lives in a place like this. I bet. You order takeout for all 3 meals, don't you? Anything you want. Anything I want, of course. Takumi kept nagging about Sarah eating whatever she wanted, while other idols desperately dieted and desperately maintained their figures. Sarah could eat freely, because even if she gained weight, she could easily get back in shape. After rambling for a while, Takumi started reminiscing about the first time they met. Despite witnessing someone die, Sarah only cared about stealing, pilfering precious items from others. He called her a thief then, and boldly declared they were the same kind of people. Afterward, they struck a deal, a binding contract. As usual, Takumi would collect 10 mana units and deliver them to Sarah. In return, she would restore any items he needed. However, this time Takumi demanded she accompany him into a dangerous dungeon. This went beyond the scope of their contract. He wanted Sarah to fully restore a legendary sword, a task that would drain a massive amount of her mana. This will be the last time you have to set foot in a dungeon, Takumi said cryptically. Could it be you found the infinite mana regeneration artifact, and it's in that dungeon? Sarah immediately became agitated, unable to contain her excitement. However, if you come along, the chances of it appearing are higher. I know the contract. Our agreement was to limit your unauthorized entries into the dungeon. But just this once, join me in venturing into the dungeon. This will be the last time, and the reward will certainly be worth the effort. As Nana just mentioned, getting back to the matter of Haruto, the person you need to meet, the one who holds the key information, is Miso from the Future Guild. Although I don't particularly like the guy, you still have to bring Haruto to see him. On the way there, he seemed quite puzzled, because, logically, the two guilds fiercely competing for the top spot in Japan, Mildus and Daybreak, should be the ones with more information. They only have a grasp on information regarding the purges, dungeons, and management capabilities. But Miso knows more inside information than that. And sure enough, he knows about the Blood Tower Dark Guild. It all started with the heart of a giant goblin, an item rumored to possess the ability to generate. It's an incredibly rare treasure, hidden deep within an icy cave atop the goblin's snowy mountain, and it only appears after defeating the colossal goblin, their leader, driven by the desire to find this legendary treasure. The Future Guild deployed a large-scale reconnaissance team with the goal of gathering intelligence, and during their search, Future unexpectedly encountered the Dark Guild Blood Tower that Haruto had mentioned. More precisely, Masato discovered a secretive hunter recruitment notice with an extremely low view count, posted by the Blood Tower Guild itself. They were seeking 30 individuals with levels 90 or higher, with no specific equipment requirements. Masato immediately realized that they were secretly amassing forces, preparing for a large-scale assault on the goblins' snowy mountain. He then began a more thorough investigation and uncovered the truth about this dark guild, finding it even more ruthless than he had imagined. They specialize in theft and assassination, regardless of whether the target is a high-profile figure or a group of professional dungeon hunters. And because of their dark guild nature, they don't care about being scorned or cursed. Haruto listened intently to Masato's every word, his gaze fixed on him. This so-called artifact with the ability to regenerate mana infinitely. He didn't need it, because he possessed a similar ability himself. But truly, it was a treasure that broadened one's horizons. According to Masato, someone was clearly plotting to seize this artifact for themselves. And if someone were to possess such a treasure, what did it have to do with the legendary Kalisha longsword? Initially, Haruto thought they stole the sword to slay the giant goblin, but looking at the sword's durability, it was clearly weakened, unable to withstand many more swings. So, he quickly dismissed that idea. After talking with Masato, Nana delivered her final conclusion. The Blood Tower's objective is the heart of the giant goblin. That's why they assembled the team, to conquer the goblin Snow Mountain dungeon. However, Ares voiced her disagreement. She believed it was completely absurd, because ever since that hidden dungeon was discovered 15 years ago, no one has ever found that treasure. How do you know? Haruto asked. I can't reveal the details, but I was once very interested in this hidden dungeon and spent time researching it. In short, Goblin Snow Mountain has always been a notorious dungeon with extreme difficulty. It's considered a classic example of a dungeon that even seasoned hunters avoid. There have been a few hunter groups. Sometimes they even explore hidden dungeons, but even they were defeated by this place. What's hidden in that dungeon? That could make seasoned, experienced assassins. Assemble a punitive squad. Masato? Masato gave a sly grin. He seemed to be enjoying this. When did they leave? Haruto continued to ask. Masato shrugged, feigning ignorance. Since the hunter recruitment is complete, they probably left a long time ago. Haruto gritted his teeth in anger. It seemed the enemy had planned this for a long time, to be able to arrange their forces so perfectly. Since time was running out, Nana suggested they immediately depart for the Goblin Snow Mountain. Coincidentally, at that very moment, the Future Guild had a specialized 5-man attack team, ready to depart immediately. When she mentioned Team 5, Masato's expression changed. Who said we didn't? But I heard a rumor that the Future Guild possesses a special attack squad, always ready to deploy at a moment's notice. And that squad is said to be on par with the Hunter Association's elite attack team. Is that true? Masato shook his head repeatedly. This girl can really dig up anything. However, he didn't want to get involved in things that didn't concern him. Moreover, that dungeon was incredibly dangerous, with treacherous weather conditions. He had no reason to send his squad into a death trap like that. Then, somehow against all odds, Nana managed to convince Masato to mobilize his forces. Not only that, but he had to accompany her personally, even as he faced the ferocious level 40 stone golems. Masato still couldn't understand why he was in this godforsaken place. These stone golems weren't actually that strong. The only problem was they needed to destroy the energy core inside in order to completely eliminate these creatures. Otherwise, they would continuously regenerate, causing endless trouble for the troops. Masato's troops fought with extraordinary courage, but the enemy possessed incredible regenerative abilities. Finally, Masato was forced to personally intervene to resolve the situation. Masato's magic was not something trivial to be underestimated. Just by standing still, he could use his wand to make the entire horde of stone golems explode into pieces. Their life cores were also ejected in the process. The soldiers' task now was simply to destroy those energy cores before the stone golems could regenerate their bodies. Haruto witnessed the entire event. He had to admit, although Masato seemed arrogant and aloof, his power was truly impressive. Letting him play the hero wouldn't hurt, as long as those pesky stone golems were quickly eliminated. According to Ares' later recounting, when they entered the icy cave on the snowy mountain of the goblins. Their mission, eliminate as many stone golems as possible. It's the key to facing the mid-level monster, the Snow Mountain Golem. Based on our prior research, this dungeon was a sensory type, completely different from a normal dungeon. Normally, a dungeon is divided into separate areas, like a minor monster zone, a mid-boss zone, a main boss zone, and finally, the final boss zone. In a normal dungeon, knowing the path, hunters can proceed directly to the final boss area. However, in a sensory dungeon, the condition for the next area to appear is based on a special formula, A plus B plus C equals D. In other words, this formula also means that they must complete the elimination of minor monsters to unlock the mid-boss area, and so on to advance. And if they fail to meet any of the necessary conditions, then the remaining areas wouldn't exist either. Ares suspected that. This might be due to the aftereffects of the Great Catastrophe 15 years ago, which completely disrupted the dungeon's operational processes. Therefore, even until now, the dungeon hidden deep within the snowy mountains of the Goblin tribe has yet to be revealed. Truth be told, Ares wasn't entirely sure about the conditions for a mid-boss to appear. However, after careful research, she felt that farming a large number of small monsters was the most viable solution at the moment. Moreover, they needed to make the most of every second, because if the item dropped by that monster was the key to unlocking the next area, then it was certain that the Dark Guild was also desperately hunting for it. Therefore, they needed to quickly obtain the key and open the door leading to the hidden dungeon before the Dark Guild could act. Haruto didn't care about the true intentions of those people, but he must find Changryong, the Kalish's sword, and return it to Mori and Era. Therefore, he's determined to join the fight against the rock demons. This time, Haruto decides to use the silk of the giant Spider King, combining it with the powerful Shockwave skill. The spider silk quickly binds the rock demon's legs, while Shockwave crushes them into countless fragments. Witnessing Haruto obliterate the small monsters with such ease, Masato's soldiers are astonished to see him using the giant Spider King's silk in a low-level dungeon. They're truly surprised and can't believe that something seemingly so useless could possess such terrifying power. Era isn't idle either. She and Mori work together seamlessly, one using magic to separate the rock demon's cores from their bodies. A single person with a sharp sword effortlessly sliced through all those energy cores. Among the stone golems, some possessed colossal size and overwhelming ferocity. When Masato's forces were helpless against them, that was when Nana appeared. The might of Japan's top 5 hunter wasn't just for show. Like Haruto, she was also bestowed with the Queasy Beast Shockwave skill because she inflicted the most damage. With a single move, Nana easily took down the giant monster. Is everyone all right? Nana looked around. Seemingly no one was injured. Yes, we're fine. Thank you, Captain. It seemed like everything was over. But surprisingly, Nana spotted an incredibly familiar figure. This person, despite concealing their entire. But in the end, everything was exposed under her sharp eyes. Besides her little brother, who else would dare to mess with her Satoru? Wait, what are you doing here? Nana snapped, her face filled with anger. Not to be outdone, Satoru immediately retorted. Oh, what? Am I not allowed to be here? I bet you're here as a member of Senpai's team, right? My senpai. Your senpai, Nana asked suspiciously, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Nana questioned again with a skeptical look. It turned out that while at the hospital, Satoru had resorted to all sorts of whining to get Haruto's approval. He even threw himself on the ground, kicking and screaming, determined to follow them. Satoru even used the excuse that Haruto had a terrible sense of direction and could easily get lost in the dangerous dungeon to prove his usefulness. Even though Haruto wasn't going alone and wasn't afraid of getting lost, but because Satoru insisted on tagging along, he finally had to agree. Besides, he knows his way around. He might even become a valuable asset. After hearing Satu recount how Haruto was the one who agreed to let him tag along, Nana could only hold her head in frustration and sigh. What is Hunter Sano thinking? He's just a low-rank hunter. Who can he possibly protect? She muttered to herself, unaware that her younger brother overheard her. Satu immediately retorted, Don't underestimate Sano. I saw it with my own eyes. Neither you nor Guild Master Shirasaki were the ones who cut Conquidia in half. He was the one who did it. Satu asserted confidently, seeing the way he protected Harry. I honestly don't know whose brother he is anymore. Nana was taken aback. Satu's words weren't entirely baseless. Seeing Haruto again this time, she herself realized he had completely transformed compared to back in the spider's cave when he first landed on the bridge. Moreover, the skill he's using is the shockwave Kezia's signature move. If Haruto wasn't the one who finished off that monster, there's no reason he should possess that skill. But she truly couldn't understand how a low-rank hunter like Haruto could slice a terrifying monster like Kezia in half. Pushing those thoughts aside, Nana and her comrades continued to charge into battle, but she had no idea that the Dark Guild members they were hunting were hiding among their own ranks. Meanwhile, Takumi and Sarah were hidden at a distance, silently observing the unfolding events. At the same time, his underlings infiltrated the chaotic formation, taking advantage of the confusion. They used their cloaking abilities to conceal themselves, waiting for the opportune moment to strike, stealing both mana and items. High-ranking hunters like Nana and Miso, they truly possess overwhelming strength, but because they're so powerful, they look down on everyone else. That's why they don't prioritize honing their investigative skills. On the other hand, members of the Black Tower Blood Guild often face situations where they must use their weaknesses to overcome the strong. Therefore, they have mastered the art of stealth and weapon concealment to an exceptional degree. They are rarely detected. Takumi truly lives up to his reputation as the guild master of an organization filled with cold-blooded assassins. The way he clears the dungeon is both effortless and efficient. This is the guild's primary method of operation. He and Sarah simply observe and wait. The mana gathered by Takumi's subordinates is transferred to the device Sarah holds. It's a mana generator, a luxury, a precious commodity. To fill the mana bar, you need to eliminate at least 100 minor monsters. However, to restore the power of the Kalisha Dragon Sword, that much mana is still insufficient. To achieve that goal, they must defeat the Hidden Dungeon's boss monster. Although the Hidden Dungeon has never appeared before, Takumi has heard countless rumors that within the Hidden Dungeon lies an impenetrable barrier, and the only sword capable of breaking through that sturdy defense is this legendary Kalisha Dragon Sword. Sarah looked skeptical, unsure where Takumi got this information. But he didn't bother to explain, because for Takumi, Sarah's task was simply to restore the sword. Don't ask so many questions, he said. Sarah just sighed exasperatedly. It's been a while since I've set foot in a dungeon. I'm a little nervous, and your strategy this time is ridiculously sneaky and underhanded. Takumi's face darkened at her words. Noticing the shift in Takumi's expression, Sarah quickly tried to backpedal. Don't mind what I just said. As long as the contract is still valid, I don't care what you do. In truth, she didn't like Takumi's rude behavior either. But to save her parents' lives, Sarah had to obtain the infinite mana regeneration item. The item was right below. The atmosphere grew tenser than ever. Haruto was starting to lose his patience. They had eliminated over 200 stone golems, but the condition to unlock the next area remained a mystery. Suddenly, he spotted a stone golem core, completely different from the previous ones. Out of habit, Haruto tried to copy and paste it, but the core in his hand suddenly flew away, burrowing into the ground. The ground began to shake violently. Miso landed right behind him. Has it begun? Begun what? Haruto asked back, bewildered. The rock ogre elimination is complete. Next up is the appearance of a mid-level Golem. The Snow Mountain Yeti's middle act has arrived. This mid-level Golem is level 150. It appears in an extremely aggressive state. It launches an attack the moment it identifies an enemy, because the opponent is so massive, and its boulder attacks are relentless. Nana's Vanguard squad is having a lot of trouble. Even Haruto, who escaped the low-level hunter scene, is completely overwhelmed. In this situation, naturally, high-level hunters like Miso have to shoulder the responsibility. Indeed, with a single devastating attack, he cleaved the colossal Golem in two, shattering it into thousands of fragments and exposing its vulnerable core. But before his subordinates could even begin to celebrate their victory, the Golem regenerated with astonishing speed. Before he could strike the exposed core, Miso unleashed another deadly blow. However, the result was the same as before, with no discernible difference. Twice victory seemed within his grasp, yet twice it slipped away, leaving him deeply frustrated. Meanwhile, Haruto suddenly devised a daring plan. If at the precise moment Masato split open the opponent's core, immediately after, he used the giant Spider King's web to immobilize it. Would it be possible? They quickly set about testing this new idea. Haruto actually managed to capture the Olam's core with his web, but his web was quickly overwhelmed by the large rocks, the material used to regenerate the monster's body, rapidly burying it. The giant spider web had failed to. Haruto was racking his brain for a countermeasure when suddenly a scream pierced the air. Hunter Sano, retreat. Haruto instinctively recoiled. In a split second, Nana unleashed a deadly attack on the monster. This was the third time Haruto had witnessed her terrifying hellfire. Each time was as impressive as the first. The colossal Golem's entire body was engulfed in brilliant blue flames. A breathtaking sight. Nana explained that close-range attacks were completely ineffective against this monster. They had to incinerate it. Masato, having his thunder stolen by Nana, was visibly annoyed. I know that. That's why I'm looking for another solution. Otherwise, we have to incinerate all these remaining stones. It's going to be a bloodbath, Haruto observed, surveying the surroundings. They had eliminated over 200 stone golems. The amount of shattered stone from their bodies was immense. He recalled Eris's warning before their departure about the danger of the mid-level Olam. It was the most formidable obstacle and the ultimate terror of the sensory maze. The sensory maze would reveal the next area once certain conditions were met, and the next area to be unlocked would transform based on the previous one. Upon fulfilling the condition of eliminating the ordinary stone golems, the core of the mid-level Olam would appear. The remaining fragments from the stone golems' bodies would converge and reconstruct the body of the mid-level Olam. In other words, they would have to face the remnants of these stone golems, but one that demands a grueling battle to overcome. Previous hunter teams who faced this creature often met a grim fate, left utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally, or even completely annihilated. Compared to typical labyrinth dwellers, this mid-level golem possesses the strength of a final boss. In this critical moment, Nana suddenly devised a daring plan, the very tactic she just deployed. Instead of trying to destroy the golem's steel-hard core, she decided to melt its entire stone structure, negating the creature's regenerative abilities. However, the golem's body was composed of a massive amount of stone. Melting it consumed a tremendous amount of Nana's mana, quickly draining her energy. But even more alarming, as her flames raged, the mid-level golem vanished without a trace, then reappeared right behind Nana. She immediately unleashed hellfire upon it once more. But maintaining this tactic would lead to her exhaustion. This was definitely not a sustainable strategy. Haruto was fully aware of the perilous situation. He wanted to harness the latent power of the Califia Dragon Sword. But if he did, Ares would surely detect it immediately. And if they continued to maintain this frozen stalemate, they would never be able to destroy the energy core. As the situation became desperate, Haruto suddenly remembered a forgotten item in his inventory, something he had never used before. It was the Bear King's Claw, a gift Masato had given him on the Rainbow Bridge. This item possessed two special abilities. The first ability could imprison any target for a certain period of time. The second ability allowed him to approach any target and inflict significant damage upon them. A satisfied smile spread across Haruto's face. That's it, the thing that could break the current deadlock. The key to turning the tide. Immediately, he utilized his copy and absorption skills. The first skill has been loaded into Control V, granting Haruto the ability to control his target more effectively using the giant spider's silk threads. Simultaneously, the second skill activates in Control C, allowing him to pierce his opponent, absorbing 15% of their HP and MP. Armed with these new skills, Haruto eagerly charges into battle, hoping everything will go according to plan. Meanwhile, Nana persists with her strategy, continuing to melt the Golem's body. Mori and Ars are both quite worried, because even if Nana is a seasoned hunter, if she keeps using hellfire like this, her mana will quickly deplete. Under the intense heat of the blue flames, the Golem's body begins to disintegrate. Nana unleashes hellfire once more to increase the damage, but this time it triggers a backlash. The golem, enraged, charges straight towards her to retaliate. Wood fire is completely ineffective. This means Nana's mana is depleted. However, Just as the intermediate Golem is about to hit Nana, it's suddenly ensnared by Haruto's spiderwebs. This time, he uses a massive amount of webbing, completely encasing the monster in a huge cocoon. Nana is saved just in the nick of time. Overjoyed, she cries out Haruto's name. Masato stands frozen, his face filled with astonishment. His reaction is the same as everyone else's, utter disbelief. The giant Spider King's webs are unbelievably strong. Seeing Masato stunned, Haruto speaks up. President Shirasaki Masato, please attack again. Being called by his full name, Masato flinches. But don't you see? Attacking is pointless. This time will be different. I can stop the core from moving. Hurry, we're running out of time. Haruto urged, his voice filled with urgency. Being ordered around like that, Masato gritted his teeth, furious. But in the end, he still unleashed his magic, launching another attack, along with a chilling threat. He swore he'd give Haruto a beating if he failed a 7th time. Masato's magic pierced through the thick layer of spider silk, destroying the intermediate Golem's body. Large rocks scattered through the air, and the monster's core was exposed. Haruto seized the opportunity, using gigantic king spiderweb, enhanced by the claws of the intermediate bear king, to bind the core. This time, his plan worked perfectly. Not only Masato, but even Nana was wide-eyed with astonishment. But looking back, every time they faced a boss in a crucial moment, Haruto always appeared at the right time, turning the tide. It seems that she really couldn't continue to dismiss him as just an ordinary hunter anymore. A low-level hunter? No, Haruto had proven otherwise. The Bear King's Claw, a unique tactic that only a seasoned hunter like Sano could devise. Even Ares had to offer praise. The raid party cheered wildly, ecstatic, at this extraordinary sight. It seems that besides Satanu, no one would have believed that Haruto, with those seemingly useless spider threads, could achieve such an astonishing feat. Contrary to everyone's joy, Takomi and Sarah were speechless, stunned into silence. He immediately ordered his subordinates to stop collecting mana, to accelerate the plan and launch the campaign. After putting on his mask, Takomi ordered the entire squad back to battle positions. Everyone, get into combat-ready positions. What's going on? Is the situation serious enough for him to handle personally? Sarah looks very worried. Yeah, it's all because of that weirdo. Getting the core energy key seems to be more troublesome than expected. You should get ready to fight too, Sarah. After receiving the order, Sarah quickly rose amidst the pristine snow. Meanwhile, Satoru was using his cloaking skill, hidden behind an ancient tree to monitor the situation. He started to wonder what he should do next. Looks like the supposed leader is gone. What is she planning to do with the collected mana? Should I report this to my senior? Just then, Haruto handed him a stone and said, "Take this. This is a high-level cloaking skill." Satoru asked in surprise, "How? Are you sure you want to entrust me with this precious item?" He scratched his head, affirming resolutely, "This mission is of utmost importance." Sato gasped in surprise. That important? His gaze turned serious. Shinoda Sato, this time you won't engage the monsters directly. Instead, utilize your stealth skills and secretly track them. If they find the entrance to the hidden labyrinth, we'll seize their plans. Recalling his instructions, Sato felt a surge of courage. He thought of Haruto, reassuring himself. That's right, she and President Masato are both there. More importantly, Senior Sano is there too. An unexpected voice rang out. Am I to destroy it? Masato turned, resolute. Yes, you found it, so you should be the one to destroy it. Nana smiled, right? Because this is Hunter Sano's trophy. He raised his sword, ready to strike. All right, I'll do it. Haruto felt a flicker of surprise. Being treated this way for the first time felt strange. Copied. Now, let's destroy it quickly. Haruto thrust his sword into the glowing red orb, causing a crack to appear. Instantly, the orb shattered into countless fragments and vanished completely. A short notification appeared. Mutated volume has been destroyed. A series of level-up notifications appeared around Haruto. Then, another system notification popped up. You have received a reward item for destroying the mutated Golem's core. A gleaming golden key appeared, landing in Haruto's palm. It was the Heart Seal key, the key that can unlock the door leading to the sealed heart of the giant Golem. Haruto raised the key high and shouted, "Finally, the key to the hidden labyrinth." Mo cheered for Haruto. I never thought I'd witness this with my own eyes. How does it feel to be one step closer to finding your mother? Eris had a puzzled look on his face. It's just a key, isn't it? The real challenge is just beginning. Despite everyone chattering excitedly, Haruto was focused on observing his surroundings. The boy softly spoke, causing a notification window to suddenly appear. Status check. A bright smile spread across Haruto's lips. Awesome. My sword field has been upgraded to level 285, almost at the level of a high-ranking hunter above level 300. The day I can solo a raid isn't far off. Haruto jumped for joy as Misato looked on in exasperation. He turned his head, muttering, celebrating that much over just defeating a mid-level boss. Nana chuckled softly. And who was it that was just struggling against that mid-level boss? Feeling teased, he retaliated instantly. It wasn't difficult at all. Suddenly, a series of earth-shattering explosions erupted, sending debris flying everywhere. Mo and Eris had to quickly dodge to avoid injury. To everyone's astonishment, dozens of jet-black spikes suddenly pierced the ground. On those spikes, crimson markings, like blood, appeared mysteriously. Misato roared thunderously. This is the sign of the Colossus awakening. The situation is extremely critical. He hastily ordered the team. Everyone fall back behind my shield. But before the words could fade, another earth-shattering explosion roared, ripping through the formation, shattering it into fragments. Instantly, a blinding crimson pillar erupted, painting the vast sky in a bloody hue. After the terrifying chaos, an eerie silence descended, a chilling harbinger of death. As the first lives were extinguished, a man slowly emerged, his voice a low rumble. Expensive, yes, but the power is undeniable. Truly, with enough money, even gods can be bought. You just need to discard a little conscience. The man who spoke was Takumi, a cold-blooded villain. He exhaled a plume of smoke, muttering incessantly, efficiency, efficiency, efficiency. Suddenly, another sound pierced the air, resolute and powerful, snapping Takumi's attention. A notification flashed with blinding speed. Web formation. Countless colossal webs suddenly materialized before Takumi. From within the web, Haruto burst forth, a gleaming sword in his hand. Give it back. Haruto roared furiously, charging towards Takumi. Dragon Fang's sword, Caliba. Suddenly, a stream of crimson blood erupted from his mouth. Takumi, with a triumphant grin, launched a fatal attack towards him. You might have blocked the explosion with those spiderwebs, but my pincer trap has more than one trick. He furiously attacked Haruto's stomach and ribs, nearly causing Takumi's plan to go up in smoke. He violently flung Haruto away, sending debris flying. Horrified by the sight, Sano yelled, "Hunter!" She immediately raised her weapon. A surge of blue energy exploded around the ball. Yukbo. If this is a name, and you have the Korean, please provide it so I can Romanize it. Without hesitation, Eris charged towards Nanas, but Mo intercepted her. Stop. You'll get hit. A blue tornado spiraled towards Takumi, who was standing not far away. The tornado was so fierce that it cracked the ground open. Suddenly, Nanas coughed, blood spraying out and splattering the ground. The old woman collapsed. Her spear plunged into the east. Misato glanced over, immediately ordering the hunter, Shinoda Nana. What's wrong? Use your healing skill now. He rushed to her side, exclaiming in a panic. Guild Master Shirisaki, you can't use your mana. She quickly explained to Misato, this gas, it's absorbing mana. It seems it was released at the same time as the pillar explosion. This is a cowardly tactic. They're trying to disable the high-ranking hunters. She couldn't help but feel suspicious. At the same time, a black liquid was bubbling violently on the ground. Why would they use something so dangerous? Takumi turned and walked away, leaving Haruto with a serious wound. Work efficiently. Misato gritted his teeth, frowning in disbelief. Impossible. That skill. Seeing Takumi's strange footsteps, he was even more astonished. That's shadow transformation, the highest level stealth skill. That skill should have been eradicated by the previous generation of hunters because this is too dangerous. How could he? He turned, his cold gaze sweeping over them, saying nothing. Suddenly, Takumi noticed the key lying next to Haruto. He slowly picked up the key in silence. A small notification appeared. Key of the heart seal has been transferred to the current owner. Takumi smirked. The mission was complete. However, he seemed unsatisfied. He abruptly grabbed Haruto by the collar. But then, beneath the mask, near Takumi's voice, a red glow flickered. We have to finish him off right here. Haruto struggled to speak. I was just thinking the same thing. He gasped, what? He's still awake. A smug grin spread across Haruto's lips. Well, lucky for me, the one who stole the long sword is trash like you. Countless spider threads suddenly shot out, enveloping Takumi in a web of utter shock. The threads grew denser, tightening their grip, swallowing Takumi's desperate screams. A notification appeared as sharp spikes erupted from the surface of the web. Using colossal spider web. Activating skill Kumaman's Minute. A series of jagged, sharp fangs emerged, intertwined with the thick web, completely encasing it. A gigantic, grotesque monster appeared. Takumi's followers began to tremble in fear and panic. What's happening to the boss? That skill. Isn't that the skill he used to defeat Golem? Transformation? Run. We have to get out of here now. Haruto calmly stepped forward, his grip tightening on his sword. Your biggest mistake was touching my sword. His voice rang out, cold and powerful. Release colossal spiderweb. But Haruto's expression remained unwavering. His expression quickly shifted from surprise to shock. The spot where Takumi should have been was now empty. Not a trace of him remained. He suddenly reappeared from the shadows, breathing a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. First time I've ever had to use that skill. Takumi shrieked, like a madman. If there hadn't been a shadow there, I would be dead. After nearly being taken down by such a simple move, I finally understand why the hunters I've killed died with such resentment in their eyes. But regardless, today, you will die here. A blinding light suddenly emanated from Haruto. The brilliant light enveloped him, causing Takumi to pause. Do you know my nickname? He straightened, making the light even more magnificent and radiant. They call me the Mana Battery because I can share my mana with my allies. This is the first time I've tried it at this distance. But it seems to be working. Takumi was utterly astonished. What did you say? He declared coldly, catching the man off guard. Your life ends here. Masato, standing to the side, also spoke up loudly. I don't understand what's going on, but I've got a ton of mana to spare. I will destroy your Blood Tower Guild. Right here, right now. A red magic circle appeared in midair, crackling with powerful black lightning. Takumi cursed under his breath. Damn it. Sasaki Misato's wide-range black lightning, the bane of Takumi's shadow manipulation. He can't escape this. This is bad. He quickly turned his head and barked, Adita, Sarah, reverse it. In response, a mysterious, shimmering, six-colored light appeared. The mana vials embedded in the ground were quickly unsealed. Simultaneously, they erupted in pillars of light, converging at a single point, under Sarah's control. She gritted her teeth, straining to reverse the spell. Just as the leader commanded, a notification suddenly appears on the screen, issuing a critical directive. Restore Golem's Snow Mountain Labyrinth to its original state. Return it to its pristine form. The shattered stone fragments begin to melt, as if time were reversing. A bizarre time reversal. As the notification commands the dungeon's restoration to its original state, to a pristine, untouched condition. The world violently shakes, a terrifying earthquake. What's happening? This is unexpected. Black and blue lightning flashes, accompanied by howling winds, causing the crowd to panic, gripped by terror. What is this energy? Astrenchoha. Amidst the chaos, a voice rings out, attempting to explain the situation. This isn't normal energy. It's an anomaly. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the remaining golems begin to merge together, piece by piece. There, Nana's eyes widen in utter astonishment. That's... Masato gasped in astonishment. Don't tell me. He looked towards the distance, where golems were emerging from the misty fog. The dungeon. Is it being restored? A ferocious golem charged, making him flinch. The golem's fist crashed against Masato's shield. Damn it. This deadly gas prevents us from absorbing mana. He glanced at his teammates. Masato had to create a shield to protect everyone. Protect all the members. But then there's no way to fight the golems. At this rate, we'll all die inside this protective shield. Is there a way? Suddenly, something unexpected happened, leaving him stunned. Nana's blue tornadoes erupted once again, wiping out the golems. Masato's eyes widened in utter surprise. Hunter Nana Satome glanced at Masato, her expression serious. You heard that just now, right? Hunter Sano's nickname. Nana's voice hardened as she spoke the nickname. Mana Golfer. However, Masato still didn't understand. So what? Ares, while healing Haruto, spoke up to explain. He possesses the ability to regenerate mana infinitely and transfer it to his teammates. This is clearly Hunter Sano's unique skill. Within Masato, a flicker of suspicion arose. Impossible. He stared intently at Ares' hand as he healed Haruto. Only priest-class hunters possess that ability. So how can Hunter Sano, who isn't even a priest, do it? Masato glanced over at Nana and Mo, both of whom were fighting with all their might. High-ranking hunters like him and Nana required a massive amount of mana to unleash their special abilities. But it wasn't just them. He was sharing his mana with everyone present, dividing his own mana. How is that possible in such a short time? Masato gritted his teeth, utilizing his infinite mana regeneration. I've never heard of this ability, but if it's true, then new possibilities began to form in his mind. Instead of seeking the heart of the colossal Olan, there was a better way to recruit the hunter Sano into Masato's guild. Suddenly, Nana's voice rang out, pulling Masato back to reality. Now everything was clear. As she fought, she explained, everything, including the incident at the Wailing Bridge dungeon, was a conspiracy by the Blood Guild. Meanwhile, Tapemo was taking a hit from. Olem spun around and roared. The urgent matter at hand is that the hidden dungeon has been recreated if they rebuild the dungeon again. But Ares' voice rang out, refuting the previous hypothesis. No, I believe that's impossible. The reason the hidden dungeon has remained concealed until now seems to be due to a problem with its logical structure. She focused on her task, while calmly explaining, I don't know if they realize it or not, but currently, the possibility of the hidden dungeon appearing is absolute. Upon hearing that, Nana's eyes momentarily turned cold, but something was different than before. She calmly took down an Olam and continued. The number of Olams appearing was now fewer. Masato quickly realized the cause of this anomaly. The Olams that Hunter Nana melted couldn't regenerate. Regardless, we need to resolve this situation quickly so we can pursue those despicable Blood Tower scoundrels. However, these matters still weighed heavily on her mind. If it were just this, wouldn't be a concern, but supposing this time is similar to the previous Sky Dungeon incident. If they repeat that tactic, could it be? No, that can't happen. Could it? Meanwhile, Masato couldn't help but worry about Haruto. Come to think of it, I wonder if Hunter Sano is alright. I hope he wasn't taken down by those guys. Somewhere in the snow-capped mountains, a gigantic spiderweb cocoon lay dormant on the ground. Haruto emerged from within the cocoon, his body covered in wounds. Giant spiderweb release, you damn king. His eyes were now filled with rage and hatred. Endure this bastard? Takumi suddenly appeared amidst a whirlwind of icy air. Without hesitation, he rushed forward and yelled, Stop right there. The two swords clashed violently, emitting a deafening clang. The man looked at him and scoffed, exactly as he expected. What can a low-rank hunter like you possibly do? Despite Takumi's mockery, he remained resolute, gripping his sword tightly. The low-rank hunter you speak of is ruining your plans. He once again used his signature move, King's Giant Spiderweb, binding the man's hands. Takumi ripped his hands free from the webs and growled. These webs are nothing but trash. Let me teach you to never use this toy again. With that, he slammed his sword into the ground, sending him flying. A blinding light accompanied by his earth-shattering roar. Changniang's sword, calibration, unleashing its hidden power. Haruto narrowed his eyes, quickly enveloping himself in spider silk. Last time, he had used the spider silk to escape successfully. But this time, as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, he marveled. The power of the Changniang sword, calibration, is truly terrifying. But thanks to that, Haruto grasped how to wield its power. Haruto used his sword as a crutch to stand up, wondering, where did he get that secret information that so few people know? I couldn't completely block that attack. I had to chase him down and force him to tell me everything. But then, the unfamiliar surroundings left him bewildered. Wait a minute. Where the heck am I? A vast expanse of snow covers everything. How am I supposed to know where I am? Almost immediately, Japan Hunter Association. Golden sunlight streamed through the windows of the modern high-rise. Tokyo, leaning back on the sofa, reassured Makoto. Makoto-san, there's no need to worry so much. Chairman Shinoda of the Future Guild added. Shirasaki Masato is on the mission with them as well. Makoto crossed his arms, his expression serious. The most pressing concern is whether the Blood Tower Guild is truly behind all of this. We barely have any information on them. Tokyo quickly agreed. Indeed, even high-ranking hunters, once they become a target, rarely escape, and we haven't been able to gather any more clues. He paused for a moment, then slammed a tablet onto the table. But we at the Mido's guild have discovered something. He began to explain and recount the events. To the other two, the reason. This time, they acted openly, causing a commotion, all because of the emergence of a powerful force, the Global Hunters Guild. Starfill Multinational, a name that makes everyone wary. Takuo's eyes widened, his eyebrows raised in surprise. Starfill? Here, even Makoto, who was sitting right next to him, couldn't hide his curiosity. Why would a world-renowned guild appear in a small place like Japan? Moreover, involved with a dark guild? Go hung his head, his voice dropping with gravity. It's hard to imagine how chaotic the situation inside the dungeon is right now. However, 15 years ago, during that catastrophe, only one dungeon collapsed. He recounted the horrific scene of that day, his voice trembling. Back then, the golems that escaped spread terror, more terrifying than even the devils of hell. He paused for a moment, then slowly continued. The one who sealed the Snow Mountain Golem dungeon. Back then, was one of the most powerful forces in the world, Nishihara. Tomoka is from Japan. Makoto nodded in agreement, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Exactly. If Hunter Nishihara hadn't sacrificed himself back then. Go intently watch the other two engaged in serious discussion. The giant golem's heart would have been sealed away in a hidden dungeon. To this day, it remains a treasure of fatal attraction to everyone in the world. He meticulously explained how those two guilds operate. Both guilds are the type that will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. I'm not surprised that they've joined forces to conquer Mount Golem. Furthermore, Ares Hill from the International Hunter Association is Nishihara's daughter. That's right, Makoto quickly exclaimed. We all know that. So, besides investigating the Kalia dragon sword, is she also planning to investigate her mother's mysterious death? Hunter Nishihara. But Go dismissed it. Nothing like that ever happened. No one ever claimed responsibility for Hunter Nishihara's death. This startled him even more. What are you saying? Hunters who go missing in dungeons and whose bodies are never found are automatically presumed dead, right? But you're saying that someone missing for 15 years still hasn't been declared dead. Go picked up his tablet, scrolled through the list, and replied. There was a survivor that year. A hunter returned from that dungeon about 5 years ago and claimed to have seen Hunter Nishihara with their own eyes. Takuo's eyes widened in surprise. What? Really? He asked in disbelief. He lowered his voice, asserting confidently, because Starfill covered it up. It's hard for us to know for sure. At least this much is undeniably true. The intriguing part is, within that dark dungeon lie countless mysteries. Suddenly, a young man burst into the room, shouting loudly. Chairman, something big is happening. Go spun around, yelling in frustration. What is it? We're in the middle of an important meeting. The young man, remote in hand, stammered. There's a prison break. As soon as the television flickered on, Helen's scream echoed throughout the room. The reporter on the scene, hidden behind a dilapidated car, spoke with a trembling voice. Can everyone see this? A prison break is happening right before our eyes. His voice became more urgent than ever. In this chaotic situation, it's happening right in the heart of the city. Around the area, horrified screams rang out, mixed with the sounds of collapsing buildings. Upon seeing this, Go gritted his teeth, rage boiling within him. Those are golems from the Snow Mountain dungeon. Golems wouldn't do this. Could the recently conquered dungeon have already collapsed? What in the world is going on? Meanwhile, deep within a dark dungeon, a group struggled against a raging blizzard. Sarah glanced at Takomi, who was silent, clutching a piece of paper tightly in his hand. Finally, she broke the silence. Is the plan going smoothly? This is the first time I've seen you injured, Kurosaki. Do you need me to help you recover? He glanced at her defiantly. If you're so curious, why don't you check for yourself? Takomi said as he ripped the mask in half, opening his eyes wide. Here. The group stopped before a massive gate. His voice rang out, steady and calm. The hidden dungeon of Mount Golem. Masera was engrossed in admiring the majestic gate. She could finally collect the 10 hearts of the giant Ole. Takomi, leading the group bravely across the precarious suspension bridge, spanning 2 treacherous mountains. Masatoru was using his invisibility ability, secretly hidden in a dark corner, carefully observing every single movement. He patiently waited until the group completely disappeared from sight, before quietly following, maintaining a safe distance from his target. At the head of the bridge, a mysterious cave appeared faintly. Takomi's group had almost reached the cave entrance, just one step away from entering. This surprised Satoru, causing him to blurt out, "Ah, so this is the secret dungeon." The followers behind also carefully concealed their faces in order to hide their true identities. After just a few steps, they sensed something unusual. One of them reached out and lightly touched the barrier, probing it. A bad feeling suddenly arose within him. He hastily reported to the guild leader. "There's something here, a strange barrier, sir." Hearing this, the guild leader slowly stepped forward, gently touched the barrier, and then pondered deeply. Sapphire truly lives up to its reputation as a world-class guild. The information they provided was incredibly reliable. Takumi's memories flooded back like scenes from an old film, making him think about the event 15 years ago. It had been sealed by a great mage, the strongest hunter, Nishihara Tomoka. Moreover, it was something he had always craved and cherished, dedicating his life to pursuing and possessing it. The giant golem heart of the mysterious dungeon. The mere thought of it darkened his eyes with a brooding intensity. Suddenly, he called out to everyone, and Takumi reminded everyone to be cautious. "Prepare to break the barrier. Don't let your guard down." Everyone responded in unison. After giving orders to his subordinates, he turned and commanded Sarah, "Restore the Truong long sword settings." Erida Sarah was still stunned. His eyes suddenly turned ice cold. He frowned and said in a low voice, "Hold on. It seems like a little rat has been sneaking around, following us." This cryptic statement made Sarah even more bewildered. She froze in place. As for Satoru, he heard every one of his scathing remarks, causing him to break out in a cold sweat, his stomach twisting into knots. That idiot Shindo, he thought to himself. How dare he use invisibility to spy on the Blood Tower? Satoru's face paled, fear clenching his jaw tight. Senior Haruto, he's in big trouble. Without a word, Takumi immediately charged towards the source of the noise, yelling, "You're making me angry." The cruel, though, of Gyurem Snow Mountain, a creature dwelling near the hidden level 31 cave on Gyurem Snow Mountain, a rabbit-like monster, always ravenous and incredibly ferocious. Defeating this creature will yield a valuable magic stone. This greatly surprised Haruto, who exclaimed, "I had no idea there were monsters other than Olam here." Just as he finished speaking, he witnessed it get pummeled. A mysterious figure appeared and took down the monster with a single attack. Near where the monstrous rabbit lay defeated, a brilliant red gem suddenly materialized. The stone shimmered, captivating all eyes. Seeing the stone, the Snow Mountain Olam approached and gently picked it up. Surprisingly, it suddenly darted towards him, with an innocent face and sparkling, affectionate eyes. As if asking something, Haruto understood with just a glance, patted its head and asked, "Are you asking if you can eat that stone? Go ahead, little one." After receiving permission, the Snow Mountain Golem happily devoured the pastry in a few bites, making Haruto chuckle with amusement. That was sly, but I managed to copy it anyway. At this moment, Haruto clutched the treasure in his hand, marveling at it. To think that a mutated Olam core possesses such extraordinary power. A mutated Olam core can create an Olam by channeling mana into the core. First skill, summon a level 1 Olam, identical to the image in the user's mind. Second skill, create level 1 mutated Olam armor. Third skill, shared link, allowing for reconnaissance and scouting through the summoned Olam. The higher the level, the further the user can control the Olam's operations. Overwhelmed with joy, Haruto's smile twisted into a strange grimace. But every time he thought back, initially, upon realizing there were no skills can be absorbed through copying, I was a little disappointed. However, this item is truly a treasure. If this core can create a golem, what will happen if I copy and paste it? Haruto's face lit up, his pearly white teeth flashing in an irrepressible grin. He thought to himself excitedly, now I can easily create an entire golem army. This is amazing. That means, from now on, I can explore dungeons solo without joining a party. However, see him like this, everyone around was a bit puzzled. The Snow Mountain Golem can level up to level 10, capable of freely transforming, shape-shifting, and sharing emotions with its owner. Furthermore, what bothered Haruto was, it was only level 1. I wonder how big it will be when it reaches level 10. If the size exceeds the limit, it'll be a big problem. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. Haruto, who had just been beaming with joy, his eyes widened in astonishment. His face was filled with disbelief. It seemed the mountain golem had sensed something amiss, as it swung its mighty fist and charged forward with incredible speed. Shitaru had just arrived when he was suddenly attacked, crying out in pain. "Oh my god, what's happening?" Haruto's eyes darted towards Shitaru. Panic etched on his face as he yelled out his name. Just now, Shitaru had been unexpectedly attacked by the mountain golem and was so terrified that tears streamed down his face. Shitaru looked at Haruto as if he were a lifeline and immediately jumped onto him. Haruto yelled out, "Whoa, Senior Haruto, I thought I was about to meet my ancestors." After receiving information from Shitaru, they rushed off. Haruto, unable to contain his rage, roared, "Damn it, have those blood tower bastards found the secret dungeon?" Well, actually, I think this is a stroke of luck. Seeing Sato caught in a dangerous situation, he felt a pang of guilt and blamed himself. "Sorry, I didn't expect them to find me so easily. That's the highest level cloaking skill. So I got careless, let my guard down." But he immediately shook his head in denial. No, Sato was in a different location, so he's safe. But I'm sure the one they detected was a hunter from the future guild. Indeed, the person he discovered and eliminated on the spot was someone else. He's safe and escaped. At that moment, Haruto narrowed his eyes, thinking about Guild Master Shirasaki. He thought he was acting randomly, without a concrete plan, but surprisingly, his intentions inadvertently align with our plans. Ultimately, it's clear that we can't let our guard down, especially with those from the Blood Tower Guild. Suddenly, he remembered something important, and revealed that there's a girl among them. Haruto's eyes widened in surprise. "A girl," he exclaimed. "Yes," Satoru affirmed. It seemed like she was focusing mana into those jars, and performing some kind of ritual. And then, the dungeon suddenly regenerated. In that moment, he gripped his sword tightly, but fear paralyzed him, preventing him from charging forward. Now, overcome with shame, he choked back tears as he confessed that he had thought about intervening, but he had been instructed not to. In truth, Satoru himself was terrified, seeing the young boy drenched in tears and consumed by sadness. Haruto gently patted Sato's head, comforting and encouraging him. "It's okay, you did great." Sato, after a moment of sobbing, suddenly remembered something important and hurriedly spoke. "All right, that girl looked really familiar. I think I've seen her somewhere before," he said, his eyes filled with a cautious, suspicious, yet curious look. "And, that thing, it's been following us this whole time. Is that okay?" Haruto understood what Sato was worried about. He calmly replied, "Don't worry, it's my subordinate." Hearing that, Sato's eyes lit up with admiration. He exclaimed, "A golem is your minion? Does that mean you can control the entire golem race?" "Senior Haruto, you're truly amazing." Soon after, they moved to a hidden and secluded location, allowing observation of everything from a distance. Shitaru constantly reminded his teammates, "The dungeon lies just beyond the bridge, but the enemy is hidden and heavily guarded everywhere. One careless move and will be discovered instantly." Haruto suddenly fell silent, his expression turning serious, then suggested, "Shitaru, bring the hunter Nanas and guild master Shirasaki here." Shitaru looked bewildered, exclaiming, "But that means you'll be left alone, Senior? Besides, you know the enemy has that long sword." Haruto calmly patted Shitaru's head and replied with an air of confidence, "Don't worry about me. I can monitor their every move from here." Shitaru had no further reason to object. He dejectedly nodded. "Understood. If Senior Haruto says so, then I will obey." Before Shitaru left, he cautiously presented an item, softly instructed, "Take this." This cryptic action piqued his curiosity, prompting him to ask, "Is this the core of a mutated Golem?" Sato looked at Haruto with childlike excitement, his face beaming. Unable to contain his joy, he shouted, "From that Golem?" The sudden shout startled it, causing it to turn and look at him, just as Haruto had predicted. Haruto gave a few more important instructions. "From now on, it will be your subordinate. You really like it, don't you? Don't judge a book by its cover. Its combat abilities are very high. It will be quite useful for you." Tears welled up in his eyes, his face filled with disbelief as he asked for confirmation. "Senior Haruto, are you really giving me something this valuable?" The question left Haruto feeling speechless. He simply replied, "I guess so." Then he swallowed the words he was about to say. "It is valuable, but I have a ton of them." In the blink of an eye, everything had changed. Safari seemed invigorated, brimming with energy and excitement. "Let's go," he declared enthusiastically. "Thank you so much, Haruto-senpai. I'll make sure to bring her back safely. The others will be here as soon as possible." Haruto couldn't help but chuckle at his serious expression. It's hard to believe someone with his taste is a member of a major guild, but he's also quite naive. It's probably mostly thanks to Hunter Nana carrying most of the weight. Back to the main issue. Haruto had quietly determined the opportune moment. It's time to create a new subordinate, putting thought into action from the core of the transforming Olam. A new Olam was being created. In that crucial moment, at that critical juncture, Haruto observed meticulously and cautiously, because he predicted that if this process could create Olams according to its potential, I'll infuse it with a bit of mana. After patiently waiting, Olam finally began to undergo a powerful transformation. Haruto remained intensely focused, his eyes glued to Olam. Suddenly, the system issued a notification. Olam Core Transformation. Ability Sharing Skill Activated. Olam has acquired reconnaissance and surveillance capabilities. Haruto couldn't believe his eyes. His eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed with delight, "Whoa, this is incredible." With its newfound reconnaissance and surveillance abilities, Olam swiftly flew to Takumi's location. Haruto's task now was to observe meticulously, ensuring he didn't miss any crucial details. Through the images transmitted by Olam, Haruto noticed a girl beside Takumi. He suddenly remembered it was the girl Satanu had mentioned. What is she doing with the Truong longsword, Califia? Faced with this series of bizarre actions, Haruto couldn't tear his eyes away, even for a second. He was afraid he'd miss something important. Soon, Erida's Sarah's performance ended, but she remained lost in thought, her eyes wide with contemplation. Just then, the system suddenly issued a notification. Control+Z, restoring the durability of the California Dragon Sword. The sword returned to its original state, followed by detailed information. Dragon Sword Dash. A sword forged from the soul of the California Dragon. Required level, 30. Adjusting user level, level 200. Automatically applying resonance effect upon use. Unique skill 2. Passive skill, increases the user's defense by 35%. Unique skill 1. Bloodlust, absorbs 15% of the target's stamina, health, and mana. Passive skill. Unique skill 2, Rampage Dash, automatically activates when a user's health drops below a critical level. All of the user's abilities and levels will be doubled, including the user's current exact rank. Duration is 1 minute. Cooldown time is 1 day. For a brief moment, the durability displayed 6%, but that number quickly vanished, replaced by erratic fluctuations. Yet in the blink of an eye, the number became blurred. Then, it directly soared to 100%, an astounding record. Simultaneously, the Control+Z system notification sound. The durability of the Kalish's Truong longsword has been fully restored. Durability 100%, a 94% increase from before. Now, having completed the entire Erida reset process, Sarah was exhausted, unable to stand any longer, and collapsed to the ground. To recreate such a sword, she had expended a tremendous amount of energy. Exhausted, breath ragged, the girl nearly collapsed. Yet her reaction filled him with immense satisfaction. His voice dripping with praise, he exclaimed, "Excellent." Takumi's face remained impassive, showing no hint of joy. Her hand tightened around the powerful sword, a cold smile playing on her lips. All right, now durability is no longer an issue. Haruto watched the scene unfold on the monitor, unable to contain his astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. The durability of the Chongnyeongyam California has been completely restored. Does such a skill even exist? Just then, a realization struck Haruto. Wait, could it be? If that's true, then that girl. She's just like me, someone with a curse, no, a gift. The system continuously displayed notifications, bright red numbers slowly materializing into the digit 6. Immediately after, the number rapidly jumped to 100. A chilling, stinging red, sending shivers down one's spine, signaling a monumental shift, a turning point, a complete and utter overthrow of the current system. Upon reaching 100, the red abruptly transforms into a vibrant green. On the screen, a message appears, along with the cryptic command Control LED. The durability of the Caliber Dragon longsword has been fully restored. And even more astonishingly, This miraculous comeback has pushed its durability to the absolute limit, 100%. An astounding surge, over 94% from its initial state, without encountering any obstacles. This sudden change leaves Haruto stunned, as if hit by a ton of bricks. His jaw drops in astonishment. And in utter disbelief, he mutters, "Impossible, what's going on?" He can't believe his eyes that besides himself, someone else is suffering from this wicked curse. Haruto's emotions are indescribable. On the opposite side, Nana is growing weak from the biting cold and relentless fatigue. Her face is pale, her breath ragged and labored. A few thoughts flickered through his mind. He considered the fact that the Truong Long sword's durability had been completely reset. Did that mean she possessed the ability to restore anything to its original state? In other words, a power completely opposite to his own. But another thought immediately struck Haruto. If so, I'll copy her skill. The blizzard raged even fiercer. Haruto was exhausted. He couldn't delay any longer, but hesitation lingered. But can I actually copy someone else's skill? I have to try. If I can't, the sky remained a sheet of white. The only thing he could see was the vibrant red of Nana's coat. With steely resolve, Haruto told himself that he had to make her his ally. Both were utterly spent, but Takumi had no intention of letting them rest and recover. A murderous aura radiated from him, too intense to conceal. He muttered in a sinister tone, "Finally, the time has come to break the seal of this hidden dungeon." With that, Takumi took action. His sword slammed into the barrier of the hidden dungeon, as if trying to shatter the ancient seal. A bizarre and terrifying scene unfolded before their eyes. In the bone-chilling cold of the space, a blazing red light, like a barrier created by Takumi, suddenly appeared. It was like a separate world, completely isolated from the outside. The barrier undulated like a giant centipede. Lines of energy intertwined like invisible chains, forming an unbreakable bond. Entering was difficult, but escaping was unimaginable. A terrifying power from the barrier slammed into Nana, making her feel like she was being burned alive. She screamed in pain, quickly covering her face with her hands. Turning towards Haruto, he too could feel this terrifying energy. His deep-set eyes flickered with a faint glimmer, the only source of light emanating from Takumi. He realized with a start that it was the barrier to a hidden dungeon concealed for ages, leaving the two stunned. Takumi arrogantly raised the key in his hand. He couldn't suppress the triumphant smirk on his lips. He muttered, "Without Safari's intel, we would never have been able to break this barrier. Thanks to this key." He forcefully plunged the sword into the center of the barrier, his tone both narrative and boastful of his achievement. It was created 15 years ago by the Archmage Hunter Nisira. That's why. Only this sword has any hope of breaking the seal. Nana asked tensely, "What do you mean?" Takumi slowly turned around. He gave a savage laugh and calmly said, "The original owner of this sword was Nisihara's husband, Frederick Hill. He's been missing in this dark dungeon for 15 long years. Sorcerer Nisihara erected a powerful magical barrier, and it can only be broken by her husband's Changryong sword. This was to ensure that no one could enter." Everyone was astonished by this shocking information. Really? Even Nana and Haruto couldn't help but think. The owner of the legendary Changryong sword is actually the world's strongest swordsman, Swordmaster Frederick Hill. His wife is the Grand Sorcerer Nisihara Tomoka, and their daughter is Ares. So that's why she's always desired that sword so much. Takumi didn't bother with the other's thoughts. He was eager to break the seal on this barrier. He slammed the sword into the barrier and roared, "All right, it's time to break the seal." As soon as he finished speaking, he yelled, "Changryong sword, Calibalg, unleash your power." At the same time, he focused all his energy to open the barrier. The barrier suddenly unleashed a terrifying surge of magic power, making the air thick and suffocating. The surrounding earth and rocks were sucked into a vortex of violent energy, shattering into tiny fragments. That deadly crimson hue, like a vast sea of blood, engulfed any remaining vulnerable creatures, resilient birds struggling to fly. Amidst the freezing blizzard, were incinerated in the blazing inferno. Both Haruto and Nana instinctively took cover behind a large nearby boulder. They relied on the boulder's weight to withstand the terrifying force. Haruto narrowed his eyes against the blinding light, cursing inwardly. A level 1 Voland couldn't possibly withstand this pressure. If the durability of a Truong longsword, Kalicia, hadn't been restored, it wouldn't be emanating such terrifying power. But he didn't have time to think any further. The barrier opened, the shield vibrating violently like a colossal chain being stretched taut. It was straining, buckling under pressure, bearing the brunt of the immense power surging from the other side. The scene before them was like an ancient book, ripped open to reveal a completely different world beyond the barrier. A dark world, as deep and vast as a bottomless abyss, so pitch black that no path could be seen. Even Taikomi, a giant of a man, appeared strangely small against this grand spectacle. But with his characteristic arrogance and conceit, he simply scoffed, muttering to himself, "To think the entrance to the hidden dungeon is a spatial projection. She must have suffered greatly. But I don't care. After 15 years, the hidden dungeon of Mount Olam has finally reappeared." Finishing his words, he roared thunderously, both a command and a rallying cry. It's time to claim the heart of the colossal Golem. Without another word, they all silently stepped into the strange space beyond the barrier. The blinding light gradually faded, swallowing the entire group into the darkness, signaling a perilous journey ahead. Haruto anxiously bit his lip. He was completely bewildered, unsure of what to do next. Should he continue to follow them or not? In his impatience, he silently cursed Saturnin. "How long are you going to make me wait?" Meanwhile, in a dark dungeon in southern Italy, a chillingly gruesome scene was unfolding. The pungent stench of fresh blood filled the air. Blood and bodies lay scattered across the cold, dark dungeon floor, creating a suffocatingly morbid atmosphere. The sole surviving soldier lay dying. Using his last bit of strength, he gritted his teeth and said, "Just kill me. Why take the lives of others?" The other man simply snapped his fingers, displaying utter indifference and cruelty in the gesture. He spoke casually, his voice as cold as if the matter were trivial. "Doing that would make me a murderer." An innocent voice, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. But if the entire squad were eliminated, it would be dismissed as a tragic accident in the dungeon. With just a simple snap of his fingers, the unfortunate soldier's life ended abruptly. The horrific scene before them left the witnesses so terrified they could only turn away, nauseated with despair. The cruel, inhumane system revealed itself once more, with the cold, emotionless words mechanically programmed. Control when a skill user dies. That skill is automatically transferred to the next eligible person on the list. In short, this is an ability that steals the lives of others to increase one's own power. And this man, he had absorbed all the power of those unfortunate soldiers. He groaned, trying to adapt to the immense power surging through him. Immediately, a bright red mark appeared on his neck, more prominent than ever before. A repulsive, chilling aura emanated from him, a disgusting, bone-chilling killing intent. His face contorted, twisting into a grotesque parody of human features. It all unfolded like a pre-programmed sequence, a cold, calculated control plus a command. Everything was predetermined, fate sealed. The unfortunate soldiers were now like obsolete, discarded goods, useless, piled up, awaiting annihilation. With a single press of Control plus X, a ruthless cut command, all selected targets vanished into nothingness as if they never existed, like a fleeting breeze. They disappeared without a trace, as if they had never been. Human life, in this very moment, became cheap, tragically fragile. A monotonous, chilling sound pierced the terrifying silence. A woman with striking blonde hair and an unusual appearance clapped incessantly, each clap like a hammer blow against the quiet. Her voice, cold and sharp, rang out. "It seems your control plus the skills have improved. Compared to the tedious task of eliminating them one by one, the scale has now expanded considerably." The man replied, his tone impassive, devoid of emotion. "The annoying part is I'm forced to eliminate the target so that the curse can finish me off. But what frustrates me even more is, no matter how many times I use the skill, it remains stagnant, showing no progress, driving me insane." The seductress approached, her voice laced with reproach. "Didn't I tell you before? If you haven't hit the target, the skill will forever remain stagnant. The only skill that can be possessed and upgraded without defeating an enemy." She paused, then emphasized its Control C. The mysterious man spoke up, his voice filled with irritation. "We've been tracking him for 15 years. but haven't even found a single hair of his. Control-C, does it really exist? He asked in despair. The blonde-haired enchantress chuckled slyly, then explained. It's a bit different in our dimensional plane, but I'm certain this world also has someone who possesses it. And control, this pressure is to seek out individuals possessing control abilities. Right, the other man composed himself, pulling up his hood, muttering. Speaking of which, what about Control-Z? The other man replied. Based on the information we've gathered, currently, within the Blood Tower Guild, there are reports of a breach in the ceiling barrier, created by the hunter, Nisira. Both of these individuals possess Control-Z abilities. They are crucial, but make sure to secure the giant golem's heart. This item allows those with cursed abilities to unleash their full potential. Understood, the other replied. The two seemed to vanish into thin air. Meanwhile, within the guild's dimensional space, Kurosaki was slowly exploring the interior. After a while, Masato began his usual irritable antics. He yelled, "What the hell is this? We rushed here just to see a frozen wasteland like this. There's not even a trace of fight. Are we going the wrong way?" he asked suspiciously. Haruto quickly replied, "They just left here." "Your intuition is impressive," another exclaimed. The other two had vanished without a trace. The rest of the group began to speculate and analyze the situation. Based on their observations within the cave, it seemed there weren't any monsters living there. There's only one path. We'll catch up to them soon. They picked up their pace. As they ran, Nanas asked Eris, "Do you have any idea where they got their information?" Eris didn't answer immediately. She hesitated for a moment, then said, "This is just my personal speculation, but I think the person behind them could be Starfield." Her expression grew serious. Nanas was stunned, as if struck by lightning. She yelled, "Starfield!" The sudden shout caused everyone to turn around in alarm, including Haruto. She asked incredulously, "The #1 international guild in the world? Why would they collude with the Blood Tower?" Eris spoke, her face etched with unease. "Perhaps it's because of my mother." Haruto, overhearing everything, suddenly understood. So, this is the source of everything. The root of the information the Blood Tower possesses. The Wailing Bridge dungeon, Kaido's disappearance, the Dragon Sword. Haruto began piecing together the events. And then he realized with a jolt of anxiety, they had meticulously planned everything. He turned to Ares urgently, thinking to himself, what is their true objective? No, maybe not. But if that's the case, Haruto felt utterly bewildered. Haruto solemnly concluded, their target isn't the morphing Olin key, but you, Ares. Masato urged, hurry. If we can capture one of the Blood Tower Guild's underlings, force him to reveal everything, we'll save a lot of time. He's also incredibly sharp. He realized if Starfield is the one backing them, then it makes sense that Kai can use Shadow Step. All that's left to do is... He gritted his teeth, muttering furiously, catch him and get the information out of him. Everyone accelerated their pursuit. Even Olam, the slowest one, yelled, wait for me, and ran as fast as he could. Masato approached, and Satoru asked curiously, I've been wondering, what have you been carrying with you? Satoru replied cheerfully, one of Haruto-senpai's subordinates gave it to me. Nana asked curiously, why would you give Satoru something so valuable? Haruto, caught off guard, stammered, huh? Well, because it's valuable, I gave it to him, so he'd have a bodyguard. Unbeknownst to the others, a bright smile bloomed on Nana's face. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared beneath him. Suddenly, the unexpected happened. Haruto was stunned, completely bewildered by the unfolding events. The surprise appeared right beneath their feet. A radiant golden formation opened up, glowing with an alluring, tempting light. But it was a deadly trap. In the blink of an eye, everyone was engulfed in the blinding golden light, except for Haruto, who reacted instantly and shouted. Nana swiftly moved ahead of Haruto, her face etched with worry, calling out her brother's name, Satanu. All four of them stepped into the magic circle, where Satanu and the others had vanished. A brilliant golden light enveloped Haruto, filling him with astonishment. In a split second, they landed in another magic circle. He bent down, touching the ground. Nana immediately stood up, calling out, Satanu. Haruto also looked around, shouting, President Shirasaki. He raised his sword defensively, glancing behind him, and asked loudly, what the hell is going on? We were right behind them, and now they've vanished without a trace. What's with that terrifying roar? Haruto jolted, instantly reacting and looking towards the source of the sound. A gigantic monster appeared right before his eyes. With ferocious eyes and razor-sharp teeth, it charged straight at Haruto. He froze, paralyzed by the monster's gaping maw. Haruto screamed in terror, his mind in complete panic. Where the hell did that thing come from? While Haruto was still stunned, Nanoha bravely charged forward, her spear held firmly in her grasp. She shouted the name of her technique, Crescent Blade, and swung her spear down in a deadly arc. The monster's head and body were instantly severed. Its massive body crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. Blood gushed forth. Haruto, still trembling, stammered, "WHY? Is there a dinosaur-like monster in Glen Snow Mountain?" Eris knelt down to examine the monster's remains, then answered him. "This place feels like we've stumbled into a completely different world." She observed everyone around her, her eyes filled with determination. "This must be a multi-dimensional dungeon." The group gasped in unison. A multi-dimensional dungeon above the steep, rocky mountains? Strange birds soared across the deep blue sky. Beneath the canopy of ancient trees, Haruto's group stood mesmerized by the majestic scenery. He blurted out, "What is this?" Nana contradicted Era. "No way. I heard that all multi-dimensional dungeons were completely destroyed in the Great Calamity 15 years ago. Era explained, "That's right, my mother sealed them all. However, it seems that for some reason, it has been opened." She continued, "The hidden dungeon of Mount Golem. This is also one of the mysterious dungeons that has been sealed for ages. The magic circles arranged inside these dungeons are the bridges that allow them to connect to countless different dimensions." Just imagine the scene. Horrific monsters summoned from those dimensions. Ares offered his conclusion. When a magic circle is activated, a dimensional gate leading to another world will open. And it's also possible that we've been transported to an incredibly dangerous dungeon. Nana seemed to suddenly understand something, stroking her chin as she said, "So that's why Hunter Nishihara established such a strong defensive barrier around this area." Ares continued, adding, "My mother also theorized that the great calamity that occurred years ago was actually the wrath of a multi-dimensional dungeon." Haruto's face was etched with worry. "If that's true, then where were Satan and Chairman Shirasaki transported to?" The girl replied, "Perhaps he was sent to another dimension." She spoke seriously to the three of them. "If we can conquer this dungeon, we will reach the heart of the giant golem. Every cloud has a silver lining." Hearing that, he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. "Then we must act now." Haruto looked up tensely. Before them were countless monsters, with dinosaur-like forms, destroying trees and advancing towards them. Mo sweated, muttering, "This doesn't look like it's going to be easy." Nana took a deep breath and got into a fighting stance. The scene shifted to the city center. Towering buildings lay in ruins, engulfed in a raging inferno. A colossal stone golem was frantically chasing someone, slaughtering civilians. They could only flee in panic. The hunters joined forces, unleashing a barrage of fatal attacks, successfully destroying the monster. But its core remained intact. The golem quickly regenerated. Someone exclaimed, "Damn it, how are we supposed to destroy the core like this?" A nearby hunter turned, yelling, "Call for a mage. We need a wide area attack spell over here urgently." The young hunter said. The mage looked over with a grim expression, replying, "Not now. Out here, we can't absorb mana as easily as in dungeons." The young man muttered, "I'm busy defending myself. I don't have time to help you." Another hunter, struggling to slash at the golem's arm, roared, "Damn it. Of all times, where's that mana potion guy disappeared to?" The bald hunter nearby was also struggling to attack the monster. "Never thought we'd have to rely on that useless thing." Suddenly, a gigantic stone golem charged from behind. It roared terrifyingly, its massive hand about to grab the bald hunter. Witnessing the scene, the mage yelled in panic, "Hey, behind you!" Suddenly, a blinding flash of a sword streaked past. Lucas appeared out of nowhere, slicing the attacking golem in half. He quickly landed on the ground. Behind him, shattered stones from the golem's body began to fall. The debris rained down like hail. The mage spoke up, "Thank you very." Before he could finish, he was surprised to see his face. A foreigner? Lucas smoothed his hair and replied with a smile, "I'm here on business, but I couldn't just stand by and watch." The bald hunter then approached, saying, "We were really cornered. Thank you for saving us." The young mage praised Lucas' fluent Japanese. Hey, not bad, even wearing a full set of seal armor. He inquired curiously, wanted to know more about the mana battery everyone was just talking about. Sounds interesting. Tell me more. The bald hunter scoffed, waving his hand dismissively as he replied. It's nothing special. He's just a mediocre hunter. His combat skills are nothing to write home about. And the only skill he possesses is the ability to regenerate mana infinitely. His role? Just a walking mana dispenser for his teammates. Lucas quickly approached. Where can I find this person? The bald man replied. I've run into him a few times before, but it's been a long time since I last saw him, so I have no idea where he is now. I just happen to remember him, that's all. Hearing that, he thought to himself, infinite mana regeneration skill. I've never heard of such a skill. Could he be? Suddenly, a voice boomed. Finally arrived. Lucas turned, his gaze drawn towards the sound. Atop a towering building, two figures materialized. It was Go and Shinoda. Makoto stared down, his eyes sharp. He silently recognized them. The Mildis Guild leader, Go, and the Great Power Guild leader, Shinoda. A glimmer of hope flickered in Lucas's heart. It seemed he was about to witness something interesting. A legion of colossal stone golems marched forward. The last golem, larger than the rest, stood on the rooftop directly behind the two men. They looked down at the golems below, their faces grim. Great Asia golems. There's no mistaking it, Makoto exclaimed. Snow Mountain golems, there's definitely been a breakout. He then turned to the person beside him, his tone suggestive. They're the perfect opponents for you, aren't they? Guild leader Takamichi, I will support you. Goat gritted his teeth, rage simmering within him. Curse Shirasaki, that damned fool stuck in that dungeon. What in the blazes is he doing down in that hellhole? With that, he lunged downward, roaring at Makoto. Go tell the chairman. My reward will be an item from the association's S-rank equipment vault. Immediately, Go activated his stone armor ability. His body was swiftly encased in a layer of rock, hard as steel. The ground trembled violently from the sheer force of his descent. Concrete shattered, dust and debris billowing into the air. Go's entire being had transformed. The hardened rock formed an impenetrable armor, enveloping his entire body. The foolish golem, unaware of its own limitations, charged straight towards Go. He scoffed. We may both be made of stone, but our power levels are worlds apart. In an instant, he attacked. The golems, one by one, crumbled into pieces. Not a single one could withstand a single blow from it. Buildings shook violently, affected by the aftershocks of the great battle between Olam and Go. On the other side of the battlefield, a hand was gathering energy. Brilliant flashes of light continuously appeared. It was Shinoda Makoto, raising his arm, casting a powerful spell. A brilliant, multicolored ring quickly formed and spun around him. Makoto thrust his hand forward. The magical energy obeyed his command, hurtling forward with terrifying speed. It whizzed past Go's head in a flash. He snorted. That old man intends to hog all the fun for himself. It seems your assistance has its limits. The colossal stone golem finally roared in fury, immediately charging towards Go. It unleashed a lightning-fast punch towards Go. Go remained unfazed, assuming a defensive stance, ready to retaliate with his own fist. A proud voice boomed. If you want to compare strength, I will surely win. Go instantly activated his enhancement power. Sharp, menacing spikes suddenly erupted from his arms. Two fists, one large and one small, collided in a flash. An earth-shattering force radiated outwards, creating continuous shockwaves. Countless cracks began to appear on the Glem's arm. The cracks quickly spread to its shoulder and throughout its body. The monster's upper body couldn't withstand the pressure, exploding into thousands of shards under Go's immense power, along with the falling debris. The Glem's shimmering, crimson core was exposed. Go quickly grasped the melting rock on the surface, revealing a cunning smile. I won't let that old man have a last laugh. With those words, he crushed the monster's core in his hand without hesitation. A notification immediately popped up. Boss monster eliminated. Dungeon clear complete. Makoto, on the other side, closed his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. The hunters near Go were jubilant and elated, morale soaring. They cheered and celebrated their victory. At that moment, the Control plus F ability card appeared. Announcement: Control plus F has been activated. The target does not possess the control skill. It turns out Lucas is the one who holds the Control plus F ability card. He thought to himself, Oh, Japan's top hunter and the guild master of milliers. He quelled the monster breakout incident in just 10 minutes. A glimmer of hope sparked within Lucas. Although he wasn't the one with control, he had gathered some useful information. Immediately, he jotted it down in his notebook. Finished, Lucas closed the notebook. Suddenly, he remembered something. Control plus Z must still be trapped in the dungeon, right? She wouldn't die there, would she? But little did he know, Arisa's Sarah, the possessor of the Control plus Z ability, was currently gravely injured. A large wound gaped on her stomach. Rewinding back to 20 minutes ago, suddenly, a horde of ferocious, growling zombies appeared, flooding the area. Their blood-red eyes glowed menacingly in the gloomy darkness. They poured out from the city gates like a terrifying tidal wave. Witnessing this scene, Takomi stood before the group and calmly said, "They're just a bunch of vampires." He drew his gleaming long sword and declared, "From this point on, we're entering a blind zone. So, all we can do is rely on luck." As soon as he finished speaking, he yelled, and unleashed a blazing red sword slash, striking straight towards the dark dungeon. This doesn't seem so difficult after all. The zombies struck by the sword energy could only let out screams before their bodies began to disintegrate. The terrifying power of the long sword spread throughout the entire horde. All were annihilated in a blink of an eye. A moment later, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing an ash-gray color that covered the entire space. The zombies lay scattered on the ground, motionless. A sudden notification flashed across the screen. The dungeon has been completely cleared, teleporting to the boss's location. The heart of the colossal golem, the final target. Hearing this, Takumi cracked a knowing smile. Everyone was ready in battle stance. In the blink of an eye, the group was teleported before a massive stone gate. Mysterious ancient symbols were etched above the gate. A voice echoed from behind a mask. "We've finally reached the lair of the hidden dungeon boss." Takumi raised his hand, clenching his fist. The metal key gleamed with a brilliant golden light. It was time to unlock the hidden power of this treasure. With those words, he decisively inserted the key into the lock on the door. The massive, heavy door slowly creaked open. The group proceeded inside one by one. The moment they stepped in, they were overwhelmed by a multitude of colossal stone statues. The eyes of the statues glowed with an eerie, mystical emerald light. One of the group members couldn't help but exclaim, "What is this? There are only stone statues in here." The masked man drew his sword, the blade scraping against the stone wall with a screech, and asked, "Did we arrive too early? The monster lord probably hasn't appeared yet." Sarah, now drenched in sweat, breathed heavily, thinking to herself, what nonsense is he talking about? From the moment she entered, she had felt an indescribable, invisible pressure weighing down on her entire body. She looked at the others and wondered, don't tell me those guys aren't even a little bit unnerved? Or are they so used to this kind of thing, being seasoned hunters? The masked man continued, his voice dripping with confidence. Of course they aren't. What's there to worry about? Our job is simply to take down that monster, and then casually collect our spoils. He was completely oblivious to the terrifying danger looming directly above. A horrifying danger descending rapidly. The words had barely left his mouth when a gigantic stone hand slammed down, crushing him into the ground. The stone floor shattered, dust billowing into the air. As the hand slowly lifted, blood dripped steadily from beneath. The masked man lay still, motionless. It was the hand of one of the stone statues. Its eyes now glowed blood red. Beneath its massive hand lay the bloody corpse of the unfortunate masked man. Witnessing the horrific scene, another masked man screamed in terror. "Oh God, that statue, is that the boss monster? What could it be the other statues too?" Immediately, the remaining statues sprang to life and quickly closed in, surrounding them on all sides. Terror washed over Sarah, her body trembling uncontrollably, hands clamped over her mouth, trying to stifle any sound. The masked man, crushed earlier, seemed to still be alive. He was gasping, struggling to cough up a clot of thick blood. Witnessing Sarah's horrified expression, Taikomi couldn't help but feel confused, wondering what kind of act she was putting on. Hadn't she witnessed death firsthand, countless times before? But then he barked at Sarah. Sarah snapped out of it, quickly regaining her composure. "Hurry, he's still breathing, heal him." The man's voice boomed, making Sarah jump in fright. Her tear-filled eyes gradually regained their calm. Sarah immediately dashed towards the dying masked man. He lay gasping, barely clinging to life. But as she retrieved the energy storage container, torrents of mana poured out from it endlessly. In Sarah's hands, the mana container was almost empty. She stared at it, astonishment filling her eyes. "Is the mana container completely drained?" she exclaimed in bewilderment. "Is the mana leaking out?" Both containers felt as if an invisible force was draining the mana from within. Utter confusion washed over her. "Impossible. What's happening?" The seal on this snow mana container, even the most skilled maid, couldn't break. "This is unbelievable. All the mana is converging in a single direction." Sweat dripping down her forehead, Sarah followed the direction of the flowing mana. Tension built within her. Where is it going? A colossal statue raised its sword high, slashing down at the chaotic crowd. One man, unable to escape, resigned himself to his fate. Another stumbled to his feet, fleeing in terror with a scream. Atakumi was in a frenzy, swinging his sword and killing. Witnessing the scene, he roared, "Don't be cowards. Fight back, no matter how big it is. It's just a mindless golem." With that, he continued to swing his sword, slashing at the front of a statue. Stone fragments exploded from the statue's abdomen. Then, Takomi yelled towards a high-ranking masked monster, "Use the mines now." The masked figure replied, his voice filled with helplessness, "I've tried, but neither stealth nor the mines can be activated." Suddenly, a dark shadow darted towards the masked figure. He felt a chill run down his spine. The stone statue's sword came crashing down, striking. Takomi stumbled backward, cursing under his breath. Damn! But when he looked to the other side, he was filled with utter terror. Another masked figure was being crushed in the grip of a colossal statue. The statue squeezed so tightly that blood sprayed everywhere. Then it threw the body down at Takomi's feet, leaving him speechless. He gritted his teeth, enraged. This is mockery. What, they were all wiped out? Not a single one left alive. Takomi stepped closer, his eyes and voice filled with frustration. "Our efficiency, this is driving me insane." He looked so small, screaming before the colossal stone statues. "Damn you stone freaks. The bigger you are, the harder you fall." Raising his sword high, Takomi roared, "Kalisha, the dragon sword, unleash your power." Suddenly, a bright red notification blared. Insufficient mana to activate sword aura. Kalisha, the dragon sword. He couldn't believe his eyes. His voice thundered with rage. "I'm over level 300. How can I be out of mana?" The statue was upon him. He could only watch helplessly and utter one word. "Damn it!" The colossal stone sword swung down with terrifying force. With lightning speed, the sword slammed into the ground, instantly creating a massive fissure, sending debris flying into the air. Unfazed by the chaos unfolding, Sarah strolled leisurely across the stone steps, following the path where mana was being drained. Finally, she arrived at her destination. Breathing a sigh of relief, Sarah realized all the mana was converging here. Before her stood a tall stone platform, upon which an object pulsed, relentlessly absorbing the surrounding mana. Curious, Sarah reached out towards the mysterious object. "What is this thing?" The moment she touched the icy box, it reacted instantly, vibrating intensely. A massive red quartz crystal materialized before her eyes, leaving Sarah astonished. "Impossible. Is this the heart of the colossal Olin? But why is it absorbing mana instead of regenerating energy?" As if sensing the intrusion, the heart pulsed violently, each beat more powerful than the last. A sense of impending danger washed over her. Sarah broke out in a cold sweat. This isn't good. Without hesitation, she immediately fled from the golem's massive, beating heart. But it was too late. A blazing, crimson beam of lethal energy shot towards Sarah. The energy beam pierced through Sarah's head, sending a spray of blood into the air. She tumbled from the high stone steps, rolling onto the ground. Blood flowed freely from Sarah's mouth. An ancient statue spotted Sarah lying motionless nearby. Its stone arm, gripping a colossal sword, rose high, poised to strike. The statue's glowing red eyes fixated on Sarah as the blade whistled down. From the shadows surrounding Sarah, tendrils of darkness suddenly erupted. Takumi appeared, intercepting the blade, just as it was about to fall on Sarah. The immense weight of the sword pressed down on Takumi, forcing a gasp and a mouthful of blood from his lips. Takumi quickly pulled out a small vial. a notification window popped up. Advanced Healing Potion, Hunters Association. Restores 80% HP upon use. Temporarily boosts users' MB and damage resistance. In emergencies, it can be applied directly to the affected area to maintain a stable condition. Takumi decides to use it on himself. Sarah is completely unconscious. Takumi kneels down and gently lifts Sarah onto his shoulder. A sudden notification pops up. The heart of the colossal Golem has been revived. The battle with the monstrous boss is about to begin. Takumi is stunned, his jaw dropping. His gaze is drawn towards the slowly closing stone door. A terrible unease rises within him. The door is closing. He must use Shadow Step to escape immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, thick black smoke billows from Takumi's feet. A black vortex appears, accompanied by a blaring red notification. Warning: insufficient mana to cast Shadow Step. Takumi yells in despair. Damn it, is my mana completely depleted? With the situation hanging by a thread, Takumi was forced to give it his all, sprinting towards the door. But just as freedom was within reach, the heavy stone door was nearly shut, leaving only a narrow gap barely wide enough for one person to squeeze through. Despair screamed within Takumi. At this rate, they would both be trapped forever. Ignoring his bleeding wounds, Takumi mustered all his strength and lifted Sarah. With the last of his remaining energy, he hurled her through the gap in the stone door. Sarah tumbled onto the ground outside, motionless. She struggled to sit up, her body trembling, weakly asking why. Takumi looked at Sarah, offering a reassuring smile. As long as you live, you can restore everything, right? The door slammed shut before Sarah's eyes. Behind Takumi, a colossal statue charged. Tears streaming down her face, Sarah screamed in despair. You idiot! I'm not a mender, unable to absorb magic power. How can I regenerate? Sarah fainted. Lost in a haze, she blamed herself. I shouldn't have come here. If I die here, what will happen to my parents? Suddenly, she felt a change within her body, a strange warmth. This is magic power. Sarah slowly opened her eyes. Before her stood Haruto, still dazed. Sarah didn't recognize the person in front of her. She only saw a blurry figure. Who is this? Seeing her awake, Haruto quickly asked, Are you alright? Sarah looked at him, thinking to herself, this person, isn't he the one who shared magic power with the hunter Nan? Haruto was focused on healing Sarah's wounds. She felt a surge of magic power coursing through her body. If I had this much magic power, Haruto continued to diligently transfer magic power to her. He said, if you have enough magic power, you'll be able to regenerate your body, right? You should be able to regenerate, right? She silently wondered how he knew about her special ability. Suddenly, a voice boomed, filled with anger. Are you kidding me? We chased it all the way here. And now you're saying we can't open the door? Eris calmly approached the door, reassuring everyone. As long as there's a hunter fighting inside, those outside have no way to open it. We could use a key to force it open. But I'm sure everyone remembers. There's only one key. Misato, the guild master of future, exclaimed angrily, cursing under his breath. This is just our luck. We should have taken out that resurrected Golem first. Speaking of which, he looked down at Sarah, who had now regained consciousness. Let me ask you something. Who is this girl? She seems... Eris said he was severely injured, but thanks to Hunter Haruto's mana, he made a full recovery. When we get back, we need to investigate this further. I restrained her using some of the hunter's equipment. Hearing this, Misato was still furious, even more enraged. He said that was in case we were able to escape. If we don't complete the mission in this dungeon, we'll be trapped here forever. Eris didn't want to anger Misato further, but still had to deliver the harsh truth that it was highly likely. Misato was now so angry, he didn't even bother cursing, just stood in a corner muttering, so, this is why so many people go missing in this dungeon. Haruto, witnessing this scene, felt helpless. Hearing those words, he worriedly pondered. What should I do now? Should I show them? The key I created with my skill. Current inventory. Fort, Giant Spider, Silk, X11. Kalish's Longsword, for King Bear Claws, plus 15. 11 Transformation Golem Cores, 2 Heart Keys. I guess I could say I found them somewhere, right? He then retrieved the key from his inventory. Ares approached the door, reaching out to touch it, sensing that this was the door his mother had sealed. There had to be something hidden inside. Suddenly, the door emitted a mysterious green light. Strange symbols appeared on its surface. Similar markings also materialized on Ares' cloak. Everyone was astonished by this spectacle. Haruto rushed over to Era. asking Era how to open the door. Her cloak also glowed with luminous patterns, identical to those on the door. Era gently lifted her cloak and said, "This cloak belonged to my mother. Perhaps it was created to resonate with this door." Hearing this, Haruto was secretly overjoyed. Era was the key to unlocking this mysterious dungeon. In a moment, we must carefully explore this strange, extra-dimensional dungeon, right? Masato, arriving later, couldn't follow the conversation. He spoke up. "It looks like an automatic door." Suddenly, a mysterious energy emanated, making everyone uneasy. Even Gyurem of the Snow Mountains, their companion, sensed this anomaly. Good heavens, what is this oppressive pressure in this room? Nana stepped forward, warning everyone. Everyone immediately assume a defensive stance. Something inside is draining our mana. Haruto turned to Sarah, who was standing nearby, and asked, "Sarah, is this what you were talking about?" With a worried expression, she replied, "Yes. The heart of the giant Golem. It absorbs the magical energy of everything around and uses that mana to regenerate itself." Haruto's face was etched with surprise. "It absorbs mana. What am I supposed to do now?" he wondered aloud. Lost in thought, Sarung suddenly grabbed his hand, her voice urgent. "We have to get out of here now. Even the most experienced hunter without mana is..." Haruto's attention was suddenly drawn to something alarming. Right before his eyes was a pack of enormous, ferocious beasts. "What in the world are those things?" Haruto exclaimed in shock. Before he could collect himself, Nana approached Haruto and spoke. "Hunter Sano, could I have some of your mana?" Haruto opened his inventory, a gleam in his eye. All right. He clenched his fist, determination in his voice. "Let me show you the power of a walking mana battery." His system began to activate. Control plus C, copying user's mana. Control plus V, pasting copied mana, multiplying by N. Control plus V, paste limit. The surrounding space suddenly overflowed with mana. Witnessing the scene before her, Sarah's jaw dropped in astonishment. What is this? The entire dungeon is covered in magic power, and it's being absorbed at such an incredible rate. She then turned her astonished gaze towards Haruto. "This person, Hunter Sano, if I combine my power with his, then I could help my parents return to normal." Nana charged towards the horde of monsters, shouting, "We got plenty of magic power, more than enough to take down these stone golems." With a single swing of her enchanted blade, she cleaved a stone golem in two. Masato summoned his power, confidently declared, "As long as we have enough magic power, you're all just useless rocks." He unleashed a powerful thunder spear strike. Instantly, the ground around the stone golems completely crumbled. Masato grinned. "A whole bunch? Awesome. Perfect. Confined in this dark dungeon, I've been driven to the brink of madness. Now face my wrath, you stone fools." Masato's power is terrifying. Its force encompasses a vast area within this dungeon. Stone statues are being shattered one after another. A voice cries out, "There he is." Sarah turns towards the sound. She sees a gravely wounded man leaning against a corner. He's still barely breathing. He has a stomach wound and is missing an arm. Observing from afar, Sarah thinks, "If I use my skill now..." Suddenly, she notices something unusual. The Truong longsword Kalisha. Haruto has approached the injured man. He observes him silently for a moment. Then, Haruto picks up the Truong longsword, examining it closely. "I've finally found it. As expected, its durability has been fully restored. This girl definitely possesses a cursed skill. I will copy that skill." After a moment of thought, Haruto glanced at Sarah, startling her. "But let's try this first." He gently tapped Sarah's head as he finished speaking. Takumi Control plus C. Copying target's skill, True Shadow Clone. Unable to copy. Target's level exceeds user's level. Haruto thought to himself, just as he expected, even with the added level from the Truong longsword, I'm still not strong enough. Target is exhibiting extreme hostility towards you. In this situation, you have two options to acquire the skill. Option 1, eliminate the target and absorb the skill. Option 2, forcefully absorb the skill. Can only be executed when the target's HP drops below 15%. This option will render the target unable to use the skill. Haruto was surprised. If the target considers me an enemy, then I can steal their skill just by defeating them? Hold on, something doesn't seem right. No matter how you look at it, he's got less than 15% of his health left, so I can absorb him without having to kill him. Forced absorption? What do you mean? It's purely for defensive purposes. I'll be using this move more often in the future. Masato approached Sarah and asked, "You're a healer, right? Heal him." but only enough to keep him alive. Sarah activated her healing ability on Takumi. Masato said, standing still, "We have a lot of questions for him, so it will be troublesome if he escapes." Sarah glanced back at Haruto. He nodded, signaling her to continue healing. Sarah then began the healing process. Takumi's arm regenerated instantly. Haruto thought to himself in surprise. His severed arm regenerated instantly. That's an incredible healing ability. Thanks to his unique body replication ability, Takumi finally started to regain consciousness. Sarah asked, puzzled, "What are you smiling about?" Takumi looked up at her and replied, "We're both still alive and kicking." Sarah was taken aback by Takumi's attitude. "How can you still say that? It doesn't matter anymore. Just forget it." Nana quickly handcuffed Takumi. She warned, "You better not try anything fun. Your life isn't in my hands. It's in Chairman Shirasaki's." Takumi paid no attention to Nana's words, maintaining his arrogant and sarcastic demeanor. "If we make it out of here alive, that's just what we're supposed to do." He looked around and said, "The game in this dungeon has just begun." As soon as he finished speaking, Takumi tried to run. Nana immediately swung her sword. Just then, Satoru suddenly appeared, shouting, "Sister!" He was pursued by a beam of light emanating from the stone on the gate. The Snow Mountain Goliath suddenly appeared, blocking the blinding light, protecting Satu. 30 minutes earlier, at the multi-dimensional Frost Dungeon. At this moment, Masato used Mystic Thunder to attack the stone statues in the dungeon. Under the power of Mystic Thunder, the stone statues crumbled, fragments scattering across the ground. The Snow Mountain Goliath, accompanying Masato, ran towards the debris with excitement. Sato asked in surprise, "Do you want to eat the mana stone?" Masato turned back, smiling, "You can have them all. These stones aren't worth much." Hearing that, the Snow Mountain Goliath immediately rushed in, picking up each mana stone and swallowing it whole. Instantly, its body began to transform. Snow Mountain Goliath, rank 2 Golem, 25%, with the potential to evolve to rank 10. Shape-shifting ability, rank 2. Empathy with user, rank 2. Sata looked pleased, patted Goliath's head, and said, "Oh, his subordinate just leveled up." When he touched the snow golem, stone from its body suddenly transferred and encased Satu. He exclaimed in surprise, "Subordinate? What the heck is going on?" Back in the present, Satu's body was being protected from all attacks by the snow golem. Haruto witnessed the scene, his eyes wide with astonishment. Did that kid just fuse the golem with Satu? He leveled up in that short amount of time? Masato thought to himself, no matter how you look at it, this looks exactly like Guild Master Milda's stone armor skill. So the golem core transforms. To level up this way, I'll have to research this more thoroughly when I get back. Masato created a protective barrier, shielding himself from the dungeon's attacks. Suddenly, a powerful attack came out of nowhere, grazing his shoulder. The blow made Masato wince. Eris was also on the defensive, warning Masato, "Guildmaster Future, be careful. These attacks are made of pure mana, with incredibly high density and sharp rays of light. They can't be blocked by ordinary magic shields." Nana stepped forward, instructing everyone, on the contrary, because of that characteristic, the best way to counter them is to use physical attacks to retaliate. Then, follow up with a critical hit. Surprisingly, that tactic actually stopped the attack. Haruto glanced at Satu, thinking to himself, just like Hunter Nana said, because the mana is so dense, we can use regular swords and shields to block the attacks. As for Satu, he was worried about the golem protecting him. "My little minion, are you alright?" That's why Satu's subordinate managed to block the attack. But Haruto still felt uneasy, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Just staying on the defensive like this, we won't be able to make any progress. I can generate infinite mana, so that giant golem's core will keep launching attacks. We need to get close enough to destroy it. Otherwise, we're all going to die. I have to come up with something. That's right, shadow movement. That Blood Tower Guild guy used this technique. Even trapped in a thick layer of spiderwebs, he was able to escape. Thinking that, Haruto activated Control Plus and used King's giant spiderweb to conceal his action. Now I can use my skill without anyone noticing. Control plus C, use King's giant spiderweb, activate shadow movement. Haruto vanished without a trace. Mo witnessed his sudden disappearance, her face etched with astonishment. She wondered, where did he go? Just then, Haruto was heading towards the source of the energy burst. As he got closer, the energy intensified, causing him to pause. Haruto finally arrived and touched the mysterious energy source. Let's see, analyzing Kezia's resonant frequency. He muttered, "This energy level is definitely enough to destroy this thing." Suddenly, he felt an immense pressure bearing down on him. In an instant, Haruto was thrown back. Haruto was injured, but not fatally. He suddenly understood the true purpose of this energy source. The enemy was gathering mana to create a devastating explosion. Refusing to back down, Haruto continued to charge forward. "Who do you think I am? You inanimate object?" he challenged. "The mana you absorbed was granted by me. Understand?" Haruto used control in conjunction with the summoning skill, King's Giant Spider Web. Giant spider webs appeared, enveloping the entire energy column, causing it to cease all activity around it. Masato, witnessing Haruto's actions, was equally astonished. The relentless pulsating from the colossal Golem's heart made Nana's exclaim. He stopped it. Both Mo and Ares couldn't hide their astonishment. Sakura cheered excitedly. "Haruto-senpai, I thought everything was alright, but I didn't expect that energy to escape the web." Haruto shouted. Not enough. He continued to use his control plus V ability, deploying a massive web, attempting to confine it once more. Haruto thought to himself, "If I could just touch it one more time," and his efforts were rewarded. Finally got it. Control plus V, using Kezia's resonant frequency technique to destroy the target. Haruto touched deep within its energy core, causing it to slowly crack. System announcement. Level up. Its heart finally shattered completely. Haruto stood nearby, forced to shield his eyes from the blinding light of the explosion. A message appeared on Haruto's screen. "You have destroyed the heart of the giant Olam. The dungeon has been cleared." He smiled with satisfaction and sat down. Haruto thought to himself, just as I predicted, followed by level up notifications, constantly popping up, leaving Haruto stunned. "Awesome. You leveled up again. You have received an item. Reward. Haruto, take this heart." It was the heart of the giant Olam, granting a skill that can regenerate mana infinite. The second skill can absorb mana up to a certain limit. This is a fixed item. Haruto held it in his hand, his expression indifferent and skeptical. "Infinite mana? Regeneration? I don't really need this skill, but I'll copy it just to be safe. Control plus C has been upgraded. Now, this skill will automatically copy any item that can be copied." Hearing this, he seemed intrigued. "Oh, automatic copying? That's amazing." Satoru then ran to Haruto, overwhelmed with emotion and wanting to hug him tight. As expected of Haruto-senpai, "You're the best, senpai." Haruto stopped him, saying, "Don't hug me. You'll break my back." Just then, a voice called out, "Hunter-sana." Masato approached Haruto and said, "It seems that somehow you managed to obtain the giant Golem's heart. Well done." He just sighed and told him, "Lose this somehow, will you?" Nana also spoke up, correcting Masato. "If you want to compliment someone, at least do it properly. What kind of man are you, being so petty?" Hearing that, Masato became flustered, embarrassed, and unsure how to respond. He just mumbled and reluctantly brushed it off. Masato then spoke to Haruto in a serious tone. "Hunter Sano, I want to have a serious discussion with you." After we returned, Haruto guessed his intentions and walked away. As he walked, he said, "If you want the giant Golem's heart, I'll make you pay a high price." Masato, seeing that his intentions were guessed, asked in surprise, "Huh? You're really going to sell it to me?" Nana stepped forward to advise Haruto, "Hunter Sana, for something this important, you should wait until we get back and discuss it thoroughly with the guild before deciding." Seeing his good deal about to fall apart, Masato angrily shouted at Nana, "Hunter Nana, how dare you? She's trying to worm her way into our perfect relationship again." "Oh really? Don't cause any trouble. Nana is not someone to be trifled with. This kind of shady deal. How can I possibly ignore it?" Masato, hearing this, flew into a rage. "What do you mean, shady deal?" Haruto, ignoring their argument, turned and walked away. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hunter Sano, please wait." Everyone had gathered around. Haruto drew his spirit sword and said, "This is your mother's heirloom, Era. I'm sorry for the delay in returning it." Era looked at the sword, then replied, "It's okay. Thank you for keeping your promise." Mo then asked Haruto, By the way, the move you just used, it resembled the Blood Tower Guild Master's technique. Haruto looked slightly flustered. Masato said, "Oh yeah, that reminds me. He teleported such a long distance in the blink of an eye." Haruto stammered, tried to evade the question. That's a skill of the giant king spider. It evolved, so I can move at extreme speeds by shooting webs. Emo still felt a lingering doubt. Nani interrupted everyone's speculation. It's rude to pry into other people's skills. Let's go back. We need to quickly investigate these two as well. Takumi and Sarah also had to return to continue their investigation. Takumi, taking advantage of a moment when no one was paying attention, whispered to Sarah, "Sarah, you still owe me for saving your life. Reset the dungeon now." Sarah was surprised by his request. She gritted her teeth and angrily snapped, "Are you crazy?" But this is the last time, Takumi. Takumi looked at Sarah with a sinister gaze. "Did you find a suitable mana container? But if you suddenly forget our agreement, then we'll be in serious trouble. Eternal suppression will never tolerate betrayal among comrades. The Adamus Oath. As long as you still bear it, you'll never escape me. Remember this. Your parents' lives are also in my hands." Hearing this, Sarah burst into tears. She raised her hand, looked at Takumi, and continued, "Recreate it for me immediately. I risked my life to save you. Now you must repay me. There's more than enough mana here to do it." At that moment, Haruto saw the action. Sarah's sudden action shocked everyone. Could it be? Sarah placed her hand on the cold ground. Sensing impending doom, Haruto yelled a warning to everyone around. Everyone scrambled to escape the dark dungeon. It's about to reset. The heiress was unexpectedly reset. If so, who knows which dimension will be transported to? Haruto angrily spat out a curse. Damn it. He rushed towards Sarah, trying to stop her, and demanded, "Why did you suddenly do this?" Haruto reached her in a flash, embracing Sarah tightly, desperate to prevent the impending catastrophe. But it was too late. Nothing could be salvaged. The earth and rocks merged with a terrifying energy, causing everything to crumble relentlessly. Immediately after, blinding, almost ethereal streams of light appeared. They appeared continuously, growing in number. Amidst the terrifying storm, everyone was swept into its furious vortex, unable to resist. Yet by some miracle, in that very moment of life and death, they conjured protective shields around themselves. Only then, as space began to crack and split apart, could they preserve their lives against the imminent danger. Within the protective embrace of their shields, they resembled formless entities adrift in the tumultuous, stormy sky. Finally, they escaped the chaotic space, ready to restore order from the wreckage. Satoru saw that he was still trapped in the chaos, and couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. He yelled out for his senior, Haruto. Nanae couldn't hide her astonishment either. She narrowed her eyes and asked, "Is this the space above Tokyo? What has happened?" Hearing that, Eri stammered, "I don't know either. There are more important things to do right now." But before she could finish, Nanae's voice called out from behind, "Makoto," seeing his daughter amidst the chaos. He frowned and asked, "What are you doing here?" The unexpected question caused Nanae to stammer. Dad, Chairman Shinoda." His appearance also surprised Masato. "Chairman Shinoda? What are you doing here?" Makoto calmly replied, "I should be asking you that question. Did everyone conquer the dungeon safely?" A look of surprise flashed across his face, and he wondered, but is this everyone? What about the others? Hearing this, his expression suddenly darkened. He gritted his teeth, his face a mask of confusion as he struggled to explain. Nana gazed worriedly towards the distant expanse, lost in thought before uttering, "Hunter, Sano." Meanwhile, in the dark dungeon, Takumi suddenly asked coldly, "What's going on here? Why hasn't the dungeon been reset yet?" Looking at Haruto collapsed on the ground, she had to make up an excuse. "He pushed me, and the reset process was interrupted." Hearing this, he didn't rush to blame her, but just replied with a sinister smile, "Well, good. At least those bugs have been kicked out of here. It seems the barrier has been reactivated." Then, he stepped closer to Haruto, declaring with a wicked grin, "Once I have the heart of that giant golem, everything will fall into place." Haruto couldn't contain his rage, shouting, "Shut up!" Immediately after, he swiftly executed the skill, Giant Spider King's Web. But the system unexpectedly issued an error. Control+C and Control+V unsuccessful. Unable to locate target object. Haruto felt a wave of dizziness wash over him upon hearing this notification, his eyes widening in astonishment. He muttered to himself, unable to locate. What's going on? Sarah's eyes welled up with tears, as if trying to deny the harsh reality. Impossible. This can't be happening. Does this mean the reset target wasn't the dungeon, but me? Haruto couldn't bring himself to believe what he was hearing. He casually thought, she must be joking. My memories are the same. Nothing's changed. Despite Sarah's confirmation, Haruto wanted to verify it himself. He opened his status screen. Instantly, his personal information was displayed. Haruto Sano, level 1, HP, 15/15, MP, 20/20. Job level 1, skill level 1. Basic defense, level 15. Haruto couldn't believe his eyes. He was speechless, lost in a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts. Level 1. This meant he was back to square one, just like when he first awakened. What about my skills? He wondered. It didn't stop there. The system kept displaying the message, Control plus C level 1, followed by Control plus V level 1. An unknown item is available. A strange notification popped up. These bizarre occurrences filled him with despair. What could possibly be worse? Haruto thought to himself. His skills have been reset to their initial state before being upgraded. Immediately after, another notification appeared. An unknown item is available. The cryptic message repeated. Haruto became even more confused and disoriented. What's this? He wondered. But at that very moment, a splash of crimson blood suddenly splattered across him. Takomi had taken advantage of Haruto's distraction, his spirit drowning in weariness, to launch a surprise attack. The blow sent Haruto crumbling to the ground in pain. Seeing Haruto weakening, he grew even more ecstatic, letting out a triumphant laugh. Look at your bewildered and frightened face. The tables have turned, clear as day. Now, kneel before me and beg for mercy. With the situation hanging by a thread, Haruto tried to compose himself, telling himself to stay calm. That cursed skill hasn't disappeared yet. The mysterious object in my inventory. If it were me before I got hit with that skill, it would be best to feign weakness and deceive him. But then, something unexpected happened beyond his calculations. The sharp clang of two swords colliding rang out piercingly loud. The person Haruto thought had left suddenly appeared, blocking a fatal blow just in time. Witnessing this person's arrival, Takomi became even more enraged, sneering. Hey, you're that bottom-rank hunter. The International Hunters Association's reject, aren't you? Still here. Haruto was overwhelmed with horror and fear. He shouted at Mo, demanding to know why he did that. But Mo's face was filled with unwavering determination, as if he was summoning all his strength to protect him. Mo desperately pleaded with the hunter, Sano, to leave immediately. Leave him to me. You need to escape now. For someone as loyal and righteous as Haruto, he couldn't just turn his back and refuse. I can't leave you. This touching and noble display of brotherhood made the hunter smirk. He laughed, mocking their naivete. At Mo's words, Takomi felt a sudden sting of disrespect. Are you looking down on me? He asked sarcastically, with such a clear difference in our levels. Then he directly exerted his pressure on Mo, his voice dropping to a menacingly low tone. You, someone who isn't even qualified to fight me. What should we do? However, even though he didn't want to admit it, his power was truly terrifying. That strength was completely overwhelming for Mo, and even his sword snapped in half. Mo took a fatal blow, suddenly becoming helpless and weak. He sent Mo flying, giving him no chance to retaliate. But Takumi had no intention of stopping. He continued to charge with murderous intent, growling. Very well. Anyway, I've been planning to do this for a long time. Expel you all from the International Hunters Association. Mo's face was filled with panic and despair. He thought to himself, it's too fast. I can't dodge it. If he were to be hit by this attack, he would surely die. But Haruto, disregarding the danger, jumped in front of Mo to take the hit. Faced with that deadly blow, he collapsed in a pool of his own blood. Machi looked at him, speechless. Why is Haruto still here? Machi asked with difficulty. He's my prey. I don't need your help. Get out of here. Haruto retorted sharply, but Takumi swung his sword again, his voice dripping with murderous intent. You talk too much. Witnessing the horrific scene, he fell to his knees in terror. Son Goku was slain by Takumi right before his eyes. The brutality left Goku's body mutilated. Sarah, terrified, covered her eyes with her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. Finally, Takumi achieved his goal. He clutched the heart in his hand, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Just as I thought. Once he's killed, all the items he possessed will return to their original location. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes. He turned to Sarah with excitement. Sarah, I'm the only one you can rely on now, aren't I? Seeing Sarah tremble in fear as she looked at him, he sneered, don't give me that look. He's been driven to this desperate situation. All thanks to your reset skill. A gift from you. I'm sure he'll be thanking me in his next life. Thank you for bringing me back. I've lost everything anyway. As he finished speaking, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, followed by a fatal blow. Yes, thank you for killing me. Takomi clutched his wrist in excruciating pain and terror. Before he could understand what was happening, the searing pain in his wrist brought him to his knees. He dropped his sword, clutching his wrist, screaming in agony. From the light, Haruto calmly stepped out with a cold smirk. I was worried you'd actually forgive him. Sarah burst into tears, unable to speak, was utterly astonished by his unexpected action, even forgetting to cry. Momo's eyes widened in horror, her jaw dropping, as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight, unable to believe her eyes. Takomi, panicked and terrified, turned to him in shock, demanding, "What in the world is going on? I just killed you with my own hands." He then quickly raised his sword, confusion and bewilderment filling his mind. What kind of demonic skill is this? Ignoring his advantage, he charged towards Haruto like a madman, roaring in a frenzy. Bastard! What in the hell are you? But Haruto was a step faster, instantly activating Control plus V, using the skill Giant Spider Web of the King. Even now, Takomi still maintained his arrogant attitude, shouting haughtily, "You fool! Have you forgotten? It's just a teleportation illusion." But the 100,000 didn't anticipate this. Spatial displacement magic. The skill has been shifted, rendering it completely useless. Takumi's face paled upon hearing these words. He frantically yelled, "What the hell is this? Sarah, reset the dungeon immediately. It can't be like last time." Sarah firmly refused his demand. She didn't want Takumi to be bound by those terrifying spiderwebs again. She continued to scold him. "You bastard. Have you forgotten the Adamus agreement? If you don't want to die, do as I say." Tears welled up in her eyes once more, but she helplessly obeyed his command. Haruto's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought to himself, I've been wondering why she listens to this guy. Then he focused his observation even more intently. He finally understood that the bracelet was the cause of everything. Haruto didn't say a word, immediately accelerating straight towards the girl. Sarah was stunned to see him suddenly appear before her. She was so shocked she couldn't speak. Without hesitation, Haruto immediately grabbed the bracelet on her wrist, stopping the flow of dark energy. Not only that, but he also used his resonance control skill, combining it with reading Quizia's resonance frequency. In the blink of an eye, the bracelet shattered into pieces. Sarah's tears flowed uncontrollably, her eyes becoming hazy and vacant. Takomi, his plan foiled, roared in fury like a wild beast. "Stop! You bastard! I'll kill you!" Shadow displacement. He screamed in frustration, cursing incessantly. "Damn it! Why can't I use my skill?" In contrast to Takomi's panic, Haruto calmly replied, "As you can see," then tightened his grip on his sword, menacingly. "Because the skill you possess now belongs to me." And then, nothing more. Haruto didn't hesitate to send him to his final resting place. Finally, he met the end he deserved for the crimes he committed. The wicked Takomi also paid the price for his brutal actions. For what he had done, Haruto became even more cold and ruthless, walking step by step towards Kirilam's heart. He slowly held it in his hand, his heart filled with hatred. Because of this caused a breakout. Sarah instinctively followed his gaze, forgetting to even cry as she heard his questioning words. "How many lives have you taken?" Hearing these words, Mo froze, stunned and unsure what to do. Suddenly, Haruto once again used Control plus C, carefully reading Kuzia's resonant frequency. Then he coldly questioned, "This fool doesn't deserve this treasure." Then he crushed it right in front of everyone. At that moment, the system announced, "You have destroyed the hidden dungeon's reward item." But then, it unexpectedly congratulated him on receiving a unique item. Haruto looked at the diamond in his hand with astonishment. Just then, the system displayed a new message. "The hidden dungeon of Golem Snow Mountain has been cleared." The large door slowly opened. Those outside immediately peered inside, assessing the situation. "Oh, the door's open. So someone conquered the dungeon." They walked through the door one by one, spreading out as if searching for something. "Is anyone there?" A hunter quickly spotted Haruto and called out, "Hunter Sano." Hearing his name, Haruto turned to look at the person who called him. The hunter approached, inquiring after him. "Guild Master Shirasaki and Hunter Nana aren't here with you?" Haruto responded to the worried question. "During the intense battle, we were separated. But don't worry too much. I'm sure they're together and safe." Hearing that, those around them immediately showed surprise. "So that means Hunter Sano, you conquered the entire dungeon alone?" As soon as the words left his mouth, they all looked to the side. There, a man with his body completely bandaged lay motionless on the cold ground. The surrounding hunters sat scattered, carefully checking the man's condition. Haruto smiled gently at everyone and then spoke. "Now that I've completed the dungeon clearing mission, let's go home." The next day, at the Japanese Hunter Association, Masato and Harry sat in silence, their faces tense. Everyone in the meeting room was engaged in a lively discussion. Nana was also present at this important meeting. She closed her eyes, maintaining her composure amidst the tense atmosphere. Chairman Shinoda Makoto stroked his chin, a contemplative look on his face. Once a dungeon of this type is completely destroyed, other dimensions will be affected as well. Chairman Go, who had remained silent, suddenly sighed and spoke. "That's why that breakout happened." Tokyo also offered his opinion. "Our top priority right now is the seal set by Hunter Nishihara has been broken, a dimensional dungeon, and it bears the mark of the great catastrophe from 15 years ago." The man beside Nana, after hearing this, suddenly showed his discontent and spoke up. "Chairman, isn't making an announcement now a bit too hasty?" The person next to him agreed. "That's right. It's just a dungeon collapse after all." Another person, seemingly disagreeing with them, spoke mockingly. "You said the same thing last time." The provoked man angrily retorted. "What did you say? How dare you?" Nana, tired of listening, sighed. Then, in frustration, she slammed her hand on the table. Her words hung in the air, silencing the entire room. She spoke. "I apologize, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. We need to consult with the experts at the Blood Tower Guild as soon as possible. The multidimensional dungeon issue isn't something we can resolve overnight." Hearing this, Go slammed his fist on the table, glaring furiously. "You're incredibly arrogant. Do you intend to hog all the work while we sit here, twiddling our thumbs? We're busy dealing with the prison break as well." Sensing the rising tension, Masato interjected, calmly mediating, "Everyone, please calm down. This has already happened. No one could have foreseen it. I also heard that." Chairman Takichi and Shinoda worked tirelessly to handle the incident. Upon hearing this, Go turned and strode towards Haruto, his gaze fixed intently on him. He leaned in, his voice dripping with provocation. "You're the hero of the dungeon purge, aren't you? If you're truly as skilled as the rumors say, it's hard to believe. I've never heard of you. So who are you really?" Haruto thought the old man would say something profound. He breathed a sigh of relief, replying casually, "I'm just an ordinary hunter." Gao saw Haruto's indifferent attitude and felt looked down upon. "Do you know who I am?" and still remained so calm. Haruto pulled out a chair, stood up, and challenged. "What do you want to do about it?" Seeing a kid dare to stand up and confront him face to face, the old man seemed a bit surprised. Haruto calmly said, "Not only did we clear the dungeon with the lowest possible casualties, but we also discovered an extremely dangerous multidimensional dungeon. I thought such an achievement deserved a reward. But instead, we're being criticized so unreasonably." This is Milda's guild master, Takichi. Veins bulged on Gao's forehead, rage simmering within him. He raised his hand, encased in stone armor, in a threatening manner. "Your words are quite amusing. Knowing my status, you still dare to display such arrogance." Masato, sensing the situation spiraling out of control, jumped from his seat. Those around, upon seeing Gao's armored hand, recoiled in fear. "Hey, are you planning to use stone armor here?" Gao, now disregarding everyone, blatantly flaunted his power. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. "Chairman Takichi." Gao glanced towards the speaker. Togo stood with his arms crossed, his gaze fixed intensely on Gao. "If you continue acting recklessly like this, then for this mission, there will be no reward." Upon hearing there would be no reward, Gao immediately withdrew his power. His expression returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. He then stormed out of the room, fuming, in front of everyone present. He even grumbled in discontent. I'm only here for the reward." Haruto had just overheard some interesting information. He wondered, stone armor? I wonder if I can replicate that skill. At the Hunters Association office, The chairman and his group were being summoned for questioning. Takuo cheerfully started a conversation with the hunter, Sano. Hey, which organization are you from? Haruto scratched his head honestly and replied, I used to be a member of the Great Power Guild, but due to some personal reasons, I recently left. Nana seemed a bit surprised. He was in the Great Power Guild? Takuo's face lit up with excitement. He praised, a solo hunter? It's tough to level up without guild support. And yet you conquered such a high-level hidden dungeon. That's incredible. On behalf of the entire association, I would like to express my deepest gratitude for your dedication. Haruto, suddenly praised like this, felt a little embarrassed. Thank you, sir. He thought to himself. The chairman must know about my awakening. Chairman Takuo continued. I would also like to thank the 2 members of the International Hunters Association. Do you have any future plans? Ares cheerfully replied. Well, currently, we are preparing to return to the organization to report. Before she could finish, Shimo spoke up. I think I'll stay here for a while. He then looked towards the chairman, and I will be leaving the International Hunters Association. That evening, at Haruto's house, while Ares and Satoru were playing, Nana, Emo, and Masato were sitting on the same sofa. The air suddenly became awkward and tense. Haruto watched helplessly as the group barged into his house. Hey, this is my house. What are you all doing here so late at night? Emo replied indifferently. I've withdrawn from the International Hunters Association, and now I have nowhere else to go. I hope you'll take me in. Eris remained impassive, clearly dissatisfied with Mo's decision. Why did you suddenly decide to do that? He sighed and shook his head. Eris, I'm sorry, but I can't tell you right now. Satoru hugged the golem, grinning. As for you and this little guy, of course you have to stay with Senior Haruto. The golem squeezed tightly squeaked. Nana coughed a few times, then explained, I'm here to relay Sarah's request. She glanced at him. Don't lump me in with them. Haruto suddenly remembered something and asked, oh right, speaking of which, where are they now? Nana calmly recounted. Since Sarah refused to use her healing ability on Kurosaki, he's currently being treated at the hospital. Once Kurosaki wakes up and regains consciousness, he'll be transferred to a detention center for interrogation. As for Sarah, she's still being held in the association's interrogation room. Until now, she's remained silent, refusing to answer any questions, and has only one request, to see you, Hunter Sano. Haruto fell silent for a long moment, lost in thought. Seeing Haruto's reaction, Nana became even more certain of her suspicions. As I suspected, he is involved with them. Nana thought to herself, then suddenly remembered something. Moreover, Sarah is a member of a popular girl group. Hearing this, Satoru curiously looked up, his face full of interest. No wonder she looks so familiar. Haruto pondered for a long moment before speaking. I think she may have been coerced, forced to sign an agreement and have her abilities exploited. I destroyed the contract bracelet she was wearing. Also, she definitely has nothing to do with Kurosaki. I'll go to the association to see her later. Finishing his words, he turned to look at the only person who remained silent this whole time. By the way, may I ask President Shirasaki, why are you here? Hearing his name, Masato broke out in a cold sweat and fell silent. He paused, trying to appear serious. There's only one reason for me to be in this cramped room. Mo, sitting beside him, looked at him suspiciously. Is it because of the giant Cinderella's heart? If that's true, then Hunter Sano already destroyed it in the dungeon. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was so shocked that they jumped up and stared at him. Huh? Masato, furious, lunged forward, grabbed it by the collar, and yelled, Are you crazy? You dared to destroy that ultra-rare item. Haruto, sweating profusely, fearfully tried to explain, Wait, hold on. Then he pulled out a red crystal heart, placing it in front of Masato. Upon seeing this, Masato's eyes immediately lit up. Oh, Haruto scratched his head, flustered, and explained. The one I destroyed in the dungeon was just a fake. He thought to himself, I destroyed a copy I made, so it counts as a fake, right? This time, everyone was stunned, shocked beyond belief. The one in the dungeon was a fake? No way. If that's so, how can it count as clearing the dungeon? Doesn't that mean, what's going on? Just like you thought, he really... Masato abruptly stood up, switching to negotiation mode. 5 billion. You said you'd sell it to me, right? 5 billion deal. Haruto jumped, astonished. 5 billion? Nana calmly explained to the hunter, Sano. Don't be so shocked. This item is worth much more than 5 billion. At least, the guild would pay you 8 billion. Satoru suddenly slung an arm around Haruto. Look at this phone, Senior Haruto. Look at this. In auctions, rare items like this start at 10 billion. Watching them whisper excitedly, Nana and Masato both looked exasperated. Don't be so crass. Masato gritted his teeth, angrily thinking, why did I even bother coming all this way? He promised to prioritize dealing with me. Seeing Haruto remain silent, he lost his patience and offered an exorbitant price, an unbelievable amount. 20 billion. Haruto jumped for the second time. 20 billion. Masato nearly lost his mind. He roared, still not enough? Make me an offer. After everything was settled, when he was alone in the living room, Haruto sank into the sofa, a delighted smile spreading across his face. I can't believe he actually paid 20 billion for it. A wicked thought suddenly flashed through his mind. So what if I take the god's heart that the giant Golem copied and duplicate it and then secretly sell it at foreign auctions? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Haruto quickly grabbed his phone and started searching. He imagined the future and couldn't help but shout, I'm going to be rich. Haruto rolled around on his bed in delight, a look of pure joy on his face. Yes, after that battle, I finally reached level 300. Suddenly, he remembered the diamond he had just acquired. Haruto immediately jumped out of bed. All right, I was so busy thinking about money that I almost forgot about this treasure. He held the glittering diamond in his hand, focusing on the information displayed by the system. The information indicated that the item was currently sealed, and the way to break the seal was to infuse the item with mana. Upon reading this, a confident smile spread across Haruto's face. Infuse it with mana? Piece of cake. Haruto concentrated, channeling his mana into the diamond. The diamond immediately emitted a brilliant light, as bright as the midday sun. Then, the light receded, and the diamond transformed into a golden triangle. In the center of the triangle, a Roman numeral 5 was engraved. The system displayed another notification. When all 10 pieces are gathered, the dimensional shards will combine to form the dimensional key, allowing the owner to travel to any dimension. These dimensional fragments possess a mutual attraction. The rank and number of dimensions that can be opened depend on the class of the dimensional key. Haruto looked at the triangle dubiously. A dimensional fragment? If I have enough, will they form a key to open another dimension? I only have 1 out of 5 fragments, so I'm missing 4 more. Why can't this item be automatically duplicated? He tried Control plus C, then Control plus V. The system immediately warned, this item cannot be copied. Haruto grew increasingly frustrated. It can't be copied? This is so annoying. Does this mean I have to collect them all manually? What a hassle. Damn it, having a skill I can't use is even more frustrating. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. He looked up. Come in. The door slowly opened, revealing the hunter, Sano. I need to confirm a few things with you. Haruto, seeing him, exclaimed in surprise, Oh, you're still awake? But the figure before him didn't bother to answer. Noticing something strange in the other's eyes, he immediately went on high alert. And just as he suspected, a second later, Mo suddenly drew his sword, pointing it directly at him. Haruto jumped up, shouting, Mo, what the hell are you doing? But it seemed he paid no attention to his words. Coldly thrusting the sword forward, his eyes gleamed with danger, mixed with a hint of doubt. The blade pierced Haruto's chest, making him cry out in pain. Blood gushed out. The scene abruptly shifted to Europe 15 years prior, amidst a great catastrophe. During that disaster, dragons attacked every street and corner. A level 500 dragon, considered low-level among its kind. They're fighting strength rivals that of ancient dragons. The elite hunters, after a fierce exchange, retreated to avoid the monstrous flames spewing from the beast's mouth, while shouting to each other, it's a fire type. First, let's hit it with some ice-type attacks. After quickly agreeing on a strategy, they returned, determined to slay the ferocious dragon. They unleashed a barrage of icy attacks, but the dragon's power was overwhelming, melting the ice on contact with its steel-hard scales. Several unfortunate hunters were sent flying by its gigantic wings. The remaining hunters witnessed the horrifying scene, their faces pale with fear. It's unharmed, they exclaimed in disbelief. An S-class monster has appeared here. We can't handle it right now. The dragon unleashed another torrent of flames. Several hunters nearby couldn't dodge in time, engulfed by the inferno. Their agonizing screams echoed throughout the area. Atop a towering skyscraper, They both stood frozen, witnessing the horrific scene before them. One of them panicked and ran, urging the other, "Mo, run. We can't possibly fight this monster." The world was suddenly plunged into a catastrophic disaster, a living hell. Countless terrifying monsters appeared, spreading terror everywhere. I, a hunter who had just awakened my abilities, was prepared to face imminent death. Mo seemed to be petrified, rooted to the spot. He stood frozen in a fighting stance, motionless as a statue. The dragon's flames suddenly intensified, billowing and engulfing Mo's position. Mo closed his eyes, accepting his fate. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "It's all right, rookie." A voice suddenly boomed. Mo jolted awake, feeling like he had just brushed with death. Before him stood a seasoned hunter, radiating an aura of imposing majesty, fully equipped with armor and advanced weaponry, ready to eliminate any threat. Suddenly, Mo remembered. This man was the world's top hunter, Friedrich Kill. "I'm saved," Mo thought to himself. The gigantic centipede, moments ago spewing intense flames, was now impaled by a spear. The fatal blow caused it to cough up fresh blood, the blood gushing out. The monster's blood splattered towards Mo, making him recoil in horror. Jack, another monster, spotted Mo and prepared to attack. It roared furiously, its roar shaking the very ground. Grotesque boils erupted on its body as if about to burst, and then the centipede actually exploded. The explosion was so devastating that even hunters standing at a distance felt the immense pressure. Friedrich remained calmly standing, a slight smile playing on his lips. Mo witnessed the entire scene, his jaw dropping in astonishment. "That was incredible, Frederick." He then glanced around but couldn't find anyone. "That's odd, he was just here. There's no one here. What's going on?" Suddenly, a woman appeared behind Mo, calling out, "Frederick, I told you specifically not to use that technique in front of others. Didn't I?" Mo whirled around, staring at the woman. A thought flashed through his mind. Where did she come from? Could it be she was the one who saved me from the explosion? It turned out that the woman had protected Mo with a dome-shaped shield, completely blocking the blast's destructive force. At that moment, Frederick reappeared. He said, "It was an emergency, my dear. That was the quickest solution. I had no other choice." The woman approached. Frederick, anxiously checking if he was injured, didn't blame him, but simply nodded in agreement. "That creature has reached the level of an ancient dragon. If we let it run rampant, this entire nation will be destroyed." Frederick turned to Mo, his expression serious. "What you just witnessed, you'll keep it secret, won't you, rookie?" Mo, startled, quickly replied, "Of course, sir." Just then, the other hunters arrived to examine the monster. They stared in astonishment at the monster's dismembered body. Unbelievable! Who possesses such terrifying power? To tear this monster apart like this? Mo's group stood hidden behind the giant monster's head, concealed from the other hunters. Frederick signaled to the woman beside him. "It's time we left, my dear." "Yes." Mo stepped forward, confidently introducing himself. "I'm a newly awakened hunter. My name is Mo. I belong to the Mo clan. Remember the name." Frederick, hearing this, smiled in response. "We won't forget you, Mo." Witnessing this, Mo couldn't contain his joy. Frederick, the top hunter, possessor of the unique shifting skill, was dead. At that moment, I never thought I would witness that special skill again after his disappearance. Back in the present, Mo wanted to confirm his theory. "It's a bit risky, but I need to see it with my own eyes. Please, if my guess is correct." Mo gasped in shock as he realized something. Haruto had been standing behind him unnoticed. He held his sword to Mo's throat and demanded, "What's the meaning of this?" Mo remained calm, sighing and chuckling to himself. "I knew it. Hunter Sano truly possessed the same skill as Frederick." Then he spoke. "I apologize, but I really needed to see that skill with my own eyes again. At any cost." Haruto angrily questioned him. "So, you absolutely had to stab me with a sword like that?" Before he could get an answer, a sudden voice rang out. "Haruto-senpai." Sato stood at the door, trembling as he pointed at them, his face pale. What are you guys talking about?" Just now, seeing him, Haruto could only hold his head and sigh in exasperation. "Oh God, why are you still here? This is going to be a huge problem." Scene change. A moment later, Mo hung his head, muttering repeatedly, "I'm sorry, Haruto. I'm truly sorry." Haruto didn't have any other choice. He said, "I said that's enough. And who taught you to do Dajiza like that? Explain yourself." Dajiza is a Japanese custom, where the person performing it and the person of higher status both kneel on the floor. The person performing it bows their head before their opponent, showing remorse for their wrongdoing. This action signifies repentance for a mistake or a plea for help. Seeing Haruto's anger, Eri spoke up, "I think that was me. I heard that when Easterners make a grave mistake, they perform this action to atone." Haruto then turned to Mo accusingly. "You think you can just kill someone and apologize for it?" Mo continued to plead for forgiveness. "I promise to make amends by siding with you." Haruto yelled in frustration, "That's not for you to decide." Satoru then interrupted their argument, asking Haruto, "Does that mean Senior Haruto really possesses a revival skill like Frederick?" Haruto gritted his teeth in anger. "Who gave you permission to give me a nickname?" Hearing that, Satoru's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "Kufu, I can't believe you came back to life. That's why he possesses such extraordinary power." Haruto didn't bother to explain further. He just sighed softly, then fell silent, a thoughtful expression on his face. It didn't matter anyway. Let them misunderstand if they wanted. Suddenly, he remembered something and spoke up. "Has Era not returned yet? Era, can you hear me?" Era then took out a triangular metallic object and said, "Because I have something to announce." Haruto's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the object. The scene shifted to everyone seated and talking. Haruto asked Era, "Did your dimensional shard suddenly resonate?" Era replied, "I've been monitoring its reaction and found my way back here. That's unexpected. My dimensional shard is number 1. And yours, Sano, is number 5. How did you get it?" Haruto began to recount. "When I destroyed the heart of that giant golem. This is a particularly rare reward." Eris looked surprised. "So it's one of a kind? This warrants a closer look." "All right." She began to explain the origin of the multi-dimensional fragment she possessed. "The multi-dimensional fragment in my hand is one of my mother's relics. According to the records she left behind, these fragments resonate and attract each other, and that's just been proven." Haruto thought to himself, so from now on, finding the multi-dimensional fragments will be easier. Suddenly, Sitaro sat up straight, looking ahead. He looked at the multi-dimensional fragment curiously. "By the way, what's its actual purpose?" Or quickly explained, "If you collect enough, 10 fragments, they will form a key to open the multi-dimensional gate." Haruto, astonished, jumped up and asked, "Is it truly possible to open a gateway to the multiverse, like the entrance to the multi-dimensional dungeon that we stumbled upon?" To his surprise, Eris calmly replied with a single word, "Yes." She explained that if a multi-dimensional dungeon, like the mysterious one hidden deep within the Golem Snow Mountains, truly exists, then gathering all 10 pieces of the multi-dimensional puzzle and completing the legendary key would unlock a mystical portal, allowing instantaneous travel between different dimensions, is entirely within reach. Hearing Eris's explanation, Haruto suddenly realized her true purpose. So, she came to Japan not only to search for her mother, but also to hunt for information about the mysterious multidimensional circuit. Eris didn't deny it, but frankly admitted, "Exactly. Both my mother and father. I believe they're still alive in some dimension out there." Mo, sitting beside her, gently comforted Eris. "I believe so too. It's unacceptable to think that they're gone so easily." Hearing this, Shitaru immediately sensed something amiss and offered a theory. "If what you say is true, why haven't they returned? Could it be they don't possess the multidimensional key? Or perhaps this gate only opens one way?" Volum suddenly let out a gasp. Eri spoke up, sharing his thoughts. "That's entirely possible. It's also possible they have some unavoidable reason for not being able to come back." Haruto pondered thoughtfully. A reason to stay? What could that reason possibly be? Could it be that this danger is even more terrifying than the catastrophe we previously faced? Ares turned to address everyone. "Regardless, as long as we obtain the multidimensional key, we will be able to seal the multidimensional dungeons and prevent the disaster from occurring." Shitaro looked curiously at the multidimensional fragment, a puzzled expression on his face. "But how do we turn this thing into a key?" Volum suddenly touched his finger to forcing the 2 pieces of multidimensional space back together. A blinding light erupted from where the 2 fragments touched. Everyone gasped, shielding their eyes and stumbling back from the sudden brightness. Sadhana trembled, clutching Olam in his arms, stammering, "What's happening? I thought we were about to meet our ancestors." Now, everyone noticed the key fragments on the table. Suddenly, they began to fuse together. Eris quickly picked them up, his face filled with astonishment. "I can't believe it. I thought we'd have to painstakingly gather each piece and assemble the key. It turns out they can connect on their own. Now I'm absolutely certain." Haruto suddenly heard a strange sound. A resonating hum, far more powerful than before. The fragments of space seem to be drawn to each other. The louder the sound, the stronger the pull. But we must be extremely careful when it resonates with the remaining circuits. It seems those who possess the other fragments are not to be trifled with. Elsewhere, a cunning individual also held a fragment of space in their hand. With a chuckle, he murmured, "Finally, home sweet home." Outside, the sky had succumbed to the darkness of night. At the European headquarters of the Staffel Guild, a voice echoed, "Michael, what's got you in such good spirits?" "It seems those fools from the Blood Tower Guild have failed miserably." Michael spun around, startled. Behind him, Miso knelt respectfully, bowing her head before Michael. "Reporting for duty, sir. You've received a reward from Control. Plus C has been replaced. Congratulations, sir. Becoming a transcendent is almost within your grasp." Michael seemed indifferent to the praise, instead focusing on his current limitations. "Currently, I can only move within a short range. After all, only by possessing the power of the Control plus C skill can I ascend." Miso rose, approaching Michael and offering comfort. "That day will come soon enough." "Sir, she's incredibly audacious to speak like that," Michael questioned. "What proof do you have to support such a claim?" Miso recounted her discovery regarding the dimensional fragment, explaining that it had begun resonating in preparation for merging. Two-dimensional fragments have already connected. The fragment we possess will lead us to the remaining fragments. Michael, noticing her deep understanding of the matter, asked suspiciously, "Are you suggesting that all 5-dimensional fragments already have owners? It seems you're about to return to your homeland, aren't you?" Michael openly admitted, "Indeed." Michael continued, "The dimensional plane of your homeland doesn't possess its own dimensional key." Miso denied it, then explained the truth. "Actually, there is one. However, currently, the dimensional gate can only be opened from one side. 15 years ago, it was all because of that cursed sorcerer, Nishihara Tomoka. All spatial gates connecting to Earth have been completely sealed. On the other hand, the spatial key on Earth has been split into 5 fragments. They were sealed and scattered across various hidden locations." Michael pondered for a moment, then spoke. "We just need to gather all 5 fragments to unlock the gate, and space will be opened once more." Miso confirmed he's right. She continued to unveil her insidious plan. "First, we'll go to my home world. We will open the gate leading to the sacred tree Yggdrasil. There lies something akin to a gift, the skill Control plus Sita. If you absorb it, you'll gain the ability to upgrade other skills." Michael appeared intrigued, but remained cautious, asking, "That sounds appealing, but is it truly like Control plus C? The first time you witnessed my skill, you were clearly astonished." Realizing he had uncovered her scheme, Miso stammered, "Well..." Michael angrily approached Miso, questioning her. "You think I don't know your scheme? The human world is your home, while that realm belongs to the goblins. The sacred tree there was tainted hundreds of years ago, and is called the Dark Yggdrasil, in an attempt to make the world a better place. The tree is on the brink of destruction. In the great catastrophe 15 years ago, Earth and the goblin realm opened a connecting passage for the first time, and you goblins tried everything to dump all the toxic pollution onto Earth. But you failed 7 times, stopped by Nishihara Tomoka. What are you really planning? You goblins are still stubbornly trying to continue that failed plan to connect Earth's realm with yours. And you used me to do it, didn't you?" Michael realized his entire plan had been exposed. Faced with Michael's barrage of questions, she stammered, I don't know what to say." Michael coldly continued, "But I don't care." Hearing that, she abruptly lifted her head. Seizing the opportunity, Miso also bluntly revealed her scheme. "I only wanted to use you to open as many multidimensional dungeons as possible and absorb as many powerful skills as possible to be able to match that transcendent being. I don't care about the fate of this world. From now on, I will take matters into my own hands." Seeing him about to leave, Miso hastily stood up to stop him. "You can't leave now, Mr. Michael. You are the head of the multinational guild, Safari. If you leave without a valid reason, it will easily attract attention and arouse suspicion. I anticipated this and ordered Lucas to carry out Plan B. Once everything is properly arranged, we'll have sufficient justification for Michael to personally make an appearance." Scene shifts to Zilin. In a high-level Japanese dungeon, a level 90 goblin appears. It's a monstrous hybrid of goblin and wolf. While each individual possesses low combat strength, they are incredibly ferocious and operate in packs. This makes them extremely dangerous. The goblin pack then surges forward. Satoru worriedly turns to Haruto and asks, "Senior Haruto, aren't there too many of these monsters?" Haruto doesn't respond, but Emo speaks up, "Yes, we should retreat." Haruto is secretly laughing, silently devising a plan. "I've finally set foot in this dungeon." He thinks to himself, after consulting with Hunter Nanas, "I'd sooner dream than retreat so easily. This is the perfect opportunity for you brats to level up." Olam pondered for a moment, then turned to his two friends. With an excited tone, he said to Mo and Safari, "What are you two waiting for? Come on, let's go." Suddenly, the monsters let out a chilling roar. Satanu trembled in fear, bursting into tears. "Senior Haruto, what are you doing?" Immediately after, the ferocious monsters charged, attacking all three of them. Haruto calmly activated his ability, Control+V. He used the transforming Golem core to summon the Snow Mountain Golem. Control+V. Snow Mountain Golem, arise. Control+V. Summon Snow Mountain Golem. A series of massive Snow Mountain Golems appeared one after another. Witnessing their overwhelming numbers, Haruto couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "How can there be so many minions?" Emo also looked dubious. Could that Hunter Sano have summoned all of these? Haruto just smirked confidently in response. One-on-one? It's gotta be a whole pack versus a whole pack. Emo witnessed Haruto's terrifying power, silently thinking, summoning an entire army like this, and transforming too. What in the world kind of skill is that? At that moment, Haruto's clones launched a full-scale assault on the golems. One golem used its sharp, steel-hard jaws to clamp down on another golem's head. Satoru, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but worry. No matter how tough the golems are, the difference in numbers and levels is too great. Before he could finish his sentence, surprisingly, that golem was slammed down by a Snow Mountain Golem, then took a devastating punch to the face, spitting out blood. The golem was sent flying 10 meters away. Seizing the advantage, the golems swarmed in for the attack, beating Haruto's clones to a pulp, leaving them without a shred of armor. Satoru, initially skeptical of their strength, but things are different now. Looks like Haruto Senpai could clear this dungeon solo with ease. I wonder why I even came here. With the mighty Snow Mountain Golem army at his command, even Satoru couldn't help but be astonished. In the next moment, the entire horde of monsters was crushed by the Snow Mountain Golem army. Haruto walked over, patted a golem on the head, and smiled with satisfaction. Good job. He had finished checking the difference in durability and combat ability between the different ranks of his golems. Afterward, he recalled them. Haruto checked his inventory. Current items: 40 King Giant Spider Silks, 5 Kalisha Dragon Swords, 16 Bear King Claws, and 10 Mutant Olam Cores. He looked at the system screen and realized that his inventory didn't have enough space to create an Olam army, and with their current size, it would take a considerable amount of time to realize this idea. Is there a more efficient way? Haruto pondered. Satoru approached, suggesting, "If you're unsure, why not ask President Shirisaki?" Haruto brushed off the suggestion, replying, "Why ask that kid?" Satoru said with a smile. "He was in the dungeon too. He's got to know something." Haruto's eyes lit up. "Really? Then let's go." "Emo, come on." Emo looked at them both, shaking his head with a smile. All right, I'm coming." I should have never left the International Hunters Guild. The group was on their way back to headquarters. Haruto turned to Satoru, who was driving. "Hey, is this your car?" Satoru grinned. "Yeah, it was a birthday present from my dad." Haruto was surprised. "Oh, really?" Satoru seemed unconcerned, just chuckled and continued. "Plus, it's really handy." Seeing his nonchalance, Haruto blurted out, "Now that I think about it, this kid is Chairman Shinoda's precious son, the head of the renowned Dinung Guild. No wonder this young master is so." Just then, Haruto received a call. He answered and reassured the person on the other end that everything was under control. "Ah, Conan-san, you're heading to the association headquarters now? I understand. I'll be right there." Satoru asked curiously, "Such an urgent call. What's the matter?" Haruto replied, glancing at his phone. "I don't know either." He thought to himself, "It must be something to do with Sarah. Well, I have something to talk to her about anyway." He turned to Satoru and said, "Satoru, can we speed things up a bit?" The scene shifts to the Japanese Hunter Association. Inside the interrogation room, everyone was standing in the observation room, watching from outside. Sarah sat there, silent, not saying a word. Conan said to Haruto, "She insists on only talking to you. Sano hasn't had anything to eat or drink for 3 days, but he remains silent, completely uncooperative." Haruto turns, quietly asking Nana for a favor. "Could we request that the recording be turned off while we speak privately?" Nana appears regretful, politely declined. "I'm sorry, but the investigation protocol doesn't allow for that." Hearing this, Haruto sighs, lost in thought. "Well, all right then. If the secret of my ability is revealed here, I can still copy her skill to restore everything back to its original state. The top priority now is to copy that ability." He enters the interrogation room, placing a glass of water in front of Sarah. Haruto pulls up a chair and says in a friendly tone, "Here's some water. Please help yourself." Sarah stares at Haruto, her expression full of suspicion. She picks up the glass and drinks it all in one gulp. "Now I'm not thirsty anymore." Haruto speaks up. "You want to know about my ability, don't you? My infinite mana regeneration ability." Sarah also said if you agree to help, I'll join the investigation with you. Seeing a positive shift in the situation, Haruto spoke up. "But first, I need to verify a few things. Sarah, your universal restoration ability. You've also had difficulties with that curse skill, haven't you? Is your skill control plus Z?" Sarah didn't deny it. She confirmed, yes. Haruto seemed to have figured everything out. "I see. So I'm not the only one afflicted with this curse. In other words, if I can copy her skill, that means all control skills can be copied and pasted." In the observation room, Erishur was also stunned to hear this. "That girl's skill isn't healing, but restoration? What? So that's why." The durability of the Truong longsword has been fully restored. A skill capable of restoring anything? That's an unbelievable ability. Satoru, confused, asked. Nana reconstructed what curse? Control plus Z? What's she talking about? What are they talking about? Does such a skill really exist? Nana didn't answer him, but silently continued to observe. Sarah then continued the story. "My parents are currently in a deep coma. I hope you can save them. The only person who possesses the immense mana, enough to save the critically ill, can only be you." Hunter Sung Jin-woo. Haruto then stood up, reassured her, and said, "I understand. I will provide you with the necessary mana. In return, I might have to be a little rough with you. I apologize in advance." With that, he grabbed Sarah's handcuffs. Everyone in the observation room was astonished. Satanu exclaimed, "Senior Haruto, what are you doing?" A blinding purple light erupted. Haruto's system suddenly announced, "Control plus C copying target. Control plus Z." A message immediately displayed on the system screen. "Unable to copy." Upon seeing this message, Haruto panicked. He jolted, yelling out loud, "Oh my god, is this real?" Initially, he thought this would be easy, but unexpectedly, this skill stumped his system. Haruto had considered the possibility of an uncopyable ability, but he never thought this skill would be one of them. Unbelievable, this skill couldn't be copied. Haruto tightly gripped Sarah's hand. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. His face darkened, stammering, "Is this real?" Sarah noticed Haruto's strange behavior. Asked suspiciously, "What are you doing?" At that moment, Haruto realized his actions were a bit inappropriate. He quickly let go of her hand, his eyes glancing at her with a hint of embarrassment. "Oh, I'm sorry." Seeing his flustered state, Sarah was stunned, still trying to collect herself, when the system appeared once again, displaying a notification before Haruto's eyes. "This is a red alert regarding the skill Control Z, a unique ability that cannot be copied. However, by eliminating the target, you can absorb skills that meet the above condition. You will then be able to copy abilities as usual." After reading these words, Haruto's face darkened. Eliminate the target? Does that mean kill? Inner turmoil raged within him. If he did that, he would be able to copy abilities again. Are you kidding me? Haruto glanced at Sarah, who was still stunned into silence. A mixture of shock and outrage at this twisted system surged through Haruto. "So, to summarize, if I want to copy the skill, reset everything, I have to kill her?" Sarah delivered the cruel condition with a disturbingly casual tone. Within Haruto, reason and emotion waged a fierce war, an internal battle with no end in sight. But the desire to possess that skill burned stronger than ever. "Is there no other way? I can't just wait for her to die of old age, can I?" Suddenly, Shinoda Sato pointed forward, asking the girl beside him, "Why do you think the window suddenly opened?" Taken aback by the unexpected question, not only Nana, but even Imo were speechless. Nana stepped forward, taking the microphone. Her eyes locked onto the person opposite her. Suddenly noticed the unusual seriousness in Haruto's expression. Nana quickly asked the hunter, Sano, what was wrong. Hearing Nana call his name, Haruto turned around, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. "It's nothing. Everything's fine." Hearing him say that, Nana didn't press the matter further. In truth, behind that innocent smile lay deep calculations. Haruto decided to wait for the right opportunity. All right, he thought, time to test their patience. First, he would agree to Sarah's request, while earning her trust. Then he would soon find a better solution. With that in mind, he immediately turned back and proposed to Sarah, "Shall we go to your parents now?" Sarah, with tears in her eyes, joyfully replied, "Yes." Seeing the look in Sarah's eyes, Haruto felt a flicker of hesitation. If he truly couldn't find a better option, then he would team up with her. Later that afternoon, at Central Hunter Hospital, the six of them walked silently down a long, sterile hallway. They listened intently as Sarah recounted her life story. Haruto's face was etched with shock. "Poison mana?" Sarah calmly nodded. "Yes. My parents were attacked by a mysterious monster during the Great Calamity. And this hospital is the only place that accepts patients infected with poison mana." Haruto looked at the small girl before him, a wave of sympathy washing over him. "So, your parents are being treated here?" She must have joined Takumi because of the high treatment costs, Haruto thought to himself. With that thought, he turned to Nana. "Takumi, he's being treated here too, isn't he?" Nana answered slowly as she walked. "Yes, he's currently in the hospital's underground area. After he fully recovers, we'll transfer him to prison for the investigation." With that, she turned to Sarah beside her, solicitously asking after her well-being. Sarah looked worried but replied softly, "I'm fine." Suddenly, Imo seemed to notice something unusual. A blond man in a beret had just walked past him. In a flash, Imo recognized him. He turned his head, his eyes following the man's back. A flicker of suspicion crossed Mo's mind. Why is he here? In a heavily guarded room, guards stood vigilant at every entrance. A figure was walking step by step towards the room. Noticing him, a guard immediately ran to intercept him. "Halt! This is a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed." It was the blonde man that Imo had just seen. He handed a piece of paper to the guard and said, "You're working hard. This is..." Confused, the guard reached out and took the paper. On the small piece of paper were the words Control F. The guard looked at the paper, bewildered. "What's this?" "Control, stop this foolish act at once." But just a moment later, the paper suddenly erupted in a strange, mysterious black smoke, causing the two guards to jump back in surprise, gasping. The black smoke then grew thicker and thicker, enveloping the two guards, and slowly swallowed them into the darkness. They only managed to let out a scream before falling into a terrifying silence as the smoke dissipated. Their eyes became pitch black, lifeless like those of madmen. The blonde-haired man removed his hat and commanded them, "You two, immediately bring the prisoner being held inside here. At all costs, complete the mission and report back here." The two guards immediately replied, "Yes, sir," and strode inside together. The man entered the room, approaching a strange object. He summoned a dark energy sphere in his hand and calmly observed it. He recalled Mizo's previous instructions. "Master Lucas, there's something only you can do." Lucas asked in astonishment. "That? Only I can do it?" Miso summoned a dark orb, her voice cautious. "In case the Blood Tower Guild fails, I want you to place this at Tokyo Tower." Upon seeing it, Lucas immediately covered his mouth with his hand, his face horrified. What is this thing?" Miso placed the strange object in her hand down, slowly explaining, "This is something I brought from my homeland. It's a fruit from the world tree, but it's been tainted by ISO. After using this fruit to establish a barrier, you will be able to open a separate dimension." Lucas' eyes widened in surprise. "A separate dimension? What's inside?" Miso didn't answer immediately, piquing Lucas's curiosity. "You have to see it to believe it." Lucas's expression slowly changed, his eyes widening in horror at the sight. Appearing before his eyes, a strange fruit rested in his hand. Misto opened it, and a wave of foul air rose up, thick and pungent. Behind him, a gigantic demon materialized, its appearance terrifyingly ferocious. Seeing his opponent's expression, Misto seemed quite pleased. "Laugh it up. This is just one fruit, and this is all I can show you." I want to create a pretext for Starfill on the day Michael acts openly. Outside, the sky was clear. Back in reality, Lucas looked at the fruit in Misto's hand, thinking to himself, so, she wants to cause a prison break in the heart of Tokyo. Distracted from his thoughts, Lucas reached out and entered the password. Deep down, he always felt guilty about this family. Now, he was caught in Starfield's web, too deep to escape. There was no turning back now. In a hospital room, a patient suddenly awoke from a coma. He gripped the ventilator, looking around in confusion. Impossible. Am I alive? What the hell is going on? He turned to look at the bed next to him. A child sobbed, clinging to their mother in the hospital bed. Both mother and child were in tears, but they were tears of overflowing joy. The man called out, "Sarah, my love." The little girl replied between sobs, "Daddy." Witnessing the scene, Satoru's tears flowed like a river. He feared that if this continued, his tears would flood the entire hospital. While Satoru was moved to tears, Nana, standing beside him, wore a look of annoyance. She tapped him on the head in frustration. "What are you doing? Why are you crying like that?" Satoru cried out, "Ow, that hurts." Wiping his tears, Satoru turned to Haruto with a cheerful expression. "I know your limitless mana is powerful, truly amazing, Haruto-senpai, but I never imagined it could heal someone in a deep coma." He was truly deeply touched by Haruto. Could even the world's leading therapist be incapable of such a remarkable feat? Contrary to Satoru's worry, Nana contemplated this miraculous recovery. It was unbelievable, almost a miracle. One small misstep, and she would have to request the association to keep the girl under observation. Seeing Sarah sobbing by the bedside, Nana hesitated. No, she had to experience and uncover the truth herself. Suddenly, Haruto realized someone was missing from the group. Speaking of which, where's an MO? Ares, hearing the question, spun around in surprise. "Huh? You mentioning it makes me realize. Just now." He looked around. He was over there. Luca went after him. A man walked silently along the hospital corridor. The man wore a hat that concealed his face, his expression calm, his pace slow. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before Luca. "A person with control abilities has been detected nearby." Luca broke out in a sweat, his face filled with suspicion. In this hospital, someone possesses control abilities? Hearing this, the lead man glanced back. He spun around. "What?" Suddenly, something clicked. "All right, Sarah's parents are being treated here. Could that guy be with her?" Just then, Lucas's voice called out from behind. Lucas glanced behind him. M.O. coldly walked forward. He adjusted his tie and pulled his hat low, concealing his face. "Huh, almost didn't recognize you there." Lucas turned, his eyes widening in surprise. "Monta," he pointed at the two of them, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "I was wondering, what would bring a member of the International Hunters Association all the way to Japan? So you're tailing Takuma?" Stoffan's laptop. Lucas didn't miss a beat, firing back. "I heard you left the association. What are you doing here?" "So what are you doing here?" M.O. drew his sword, his expression hard. "Takumi is a criminal, and you want to help him escape. Aren't you just aiding and abetting him then?" A sudden commotion erupted, causing all the surrounding patients to abruptly stop what they were doing and turn their gaze toward them. Lucas extended his hand, displaying a gesture of peace. "You're as arrogant as ever, aren't you? Don't you realize this is a hospital? Causing a ruckus at this hour." Takumi stepped forward, eagerly speaking. "Hey, give me your weapon. All the items in my storage have been confiscated. You've walked right into a trap. So let me teach you a lesson you'll never forget. What can a weakling like you even do? Better late than never." Haruto suddenly appeared behind them, his entire body radiating a potent killing intent. "And you got me too." Upon seeing this familiar source of power, Takumi couldn't contain his rage. "You dare question my skills, you bastard?" Before Lucas, the system notification popped up once again. "The owner of the skill copy-paste is right in front of you." Seeing the notification, a sinister smile crept across Lucas's lips. "I finally found the one with copy-paste." Before the two could clash, a female voice cut it. "What a shame. One after another. First Takumi, now an international criminal." A chilling spear suddenly materialized. Taikumi's face paled at the sight. "That's the Crescent Blade." Seeing Taikumi's expression, Lucas could guess the newcomer's identity. "So this is the final boss. Here to wrap things up quickly, huh?" Nana ran a hand through her hair, speaking in an annoyed tone. "All right, my horoscope today said I'd have incredibly bad luck." She grasped for an excuse, blaming it for the string of troublesome events, then slowly advanced towards him step by step. Nana's very appearance immediately drew the attention of the curious crowd gathered around. "That's definitely the hunter Nana." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. "Hey, she's carrying a weapon. What's going on? Takumi glanced at the person beside him, a sly smile playing on his lips. Looks like we can't easily get out of this mess. Lucas remained silent, not responding to Takumi. He threw 2 pairs of handcuffs to the ground, right at their feet. Both looked down at the strange bracelets at their feet and quickly realized they were power suppressants. Nana spoke coldly. If you two put these on willingly, we can settle this peacefully. Understand, the sooner this is over, the sooner I can go home. Unexpectedly, Takumi let out a mocking laugh. Hey now, are you trying to insult me? As soon as he finished speaking, he violently grabbed the collar of a girl standing next to him, making her scream in terror. Takumi didn't actually want to confront them. He threatened, "Get it? We're in a hospital. I can easily grab a patient and have a hostage. If you don't want anyone to get hurt, you better let this go." The moment he finished his sentence, Nana's was like a whirlwind, launching herself into the air. She aimed directly at Takumi and unleashed a thunderous kick. With a single blow, he went flying like a bullet, crashing hard at the end of the hallway. His body violently collided with medical equipment and a solid brick wall. Takumi was instantly critically injured, blood spurting from his mouth. Witnessing the horrific scene, the surrounding patients screamed in panic. "Oh my God! Hunters are fighting! Run!" Luca stood frozen, staring at Nana's in astonishment. He exclaimed in terror. The attack was so swift, it surpassed his ability to even perceive. Suddenly, the girl turned to the person beside her. "Lucas, you're not like Takumi, are you? Let's settle this peacefully." Hearing the unexpected offer, Lucas was momentarily unsure how to react. He lowered his head, avoiding her gaze. Then he glanced at Takumi, who lay gasping for breath behind. Takumi and him, 2 completely different people. He bowed his head, lost in memories of the past. When Miso asked him to bring the fruit of the world tree to Tokyo Tower, he had asked, "Why me?" Miso patiently explained to him. A tainted world tree would produce dark magic. Ordinary people would be poisoned upon contact with dark magic. She looked him straight in the eyes and said, "But you're different, aren't you? You, Lucas, leader of the Blood Tower, are too." Hearing this, Lucas suddenly understood. So, Takumi is also... Realizing that Lucas had seen through the situation, Michelle continued, "That's right. He's also someone forbidden by international treaties. He uses dark magic to hone his abilities and to make the tainted seed of the world tree sprout. Skills in manipulating dark magic are required." Lucas pondered this, suddenly feeling self-loathing. In other words, he himself... He recalled what he had done to the 2 guards earlier. He sighed, leaving his sentence unfinished. As Takumi had suspected, Lucas remorsefully replied, "I'm afraid I can't agree to your proposal." Nana frowned, displeased. Lucas slowly drew his sword. You see, I need him. I have to get him out of here at any cost." Upon seeing the weapon in Lucas's hand, Nana's face paled. Her expression turned deadly serious. "That sword." Mo, standing behind, gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Angel crappier. That Lucas. Looks like he's really serious now." Haruto, hearing this, was astonished. "What did you say?" Mo, watching Lucas coldly grip the sword, replied, "That's the ancestral sword passed down in the Lucas family, the family of the Holy Knights. And it's also the only holy sword in this world. Although it's a weapon, on par with the noble dragon sword, that sword is more suited for thrusting than slash." Haruto grew even more surprised. On par with the noble dragon sword, Lucas at this moment charged forward to attack. His eyes were resolute. The tip of his sword pointed towards Nana. Mo continued to explain. "It has a key difference from the noble dragon sword. It doesn't increase in rank and possesses no offensive power. Therefore, it's also known by another name, the heretic judge. It has the ability to nullify any skill or weapon it deems anomalous or irregular." Hunter Nana, armed with a bewitched blade, is now on the defensive. Lucas's blade is at Nana's throat. She hastily blocks with her own blade across her chest. The 2 weapons clash violently, creating a deafening metallic screech. But as expected, Angelo Scrape has the clear advantage. His sharp blade suddenly pierces through the bewitched blade, leaving Nana utterly astonished. She's pushed back, seemingly completely overwhelmed. Haruto, standing behind, shouts out in worry, "Hunter Nana!" Nana uses her masterful combat skills, quickly lifting her blade above her head, narrowly escaping the danger. She speaks to Haruto behind her, her voice firm. "Don't interfere in his fight, Haruto. Causing a commotion in the hospital would be troublesome. With that, she forcefully parried Lucas's sword, breaking free from his hold. Lucas, momentarily caught off guard, stared at his opponent in surprise. Quick as lightning, Nana attacked him with her wakizashi. Lucas was no slouch either, nimbly dodging the attack. Being in a hospital, she restrained herself, not using her full skill. You think that you can stand against my sacred blade? Lucas broke out in a cold sweat, looking down at his severed top. Not giving him a chance to counterattack, Nana pressed her assault. She slid to his side and swung her wakizashi down. This time, Lucas couldn't dodge. He could only barely block the terrifying force with his sword. Lucas was sent flying back by Nana's wakizashi. His body couldn't withstand the immense power, and blood sprayed forth. He painfully covered his mouth, but the blood wouldn't stop flowing. With just that one blow, he felt his internal organs churn. Everything was in chaos. The difference in quality between the two swords was stark, but the gap in skill between the two men was even greater, immeasurable, beyond comparison. So this was the true power of one of the world's top 10 hunters. Now, Jinwoo confidently renewed his offer. How about we settle this peacefully? Lucas was stunned, but he knew he had no way out. Being in a hospital, he really didn't want to use his skills. But Lucas still gripped his sword, his heart a whirlwind of conflicting emotion. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. That bastard Jinwoo. Everyone recognized the voice and turned their heads in unison. Takumi had awakened after Jinwoo's fatal blow. He staggered to his feet, holding the bloomed fruit of the world tree. Dark magic quickly enveloped his entire body. Takumi's eyes burned with hatred. His teeth gritted as he growled each word. This pathetic hospital you're so desperately trying to protect. I will crush it to dust in the blink of an eye. Finishing his threat, he instantly unleashed a torrent of dark magic from the cursed fruit. Witnessing the terrifying scene, Lucas couldn't hold back any longer, yelling, "Stop! This is a hospital. Do you even realize that?" Takumi retorted, as if reminding him. It has to be placed at key locations in Tokyo. So, this hospital deserves special attention too, doesn't it? The dark magic quickly enveloped the entire hospital, as if to consume every living being within. Haruto immediately went on guard, ready to fight. He anxiously asked Takumi, "What did he just do?" Mo also gripped his sword tightly. "This is dark magic." Haruto frowned, raising his hand to shield himself from the spreading dark magic. Mo beside him immediately explained, "This is something only those who possess dark powers can wield. It seems Takumi is one of them. But this amount of dark magic is abnormal, far exceeding normal levels. If this continues, innocent people here will also suffer. And then this toxic magic will lose control." Amidst the pitch-black night, not a single ray of light penetrated. A notification from Haruto suddenly appeared, shining brightly like a beacon of the skill Control-V, utilizing a gigantic web, and King of Teleportation were activated simultaneously. Haruto gritted his teeth, enraged at that damned old man. He immediately adjusted his skill, teleporting instantly behind him. Takumi immediately stopped. Now, Takumi was bound tightly in a cloth, looking like a mummy. He turned around, looking at Haruto with a grotesque smile. Too late. Haruto was startled, an indescribable unease rising within him. "What are you talking about?" The wicked fruit had now fully bloomed. Darkness enveloped everything. Dark magic swirled like violent tornadoes. He sowed the seeds of defilement into the earth. Beneath the floor, countless roots surged upward, fiercely attacking. Haruto and Nana quickly jumped back to dodge. More and more roots appeared, spreading everywhere. They destroyed the entire hospital, turning it into rubble. Patients attacked by the roots screamed in agony. A horrifying, tragic scene enveloped everything. From the outside, the towering hospital was now completely covered in roots. Gloomy purple leaves sprouted out, adding to the eerie sight. A massive tree trunk shot up from the ground, pulling shattered floor fragments with it, tearing them from the structure. An unfortunate female patient fell. In a panic, she looked up and pleaded, "Please, help me." Fortunately, a doctor managed to grab her hand, but he couldn't hold on for long. His hand slipped from hers. The female patient fell freely through the air, her scream echoing. Just before she hit the ground, Haruto, below, quickly used his skill to catch the wire. The female patient, still shaken as she touched down, looked dazedly at the wires wrapped around her body. Harry quickly helped her up, asking with concern, "Are you alright?" She hurriedly evacuated with the crowd, her eyes filled with gratitude towards the kind young man. As she ran, she stammered her thanks. "Thank you so much." Haruto responded with a smile. He thought to himself, patients who could still move. didn't need to be worried about too much. The problem was, at that thought, Haruto's expression turned serious. He looked down at the critically injured patients, who had to rely on the help of relatives and nurses. A sense of unease rose within him. What about those who couldn't move? Haruto looked toward his friends. He saw Nana gently comforting a small child. He saw Emo diligently helping another patient drink some water. A sense of relief washed over him. He was grateful that Nana and Emo were still diligently caring for everyone, their loved ones. But the entire hospital was enveloped in dark mana, seeping into every corner. If this continued, everyone would be poisoned by the evil mana. Haruto looked up at the dense, lush foliage overhead. As he gazed at the thousands of intertwined branches, an idea sparked in his mind. There was only one way to rebuild this place from the ruins. The dark breath of the world tree had wrought havoc, transforming the seaside hospital into a desolate wasteland. Higher, in Olin, the frigid snow-capped mountains, a small figure strained with all their might, struggling to hold up a massive boulder. Hugh, Satanu yelled in alarm and quickly pulled the man away from the rock. All right, please try to move this way. Suddenly, Haruto appeared right behind him. He called out, Satanu. The boy turned, one arm supporting the patient, and hurriedly asked, Senior Haruto, what happened? Golem, after successfully rescuing the victim, used his incredible strength to hurl the massive Rakasa. Q Haruto approached, asking with concern, Is everything all right here? Satoru replied, Thanks to Era, this area is relatively peaceful. Haruto looked surprised. Era? What did she do? To explain the situation, Satoru carried his young subordinate towards a giant crystal pillar. Haruto gently touched the crystal, asking suspiciously, Is this ice? At that moment, Era and the other patients appeared. She explained, Yes, this is an ice barrier. While reinforcing the barrier, Era said, We can protect this area from being destroyed, but we can't completely stop the spread of dark magic. Suddenly, the outer layers of ice shattered. Fragments fell on Olam's head, causing him discomfort. Haruto saw Era, Sarah, and the other patients were all safe and sound. He breathed a sigh of relief, seeing everyone was safe and sound. He quickly approached Sarah and filled her in on the situation. The entire hospital had been severely ravaged by that strange tree, and now dark magic was spreading at an alarming rate. The situation was critical. The best solution I can think of right now is to restore the hospital to its original state. Can you do it? Sarah looked at him directly, answering with determination. I can manipulate the flow of time within the dungeon. I have the ability to warp time. Moreover, with you here, Sianu, I don't need to worry about a shortage of magic power. After a thorough discussion, the four of them immediately headed towards the tree trunk. Satoru, holding Guren in his arms, both widened their eyes in astonishment at the sight before them. It was even more terrifying. It's even more horrifying than I imagined. Is this the source of everything? Where did it come from, and how did it cause all of this? Haruto turned back, explaining to everyone that Takumi, he had escaped and summoned this creature. Upon hearing Takumi's name, all three of them simultaneously wore expressions of shock. Sata couldn't contain his surprise, exclaiming, Takumi, he escaped? Sarah thought of Takumi, anger flaring within her at the mention of it. Her mind was filled with hatred. He knew her parents were here, yet he still heartlessly attacked. Why? Doesn't he care about his parents' lives? Sarah wondered. Mr. Era seemed to understand Sarah's feelings. She lowered her head, silent for a moment. Haruto approached Sarah, gently saying, Let's begin. She nodded resolutely. Okay. Then, Haruto stood behind Sarah, continuously channeling mana to help her maintain her state. Sarah placed her hand on the tree trunk and began to cast her skill. The entire space suddenly trembled. Everything descended into chaos. Haruto was also overwhelmed by this terrifying power. He struggled to maintain his composure. The tree seemed to sense the approaching danger. Its roots, deeply embedded in the ground, suddenly recoiled to the other side. Nana seemed to sense something unusual as well. Emo was no exception. He stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the source of the disturbance. From the outside, the roots began to retract, revealing enormous gaps in the earth. Inside, all the roots were withdrawing, forming a solid defensive layer in front of Sarah. Mana began to converge from all directions, then surged towards Sarah, attacking her. She fought back with all her might, preventing the dark mana from invading her body. Haruto immediately sensed the anomaly and felt a surge of worry. Did the tree just release dark mana? Damn, Sarah's in danger. seeing Sarah under constant assault by the dark man. Without hesitation, Haruto rushed towards the girl. Then, quick as a flash, he activated his ability. The copy and paste skill, Control-V, was engaged. Giant spider webs materialized. Haruto pulled Sarah into his arms, using his web as a shield to block the surging dark magic. The dark magic was repelled, blasting outward. Kozinga, tremendous explosion. The two energies collided violently, forcing Haruto to exert all his strength to withstand it. Soon after, the dark magic dissipated. Haruto still held Sarah tightly in his arms, but he was exhausted and collapsed to the ground. He set Sarah down and slowly stood up, his body still emitting a considerable amount of dark magic. Sada rushed to Haruto's senpai in a panic, asking worriedly, "Senpai, are you alright?" Haruto looked at him and replied, "I'm fine." Sarah seems to only be unconscious, but it seems the restoration attempt has failed. Both Ares and Satoru felt a pang of disappointment, but were also relieved that both of them were safe and sound. Haruto, wiping his sweat, gave Satoru a stern order. "From now until reinforcements arrive, you must ensure the evacuation of all patients. If you hesitate any longer, they'll all succumb to mana poisoning." Despite his young age, Satoru understood the gravity of the situation. He swiftly hoisted Sarah onto his back and used his teleportation to lead. "Little one, let's go." Despite its small size, Golem was incredibly fast. It even took the lead, guiding Satoru. Haruto turned to the international hunter, Ares. "Ms. Ares, do you know what this is?" Haruto pointed towards the mass of roots. Ares was taken aback by his question, but she quickly offered an answer. "According to my mother's notes, it's a type of plant from another world, a dimension entirely separate from our own world. The role of this foul entity is to transport hazardous, polluting substances from its native dimension to our world. Because its root tree exists in another dimension, restoring it to its original state is completely impossible." Observing the shape of the blighted fruit tree, Ares quickly came to a conclusion. But this contaminated entity also acts as a protective shield. Therefore, they must have been planted in 3 or 4 different locations in Tokyo. Haruto's face fell as he heard this, a sense of unease rising within. 10 minutes later, at the Central Hunter Hospital outside, the scene remained utterly devastating. Just minutes ago, this hospital was bustling with activity. Now it was as silent as a long-abandoned building. Rescue teams were dispatched to the scene, immediately commencing the task of evacuating and treating the victims. Prioritize evacuating critical patients first. The others immediately responded to the command with a firm, clear yes, sir. Behind the barrier, Mo worked tirelessly without rest. He coordinated seamlessly with another hunter, using his refined skills to continuously purify the dark magic spreading through the air. A mage standing nearby impatiently urged his colleague, "Hey, hurry up and purify the dark magic." The other hunter was equally anxious, responding to the pressure with silence. "I'm trying my best, but it's not doing anything. At this rate, we're just wasting our magic power." The entire hospital was enveloped in Mo's protective barrier, preventing the dark magic from spreading outwards. However, the amount of dark magic inside remained undiminished. Witnessing the scene before him, Chairman Tokyo looked deeply worried. A corrupted world tree had sprouted in the heart of Tokyo, an unbelievable sight even when seen with one's own eyes. By now, Haruto's group had assembled and approached. Nanas bowed his head apologetically. "I apologize, Chairman Tokyo. We've issued a red warrant for Takumi and Lucas." Gao remained provocative and mocking. Well. Takumi once again made a spectacular escape from the pursuit of the renowned hunter Nan, a globally recognized figure. "It's all because of that damn Luca. If he were involved in this incident, we could directly report it and request an investigation from staff or even the International Hunter Association." Masato, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up, analyzing the situation. Although this could be considered a serious issue on an international level, ultimately, Takumi and the Blood Tower still fall under the jurisdiction of the Japanese Association. They could exploit this to evade responsibility. For instance, they could retort, "Why are you questioning us? This incident was caused by a Japanese hunter, wasn't." Hearing this, Gao turned around, his face clearly annoyed. A moment later, Masato gritted his teeth and angrily asked, "Don't worry, I'll personally capture that Takumi." Suddenly, the surrounding space violently shook. Everyone present sensed that something ominous was about to happen. Emo cried out in fear. "Why is there an earthquake?" The young mage stumbled to his feet, a look of confusion on his face. "Is the hospital about to collapse?" Just then, a man rushed in with alarming news. Chairman Tokyo, something terrible has happened. Tokyo immediately asked, what is it? The man, breathless and panicked, quickly explained, we just received a report about a second Dark World tree taking root in Keto Ward. Haruto gritted his teeth, rage boiling inside. He wished he could tear Takumi to shreds. That damn Takumi. He's planted another one. In the heart of bustling Tokyo, in the affluent Keto Ward, a dark tree has appeared. It sprouted from a high-rise building. Reporters from all over rushed to the scene, breaking the news. Large screens across the city broadcast news of the bizarre tree. Today, in various locations throughout Tokyo, two mysterious giant trees have appeared. The Hunter Association officially announces Hamura has been released from the Great Tree. This creature is capable of widespread mana contamination. Everyone below simultaneously turned their eyes towards the screen, intently watching the news report. Each minute ticked by. The announcer's voice droned on, reporting the situation. Faced with this critical situation, the government has ordered an emergency evacuation for all residents of Tokyo. Hearing the announcement, the adults all harbored a similar question. Were they planning to evacuate us to some desolate wasteland, to the middle of nowhere? Meanwhile, school-aged children were filled with excitement. Do you think we'll get out of school tomorrow? Elsewhere, Takumi wore a sly grin. He sat casually in his car, observing the chaos unfolding outside. At this rate, they'll never catch us, he said, turning to Lucas with an admiring look. You're pretty ruthless, aren't you? It's just business. I never considered using dark magic to brainwash someone. Lucas ignored him, remaining silent with his head bowed. Tokyo's streets were suddenly gridlocked. The loudspeakers blared continuous updates. Just stay hidden for 24 hours, and everyone will be safe from the magical toxins. All citizens, please remain calm and follow police instructions. Currently, the Hunter Association, the police, and the self-defense force are working together tirelessly to resolve the situation. Suddenly, Takumi looked at the driver, who was being controlled by dark magic, and spoke with amusement. You dare to poison the minds of others, turning them into mindless puppets. Lucas couldn't take it anymore. He spun around furiously, glaring at him with utter loathing. You bastard, stop acting like you're some kind of saint. Sato remained calm, his contemptuous expression making one's teeth grind. He said casually, don't get so angry. I'm complimenting you. They must be searching for us everywhere. But if you come with me, you'll never be found. They'll never suspect. We're traveling in a police car. So what are we waiting for? Let's go. Meanwhile, at the office of the chairman of the Japanese Hunter Association, Tokyo, get everyone to the meeting room now. Deleted duplicate, discussing their upcoming strategy. In other words, everyone is speculating that there's a possibility that 2 or 3 more contaminated world trees still exist. These blight trees will sprout throughout Tokyo, form some kind of barrier. Eris looks at him and confirms. That's right. At least, according to my mother's records, it's true. There's evidence that these blight trees appeared during the previous great disaster, and they acted as both an impenetrable wall and a gateway to hell. Ferocious monsters will overrun Tokyo. Nana and Misato look shocked. These trees appeared during the great disaster, but why does Haruto seem so different? Why does Haruto have such a different demeanor? He frowns, lost in thought. The great disaster 15 years ago. The star curse 15 years ago. A strange, unknown plant species suddenly appeared where the defiled tree once stood. Its enormous roots began to spread outwards, reaching beyond the restricted area. They pierced through the hard concrete of the road, creating dangerous obstacles for pedestrians and causing severe traffic jams. The car carrying the father and son was suddenly attacked by these massive roots. They struggled to maneuver the vehicle through the tangled mess of roots. The boy, his face pale with fear, looked up at his father and asked, Dad, are we going to be okay? A child's trembling voice echoed in the suffocating space. The father, sweat dripping from his brow, struggled to control the vehicle while reassuring his son. Don't worry, son. We'll be fine. Haruto, just stay put and hold on tight. Everything will be all right. The vehicle swerved, narrowly escaping a near-fatal disaster. The father glanced at the gigantic roots snaking outside the window, a feeling of absolute terror rising within him. Damn it, he cursed under his breath. So this is what Tomoka was talking talking about. He muttered, who the hell would use this monstrous thing in the middle of the city? The hideous roots continued to pursue the vehicle relentlessly, like monsters hunting their prey. One wrong move, one moment's hesitation, and the vehicle would be pierced by the roots at any second. Suddenly, little Haruto looked up with his innocent eyes and saw a sharp root hurtling towards him. The boy cried out in terror, stammering, Dad. And then the most horrifying thing happened. The ruthless root claimed the life of his beloved father right before his eyes. That horrific moment would forever be etched in Haruto's mind, haunting him for the rest of his life. Haruto fell silent, the painful memories suddenly flooding back. Could this horrific incident be connected to some mysterious curse? So the one who destroyed the vehicle that day wasn't a monster, but a defiled tree? Hearing this, Haruto felt a surge of rage. A burning hatred ignited within him. If the mastermind behind both incidents is the same person, he swore he would never forgive them. The Tokyo chairman leaned back, lost in thought. Now that he thought about it, a massive tree appeared in Tokyo that day as well. But at the time, we were too preoccupied with the prison break that we overlooked it. So it was some kind of barrier? Era adjusted her glasses, her expression serious, as she explained. According to my mother's records, the barrier created by a defiled tree acts as a portal, connecting to a different dimension, and it also has the ability to open up a subdimension. Hearing this, Nana gasped in astonishment. A subdimension? Era gave a slight nod in agreement. The more Misato listened, the more confused he became, finding many illogical points. He voiced his suspicion. But if that's the goal, wouldn't erecting a barrier be redundant? Why would they accept such an obstacle when using an example from another dimension? Wait, could the goal be to open the dark spirit subdimension? Rima? Nana agreed with Misato's speculation. To open the dark spirits subdimension, you definitely need a barrier created from a defiled tree. At least, that's what I've heard about this. A spirit subdimension requires dark mana, that foul, dark energy. And a single defiled tree isn't powerful enough to do that. Ares' face fell, worry etched upon it. The current situation indicates that subdimension is about to open. But in the worst-case scenario, a gate to a contaminated dimension will also be. Hearing this, Haruto, contrary to everyone else's anxiety, became incredibly excited. An idea seemed to have sparked in his mind. Right, talking about subspace also means talking about an endless space. Why haven't I thought about this before? If I utilize it wisely, I can totally resolve the current situation. With the support of my personal inventory, I could even create an entire army. Things are about to change. Haruto couldn't let this golden opportunity slip away. Whether it's dark magic or whatever, I will find a mastermind behind all this and claim this subspace for myself. Suddenly, Gao's voice interrupted Haruto's train of thought. Why don't we talk about something more practical? He sighed, his face indifferent. We've been talking about the subspace key, all sorts of oddballs. But a place like this, and that nonsense actually exists? I've never even heard of it, let alone seen it. Annoyed by the man's condescending attitude, Haruto couldn't hold back any longer and held out 2 golden cards in front of him. Are you talking about these? Gao was stunned into utter disbelief. He jumped to his feet, stammering, are those really space keys? Nanas couldn't hide her excitement either, even slamming her fist on the table. Eris took them in his hands and hurriedly explained, these are relics my mother left behind. They're paired with the fragment that the hunter Sano found on the snowy mountain peak. Golem and Gao were dumbfounded, nearly losing their balance. So, see, really exists. But 2 pieces alone won't do anything, will they? Eris continued to share what he knew. According to my mother's records of the Great Catastrophe, the unholy space gate opened in England. I believe the appearance of the beast and the dimensional shard is no mere coincidence. It's highly likely that whoever brought the beast from another dimension is also the one holding the remaining dimensional shards. Hearing this, Misato was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. The Tokyo chairman remained the calmest of them all. He slowly said, as Ms. Aries Day just analyzed, the worst-case scenario is if that contaminated dimensional gate is actually opened. This issue is no longer confined to Japan. I will immediately send a petition to the International Hunters Association and request cooperation from the American Hunters Association. Misato slammed his hand on the table, objecting. They won't get involved. 1 shard already belongs to my guild. The meeting concluded an hour later in the basement of the future guild. Misato led everyone to a room with a massive door. Just by looking at the door, Haruto and Nana couldn't hide their astonishment. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they looked up. What kind of dungeon entrance was this grand and magnificent? Gu, with his usual disdainful expression, let out a sarcastic remark. Guild leader Shirasaki knows you're a dungeon fanatic, but I never thought you'd own a piece of space like this. Haruto, curious, asked, how did you get this? Masato remained silent, not answering any questions. Gao, unable to stand the silence, spoke up again. No answer, huh? Must be some shady deal to get something like this. It's not exactly uncommon, right? Or maybe it's just a fake. Only Haruto truly understood the situation. He opened his personal inventory, observing the changes in his key fragment. No, it's not fake. Even though the key fragment was in his inventory, the other fragments of space were still strongly resonating with each other. Masato extended his hand, unlocking the entrance. The gate slowly materialized before their eyes. This chamber is surprisingly vast. But inside, there's only a single pillar. Above the pillar, an energy sphere completely encases a strange spatial fragment. It's the fourth spatial fragment, as if sensing the presence of the other fragments nearby. It begins to radiate a blinding light. Gao starts to approach, muttering to himself, such a huge chamber for just one thing? What a waste of space. Haruto suddenly appears, blocking Gao's path, holding up a hand to stop him. From here on out, only Mr. Shirasaki and I are allowed to proceed. Hearing this, Gao immediately flies into a rage, his voice a threatening growl. Huh? Who do you think you are? Fortunately, Era steps in just in time to intervene, defending Gao. Combining two spatial fragments is already dangerous enough. Who knows what will happen when we combine them with a third? Masato agrees, adding his own thoughts. They're right. It's best if only Sano and I go. This is my guild, so you'll follow my orders. Though resentment and defiance filled Go's heart, he still retreated. I've seen it with my own eyes. What's left to desire? If any unusual space opens up, it'll be because of you two, and I won't hesitate to eliminate you both. Keep that in mind. Haru glanced at the closing door, his eyes cold and sharp, filled with killing intent. After the door closed, the two of them approached the pillar. Haruto looked at it and said, Guild leader Shirasaki, your piece is number 4. Masato stood beside him with his arms crossed, observing him. A system notification also appeared. Notification, space fragment, 1 of 5. The fourth piece. Haruto hadn't given up on finding its origin. Can you tell me where you got it? Masato naturally wanted to avoid the question. He quickly urged him, stop asking pointless questions. Quickly do it. Haruto looked helplessly at his opponent, resignation etched on his face. Then he slowly walked towards the strange spatial rift. Don't worry. Haruto cautiously reached his hand towards the rift, about to touch it. After all, Haruto still had the giant Spider King silk and shadow movement magic for defense. He hadn't used them since storing them in his personal inventory, but things didn't go as planned. The moment he passed through the protective barrier, the rift suddenly unleashed a fierce burst of energy. It flashed brilliantly, then immediately sent powerful shockwaves throughout the surrounding space. The ground was gouged with a deep crater by its tremendous power. Despite being prepared, Masato was thrown back a considerable distance. The rift's attack power far exceeded expectations, horribly distorting the massive gate. The terrifyingly loud noise startled everyone outside. Nana, extremely worried, was about to rush inside. Something bad has happened. The ground was plowed into a long, winding trench. Even the solid steel door was frighteningly dented. Masato looked around frantically, calling out, Hunter Sano. Fortunately, just seconds later, he heard a response from behind. Man, I thought I was a goner. That was close. Masato looked at the young man in surprise. Giant spiderwebs still lingered around. Haruto looked at the 3 fragments of space, now merged together within the personal storage, sweat dripping from his brow, and exclaimed in astonishment. Unbelievable. It was able to escape the warehouse and combine itself like that, without using spatial shift. You still understood the situation perfectly. Your power is astounding. We must be extremely careful when combining the 4th fragment. Masato looked Haruto, the Sano hunter, up and down with a horrified expression. The young man had left him completely stunned. Who is this guy? Did he just use the high-level concealment skill, spatial shift? Who is this guy, anyway? With a burning question in his mind, he roared, Who are you? Haruto glanced back, casually taunting, Oh my, President Shirasaki. Don't scare me. Are you yelling at me? That loud, huh? But Haruto didn't expect that the moment he turned his back, Masato would suddenly choke him, catching him completely off guard. He violently shoved Haruto to the ground. The ground exploded around them from the sheer force of the impact. Caught by surprise, Haruto coughed up blood and pain. He had no idea why the other had suddenly attacked him. Cough! Why stop? Masato growled, his weapon poised, ready to strike. You can't use dark skills without dark mana, but you clearly just used shadow movement, didn't you? Explain yourself. Now, pinned to the ground, Haruto was furious. He frowned, helplessly looking at his opponent. How could he explain this absurd situation? It was all because of Chairman Masato, who had cornered him. Haruto planned to use Shadow Step to escape, but suddenly, grotesque tentacles erupted from the ground, tightly ensnaring him. A sense of foreboding washed over Haruto. How humiliating. A top hunter like him, unable to escape this predicament. He trembled as he spoke. I can't use dark mana. But Masato seemed to disbelieve his explanation. Masato squeezed Haruto's neck, pinning him to the ground with one hand, while raising his wand high with the other, conjuring a terrifying bolt of light. You can use Shadow Step, yet you claim you can't use dark mana. Without another word, he unleashed the devastating lightning bolt upon Haruto. A thick cloud of smoke and dust billowed up. Haruto lay there, struggling to rise in agony. After enduring that fatal blow, Haruto writhed in agony, coughing up blood, confusion flooding his mind. Damn it, why can't I activate Shadow Step? As if reading his thoughts, Masato sneered. Our hero out of mana already? He didn't have the patience for explanations, coldly stating, Thunderbolt is the only technique that can counter Shadow Step. That's why I mastered it. Haruto suddenly remembered this was how Takumi escaped Golem on that snowy mountain all those years ago. The guild master seemed furious, determined not to let him go. Ever since you showed up during the Quizia pursuit, I've had my suspicions. Who are you really? What happened between you and Takumi on that mountain? Was it all just an act you two put on? Under the pressure, Haruto felt a pang of regret. Does he really believe he's shaking hands with Takumi? Only 2 people went in. This is the fatal mistake I have to stop. Chairman Shirasaki has. After assessing the situation, Haruto gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, trying to explain. Just thinking about it makes me want to go crazy. I can't even use any of my skills. But in reality, it was just a delaying tactic, buying time, so he could use the spider silk. The colossal Haruto roared in fury, duplicated it with Control plus V, and screamed at his face. Are you trying to kill me or torture me to death? Am I the enemy of your entire family? Masato didn't have time to react. Quickly enveloped by spider silk, forming a cocoon. Layers of silk tightened, forming a giant sphere. Haruto looked at it uneasily. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Did I do something wrong? Suddenly, a noticeable crack appeared on the sphere's surface. The crack gradually spread, extending along the crystal-clear sphere's radius. Then abruptly, like a violent eruption, the sphere exploded, creating a terrifying storm of debris and dust. Haruto hastily raised his arm to shield his face, helplessly witnessing the sphere shatter into pieces. Finally, the resilient spiderweb sphere could no longer contain the ferocious Masato. He had torn it apart with his raging lightning, freeing himself. A terrifying bolt of lightning shot outwards, aimed directly at Haruto. Fortunately, he managed to use his webs to create a protective shield in time. However, the lightning was too powerful, piercing through the web shield in front of him. Masato stood triumphantly within his spherical shield, coldly glaring at Haruto with razor-sharp eyes. Haruto's hand was injured, blood dripping profusely. Having been ambushed, Masato was even more enraged. If it's something you can't say, he growled, then it's Starfill, isn't it? If that's the case, you're dead. Haruto, now covered in wounds, remained silent in fear. He could feel Masato's seething rage. I might actually die here. Haruto thought to himself. I'll work with him on this. It's so familiar I forgot. Masato is continuously generating an incredibly powerful electrical current, as if to remind Haruto of a harsh truth. Guild Master Shirasaki is a hunter above level 500, while I haven't even reached level 300. There's only one option left. He frantically rummages through his items. This is an all-or-nothing gamble. I'm running out of time. Hoping that the item Haruto needs will appear right now. Yes, it's the super potion. capable of healing 95% of damage. Cannot be used in conjunction with any other potions, and ineffective on targets who are already dead. Masato, of course, isn't patient enough to wait for his opponent to recover. He immediately unleashes his Thunder Spear. Haruto doesn't dodge, calmly watching them approach, waiting for the right moment, then yells. In his mind, Haruto pleaded relentlessly, "Activate, damn it! Activate!" A bright red notification abruptly flashed from the system. Control+V. User's HP has fallen below the critical threshold of 25%. A series of notification windows popped up in rapid succession, activating the second unique skill of the AGN Advanced Longsword. Rampage. Control+V. Equip the AGN Advanced Longsword to utilize this skill. A gleaming sword materialized instantly in Haruto's hand, allowing him to block the chairman's devastating lightning strike. Immediately after, Haruto slowly raised his sword, aiming directly at his opponent. The moment Haruto swung his sword downward, a terrifying surge of power created a deep gash, sending dust and debris swirling as it hurtled towards his enemy. Masato mustered all his strength, struggling to maintain his spherical defense. That bastard! Could that be? The two earth-shattering energies collided. Finally, Masato's lightning shield shattered. Masato was horrified by the sight before him. The young man witnessed the immense energy from the sword's aura, hurtling relentlessly towards him. A deafening explosion ripped through the air, obliterating everything around the epicenter. Masato lay grievously wounded and motionless amidst the rubble. Blood trickled from his mouth, wounds appearing on his face. Suddenly, a distant memory flooded his mind. A familiar voice from the past echoed in his head. "The name of our guild," the voice began, "means hope. We will become the strongest in the future. Or how about we call it Phil?" Masato readily agreed. "I like that name. Let's make Phil the #1 guild in the world." The person Masato remembered was his younger brother, Shirisaki Subaru. "But first," Subaru said, "brother, I will help you become the world's top hunter." The boy raised his glass high as he spoke, seemed to deeply adore his older brother. Masato let out a hearty laugh at her words. Defeating the strongest in the world, huh? Sounds like fun. 15 years ago, he and his younger brother were always side by side. Whether facing a ferocious demon or the depths of hell itself, they never faltered. Until one day, during a routine monster extermination mission, Suzuka anxiously warned his brother, "Brother, don't you feel something's off? That mysterious hunter is watching us." But Masato reassured his younger brother, "Suzuka, this dungeon isn't controlled by the Mithril Guild or any major power. It's a hidden dungeon. It's well known, but not under anyone's jurisdiction. This is our chance for the future guild, for US, to break into the top 10 strongest guilds in the nation." He declared confidently, "Why are you trembling now? Your teleportation skill could get us out of this hellhole in an instant. Besides, don't you have me here to protect you?" Despite her lingering suspicion about his suspicious bandages, Suda couldn't stop her brother. Just as he predicted, right after they defeated the last monster, a horrifying event unfolded. Masato's enraged roar echoed. "You bastard! Are you insane?" He was clutching his younger brother, who was being consumed by dark magic. "Tell me, you bastard, what the hell are you doing?" The twisted man offered no explanation, only muttering cryptic words to Masato. "This is dark magic addiction. The more magic they absorb, the faster their consciousness will be devoured by darkness. They'll be transformed into lowly monsters, even worse than demons and devils." Masato panicked, screaming for an antidote. "My brother is dying." But the man responded calmly with cryptic words. "The two of you were the most enthusiastic participants in the Bone Poison Massacre, weren't you? You deserve a special reward." Shadow replication technique. Although he didn't understand the meaning of those words, Masato's intuition told him this was bad news. As expected, the man began to threaten him. "Give it to me, and I'll show you how to save your brother. Otherwise, prepare to die here. Besides, without dark mana, that skill is useless to you anyway." For his brother's sake, Masato couldn't hesitate any longer. He had to accept. "Fine, I'll give you the skill. Now, give me the antidote." Having achieved his goal, the man uttered, "Atli of the British Association, the ancestral sword of the Greens family. That's the only way to dispel the mana poison." Masato's face paled. He stammered in terror, "You didn't give me the antidote amidst the barren wasteland. His voice echoed in despair. You bastard. The other man calmly observed Masato's panic, coldly stating, Black man addiction has no antidote. Furthermore, this is a mobile dungeon. Once the purge is complete, it will teleport elsewhere, and this entire space will collapse. With that, he began to teleport. Even if there were an antidote, his voice echoed, it would be useless. If you can't survive and escape from here. Only then did Misato realize he had been deceived from the very beginning. You intended to kill us. The other man laughed sinisterly. I won't deny it. The existence of black mana and dark skills are not yet meant for the world to know. Finishing his sentence, he vanished completely, leaving the two brothers in despair amidst the crumbling dungeon. Suda, hang in there. Can you use your return skill? With the last of his strength, he handed his brother a small, shimmering fragment. I found this near the boss monster just now. I don't know what it is, but it's definitely something important. Masato, tears streaming down his face, choked out a cry, unable to accept the harsh reality. Now's not the time for that. Hurry, use your skill. But Suda only softly replied, Promise me. His voice choked with tears, leaving behind his last words. I can't keep my promise. Return target, Misato. He panicked, trying to stop him. Wait, Suda. Why? A bright light from a magic circle suddenly appeared. Despite his brother's desperate pleas, he sent Misato away. Brother, I'm sorry. He was forcibly teleported, screaming in anguish. Suda, the place Misato was transported to, was their guild's office. Tears of regret streamed down Suda's face. He was motionless, frozen as if still holding his brother tightly, his body rigid, not a single movement. Misato sobbed in agony, trembling with rage. The last item Suda gave him, he clutched in his hand, as if trying to crush it. Fury ignited within him. Misato roared, unleashing furious bolts of lightning, reducing the room to rubble. Back in reality, after taking Haruto's sword strike, both paused to rest. Misato slowly continued his story. For the next 15 years, I scoured every dungeon, but I couldn't find that hidden chamber. He stood up, approaching Haruto. I always believed my brother was still alive. But now, Haruto finally understood. So that's why you want to find him. Just a single clue, no wonder. You're called the Dungeon Maniac. Haruto drank a healing potion, thinking to himself. However, messing with Chairman Shirasaki comes at a steep price. It was truly terrifying. Fortunately, thanks to the sword's strange toxicity and brutal power, I reached level 600 in a short amount of time. But my body couldn't handle that power. Misato revealed his true motives more clearly. Therefore, I started researching dark mana and dark skills again. International sanctions or anything else, I don't care. Shadow movement is an extremely rare skill, and dark skills have long been forbidden. Currently, only that cripple can use it. Hearing that, someone understood him. So, you're wondering, how Takumi and I can use that skill? Alright, I'll tell you. But inwardly, he added, I won't reveal the whole truth. Unexpectedly, Misato refused. Haruto was stunned. He added, that technique you just used was Carrion's Dragonfang sword, wasn't it? How are you able to use it? Where did you learn these tricks? Just like the Dragonfang sword, you must have stolen the shadow movement technique too. I apologize for suspecting you of colluding with Takumi. Misato's apology, or perhaps mockery, continued. Turns out you're just a skill thief. Haruto was furious. If you're going to apologize, at least sound sincere, he yelled. Don't call me a thief. He continued his accusations. You snuck that away during Kezia's apprehension. You're the thief, Haruto weakly retorted. Suddenly Misato changed the subject. Let me tell you two things. Once the dimensional key is complete, I'll join you. The door opened. After a hushed, private discussion, the two finally returned. Seeing Haruto's disheveled appearance, Emo was curious about what happened. What happened to you? You look like you've been through a war, she asked. He chuckled nervously, replying, It's nothing, just a slight hiccup while combining the spatial fragments. Nana quickly announced. While you two were busy, I received intel that a third impurity tree has appeared. Misato exclaimed in surprise. Really? He gritted his teeth in anger. Where is that bastard Takumi hiding? Arain replied, based on the location of the third impurity tree, we can predict Takumi's next move. Misato impatiently shouted, Where is it? Tell me now. Despite Misato's urgency, she calmly laid out the plan. First, we need to gather the hunters in the Ginza district. Judging by the size and location of the barrier that's been created, the subdimension they plan to open in Ginza is vast. Nana sensed immense terror emanating from the monster and grew worried. Just how dangerous could it be? If that's the case, then the number of monsters pouring out of that spatial rift would be an unfathomable number. Listening to their conversation, Haruto remained silent, analyzing the possibility of a large-scale invasion. If that were to actually happen, no matter how powerful the hunter force might be, it would still take a considerable amount of time to stabilize the situation. Especially if goblin hordes appeared, things would become incredibly difficult. With just these giant spiderwebs, I can't possibly deal with them. Misato spoke up, suggesting, the hunters from the future guild will go to Ginza to provide support. I will pursue Takomi. As long as we capture him before the fourth tree appears, everything will be alright, right? Nana agreed, alright. Then I'll return to the association to summon all the other guilds. With that said, she immediately turned and walked away. Haruto and Mo looked hesitant. Both of them. Were they planning to cooperate and fight alongside other guilds in the association? Haruto responded to the offer without hesitation, his answer firm. There's no need. I will prepare everything myself. All the necessary items I need. Nana asked in surprise. Prepare what? I didn't quite hear you. Haruto calmly explained to her. Eris said that the subspace is incredibly vast, so this will be a competition of scale. Hearing that, Nana nodded in understanding, asking nothing further. Misato suddenly spoke up, offering Haruto some cryptic encouragement. I'm really looking forward to seeing your performance. Without responding to Misato, Haruto turned to Mo. I need your help this time, Mo. Mo sighed, a hopeful look on his face. Have you finally realized my worth? Haruto unintentionally dashed Mo's hopes. What are you talking about? I just need you to carry some things for me. Mo exclaimed in astonishment. Wait, carry luggage? At this very moment, a crucial meeting is underway at the European SAP Filler Hunter Association headquarters. Miso reports. We've just received an urgent request for assistance from Japan. It's clear they desperately need our help. The time has come. Michael speaks up, his tone skeptical. Is that so? I heard the spatial barrier hasn't been completed yet. Can a subspace truly be opened successfully? Miso asserts confidently. Absolutely. Right now, a subspace has been secured and opened on a large scale, teeming with ferocious goblins and monsters. Another person speaks up. Goblins and monsters? Are you underestimating the Japanese hunters? Chairman Masaki Takachi and Hunter Nanao of the association. Those two alone are powerful enough to conquer the world. Several voices agree in unison. If they requested our support, no matter how chaotic the situation becomes, they'll quickly handle everything. Suddenly, someone spoke hesitantly. Moreover, wouldn't Mr. Michael be displeased with this? I assure you, there's no need to worry about that. Our European branch manager. I can handle him. That's why I paid special attention to the placement of the filth beasts. She gave a sly smile, as if to tear open a dimensional rift. Hearing this, the other person felt reassured. Inside that space, are there only monsters? If that's the case, even with assistance from the American Hunter Association, it will be impossible to control the situation. Miso smiled enigmatically. If that space opens in Tokyo, it will be a devastating blow, one that cannot be ignored. Michael suddenly spoke. For your homeland and for GD Rash. This time we must succeed. Mr. reassured everyone once more. Please don't worry. This is nothing to be concerned about. This isn't the first time I've opened a subdimension in Tokyo. Meanwhile, at the White House, the president and his close advisors were holding an emergency meeting. U.S. President Jamon Romeo spoke. Secretary Logan, are you aware of the extra-dimensional monster reports coming out of Japan? CIA Director Logan immediately confirmed. Mr. President, yes. They first appeared in Britain about 15 years ago. They originate from another dimension, the same source as the black space. The president's worry was evident. So, we're facing a serious threat. Logan quickly reassured him. The gate hasn't fully opened yet, so we're not facing an immediate threat. However, we've received an urgent request for assistance from the Hunter Association. In Japan, the president still seemed hesitant. What's the International Hunter Association's response to this situation? Logan immediately reported what he knew. Michael Starfield, the chairman of the Japanese Hunter Association, is said to be on his way to the scene. The woman, who had been silent until now, spoke up with a suspicious tone. A world-renowned hunter like him, personally intervening in a case like this? Could there be something more to it? Logan didn't have an answer to that question. Our intel hasn't picked up anything related to this, so we don't have the full picture. We can't grasp the entire situation. Suddenly, the woman's phone rang. "One moment, please." She turned to address the president. "The chairman of the Hunter Association is on a video call, sir." Ray Moon exclaimed in surprise. "The chairman is calling?" He immediately ordered, "Connect the call." The woman quickly opened the screen. The face of Simon Design, chairman of the U.S. Hunter Association, appeared on the screen. "Mr. President, we have a serious problem." The president's expression turned grim. "If you're referring to the incident in Japan, I'm already briefed. Initially, we only planned to provide equipment and technical support." But Simon suddenly interrupted. "I'm afraid the situation is beyond our control now." He continued, delivering ominous news. Urbo Rose Guild Squadron is reportedly en route to Japan. Commander Logan reacted with impatience. "Why the rush? Hold on. Thomas can't just act on his own like that, can he?" But contrary to his expectations, Simon struggled to explain, "No, this is an unforeseen circumstance. Thomas has equipped the entire guild." Logan clutched his forehead, his face etched with worry. His power rivals that of an army. Sending a hunter like him to another country is like dropping a nuclear bomb. Moreover, Japan is a neutral, peace-seeking nation. If something happens, it'll be a huge problem. He continued to inquire, "What's the Hunter Association's stance on this?" Simon's voice was filled with helplessness. "There's nothing more we can do. The container incident is practically impossible to solve." President Simon suddenly spoke. "This is no longer just—" He paused for a moment. "A matter concerning Japan alone. Quickly assemble our best hunters and discreetly deploy them to Japan, but maintain absolute secrecy. The situation in Japan is extremely critical. The impure beast is continuously emitting toxic man. Right in front of it, a man stood on high ground, observing everything. In his hand, he held a knight's sword, his expression resolute, just as Takomi described. I'm just like him. I used to justify myself, using the excuse of protecting my family and father. But I'm the one responsible for all of this. It all began on that fateful day, when Luca was cursed and controlled by a mysterious entity. From then on, everything descended into chaos. Information from the mass media, humanity's rage, and their deepest desires flooded his mind like a violent tsunami. Lucas even felt the consciousness and deaths of the terrifying monsters. For a week, he was lost in a daze, powerless against everything. Finally, Lucas attempted to end his own life to stop the dreadful curse. But ironically, that was the moment he found an intense will to live. The Lucas family possessed a treasured heirloom displayed prominently in the main hall. It was the holy sword, Angelus Rapier, simply holding would repel the cruel, controlling curse. Now, he could control the curse's terrifying power, and thanks to it, Lucas was freed from his living hell. Since that fateful day, he always kept the holy sword close. Eventually, a gateway to another dimension opened within it. He heard rumors that the hunter Nishihara wanted to borrow this precious sword, but his father was completely against it. This wasn't unexpected. Lucas's country had suffered a terrible tragedy. The Cooper family had lost both their status and power. To control the control plus F curse, he experimented with countless possible methods. Finally, Lucas discovered he could control it with dark magic. However, this made him vulnerable to losing control. So, he always needed to carry his sword with him. While absorbing dark magic, he met Michael and Miso. Thanks to their help, Lucas's family regained their strength. But the price was steep. When Michael discovered Lucas's control plus F ability, he forced Lucas to search for people. Whenever a target was found, Lucas would kill and absorb their power using control plus F for his family and for his father. That's the reason he kept telling himself all this time. But in reality, he was just following Michael's orders, terrified of being discarded. Naturally, Lucas himself recognized his own cowardice. Standing on the rooftop, he muttered, "The one holding control plus C. I'm guessing it's Haruto. If that power falls into Michael's hands, who knows what will happen? I have to see it for myself." Suddenly, Lucas raised his sword and decided to steal the holy sword from the vault. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp pain pierced his mind. Enduring a massive influx of information caused him to cry out in agony. At that moment, Lucas felt like he was falling into a deep abyss of endless information. But in an instant, he found the information he needed. He read something that made his eyes widen in shock. Then, Lucas calmly said, "I found control plus against the deep blue sky. A plane soared swiftly forward. Inside the luxurious passenger cabin, a man with dark skin and a body covered in scars sat deep in thought. This man was Thomas Miller, a renowned spellcaster and awakened. Nationality, USA. World ranking, #1 hunter, level undetermined. Richard, intently examining the knife in his hand, wondered. Guild master, if you want to go to Japan, why don't we detour through another country? Is it really necessary to mobilize a private plane like this? Thomas frowned, his face etched with displeasure. Richard, have you forgotten our guild's motto? Richard flustered, quickly waved his hands defensively. I wouldn't dare forget. Our motto, the moment we let our guard down, danger strikes unexpectedly. I understand, sir. I'll be more careful next time. Thomas remained silent, offering no reply. Lost in thought, he gazed silently at the clouds drifting lazily past the window, a melancholic look in his eyes. Memories of the past suddenly flooded back, consuming his mind. The devastating catastrophe 15 years ago. A hero rose to protect Toner, annihilating the ferocious goblins. Back then, I was just a young A-rank hunter and nearly lost my life there. Hunter Nishihara was the one who saved me. Vivid images of the battle against the brutal goblins flashed before his eyes. Not long after, I was granted a special skill by a supreme being. In the blink of an eye, I became the strongest hunter in the world. Back in the present, he clenched his fist, the pendant in his hand emitting a brilliant golden light, and thought to himself, Hunter Nishihara gave me this. Before the catastrophe ended, Toner opened his hand, gazing at the triangular, gold pendant shimmering with an ethereal light. This magnificent treasure has always been with him until now. For the first time in 15 long years, a spatial zone began to resonate powerfully. He gripped the pendant tightly, his brow furrowed with worry. His eyes reflected a deep, worried contemplation. When the world is happening in Japan, this is it. This is what the Hunter Nishihara feared would happen all those years ago. In Ginza, Tokyo, a sprawling city is being enveloped by menacing plumes of dark purple gas. A voice rings out. The anomalous space we discussed is about to open. Are you certain about this location? Nanashim replies. This area has the highest concentration of magical contamination. Takuo asks, what's the response from the other guilds? She quickly reports back. Guild Master Shinoda of the Great Power Guild is neutralizing the contamination caused by the impurity tree. At the Central Hunter Hospital, the guild members are dealing with the impurity tree in the Northern District and searching for countermeasures. Nana continues. Guild Master Takamichi of the Mad Dash Guild has dispatched members to assist throughout the affected areas. He himself is currently stationed alone at Chwadori in Ginza, ready to confront any entity emerging from the otherworldly space. He's confident in his ability to handle any situation. Takuo expresses his relief. Well, with Takamichi on the scene, there's no need to worry. What about the other guilds? What are they doing? She replies, they're protecting and guiding evacuees, those who haven't managed to escape the danger zone. Suddenly, he remembers something and asks, oh right, now that you mention it, I haven't seen Hunter Haruto anywhere. Nana's immediately responds. Currently, Hunter Haruto is carrying out a different, special mission. Takuo strokes his chin, a curious expression on his face. Another mission? What kind of mission? Nana's also seems puzzled. I'm quite curious about that myself. Hunter Haruto always keeps us guessing, like a skilled magician. The nearby porter, intrigued, listens intently to their conversation. He thought to himself, Hunter Hari, a descendant of Sano. The name took him by surprise. A thought arose in his mind. Could it be they're talking about Senior Sano? The bald man beside him suddenly pointed and yelled, Hari, what are you doing? Snapped back to reality, Hari flinched. Sorry, he replied, but worry not at it. It can't be. Could they be talking about Senior Haruto? Why haven't I seen him anywhere? This is unsettling. At the Ginza shopping center, night began to fall. Satoru, carrying a heavy backpack, groaned. Senior Haruto, I can't carry this anymore. Voland of the Snowy Mountains, despite his small stature, also carried a massive backpack, trudging along with heavy steps. Katsumo chimed in agreement. I'm exhausted too. Haruto, tense, his eyes glued to the screen, typed furiously. A notification popped up unexpectedly. Control+V. Insufficient mana to unlock the dragon longsword. Haruto gritted his teeth, a frown etched on his face. Damn it, still not enough. How could it be enough? Satanu, worried and sweating profusely, rushed over. One item bag holds 100 items, and we have 13 bags. That's 1,300 items, and it's still not enough. Haruto grimaced. Bottom line, it's still not enough. Mo asked hesitantly, is this enough for you to stop? He replied, possibly. It's not perfect, but there's a chance of success. Haruto, tense, furrowed his brow in thought. Either way, I need that space. I have to copy and paste it, no matter the cost. Suddenly, the group stopped in their tracks. The three of them and the snow mountain Yoi froze before a figure. A person stood blocking their path, sword in hand. A gasp of surprise echoed. Lucas furrowed his brow. How do you know this place? Lucas scowled and yelled, silence. I need to talk to you. Haruto's expression turned serious. If you want to talk, put the sword down first. Suddenly, Haruto smirked as if an idea had just struck. He thought to himself, wait. According to the legend of Chairman Shirasa, dark magic can be purified by this sword. This is the perfect chance to copy and paste. Haruto called out, hold on. Confused, Lucas turned around. He dropped his backpack and vanished in a blink of an eye. Haruto suddenly appeared in a puff of smoke behind Lucas. He reached for the sword with a confident look on his face. My copy and paste skill level has improved greatly, so this time it will definitely work. Lucas sensed it too, and his face creased with work. He didn't flinch, quickly shifting to evade the attack. Don't be rash, wielder of the Control plus C ability. I already know all of your skills. Haruto's expression flickered with surprise. He worriedly thought, what's going on? How does he know about my Control plus C ability? Maybe I should play dumb. With that thought, Haruto scratched his head cluelessly and asked, oh, what are you talking about? Lucas didn't hesitate, immediately leaping forward. He swung his sword directly at Haruto, roaring, stop playing dumb. My family and I have bet everything on this. Lucas's magic power surged towards Haruto. Before he could react, a sphere of earth abruptly sprouted up, shielding him and stopping Lucas in his tracks. Haruto dodged the attack, appearing right behind Lucas. Lucas glanced back, so you can use dark magic too. His sword suddenly emanated a terrifying black aura. Lucas warned, think carefully about who you're using that power again. Lucas flew into a rage. He raised his sword, and a dark energy radiated outwards, growing more intense and engulfing the surrounding space. A blinding light suddenly erupted from the sword. Haruto raised his arm to shield his eyes. His teeth gritted tightly. He peeked through his fingers, then let out a pained groan. He stood frozen, helpless against the terrifying power. What is this? It feels like Chairman Shirasaki's thunderclap technique from before. I can't activate Shadow Step within this radius. Satoru wondered aloud. Why isn't Senior Haruto using Shadow Step? Mo explained, it's because of the holy power. The light emanating from a sword has the ability to purify anything unholy within a 10-meter radius. Shadow Step is a dark art, so it can't be used. Lucas lowered his sword, stepped towards Haruto, and said, you can't use your skill. So that means all the skills you've copied so far are dark arts. That's right. Haruto chuckled softly. Well, from now on, I'll copy compatible and suitable skills. He fumed inwardly. Damn it, the sword's holy power blinded me. If I use Shadow Exchange, I won't have a chance to touch the sword again. Haruto observed Lucas and silently calculated. Should I use the dragon sword? Or copy and clone like last time? Should I seize the opportunity and attack him? Lucas frowned in frustration, complaining. That Control plus C skill is the reason why I'm in this predicament. Don't you know? How can I control that skill without using Control plus C? Haruto immediately replied, I understand. So, you know the origin of the thing clinging to me? It seems you also possess a control skill, don't you? Are you trying to kill me to steal my skill? Is that why you conspired with Takumi and put me in this dangerous situation? Luca, enraged by the provocation, lunged forward with his sword and roared, shut up. Don't you dare compare me to that bastard. He lunged, his sword piercing through Haruto's chest, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Luca froze, bewildered, as Haruto had simply stood there and taken the blow without dodge. Haruto coughed up more blood, but a triumphant smile spread across his face. He had achieved his goal. The system displayed the message, Control plus C. Angelus Rapier has been copied. User Control plus C can copy and absorb the Angelus Rapier. Suddenly, the system turned red and announced, Control plus V. Shadow movement cannot be used while copying and absorbing the Angelus Rapier. Haruto thought to himself with a sly grin. Huh, Wait, what's going on? The system suddenly displayed a vial filled with blood-red liquid. He quickly downed the vial in one gulp. Doubt still lingered in his mind. Could it be because of this sword that I can't use dark arts? I thought not using dark mana would be fine. But since Mark's sword sealed shadows, I can't use it. Lucas wondered, did he willingly take a sword strike to copy the holy sword? Haruto affirmed, just as I predicted. I can't copy it with Control+C. Even if I get stabbed, it won't work. Lucas clenched his fist and raised his sword. I'll ask you one last time. What do you plan to do with the Control+C skill? Haruto retorted with a determined voice. Isn't it obvious? I will become the strongest hunter, a hunter surpassing even the Almighty. Luca lunged, a hint of mockery in his voice. Is that all? He thrust his sword straight towards him. Haruto effortlessly dodged the attack. Exactly, he said, even before I became a hunter. My time has been constantly shortened by the curse. Luca looked confused. Time, he yelled, wait, didn't you hear the curse say that once the curse is activated, there are only 5 years left until a disaster strikes? Luca grew more bewildered. Only 5 years? What disaster? He frowned, glancing at the hourglass pendant around his neck, and thought to himself, too much information at once. I don't have time to worry about that. This hourglass could be a symbol of the time remaining. Is it counting down to the next great catastrophe? Suddenly, a screen appeared in front of Haruto. He startled. What are you doing? A system notification popped up. Control+C. Copying time limit exceed. Please approach the target again. Haruto frowned, his face etched with frustration as he lost himself in thought. He had sacrificed himself, enduring a fatal wound to copy it, and now he had to do it all over again. Suddenly, a stream of purple magic converged in the sky. Beams of light gradually descended, painting the space in an ethereal hue. Haruto, startled, looked up. Sato and Mo followed his gaze, their faces filled with worry. Stammering, it started. Lucas, equally puzzled, tilted his head back to observe the strange phenomenon. The red system interface reappeared, announcing another dimensional space. A dark spirit space has opened in Tokyo. When a subspace opens, a contaminated area will form within its boundaries. Hunters' HP and mana will be reduced by 30%. Simultaneously, there will be limitations on the use of mana-consuming skills. In Shinagawa Ward, moments before the subspace fully opened, billows of purple smoke spread everywhere, engulfing the area. Giant, wood-like vines pierced through buildings, leaving them in ruins. The red system interface reappeared, announcing the unholy spatial barrier is now fully operational. A rift to another dimension, the Black Realm, has opened over Tokyo. Once fully opened, this contaminated zone will drain 30% of all hunters' HP and MP. Simultaneously, it will also restrict all mana-based skills. Takomi stared at the monitor, his face filled with satisfaction. If this space fully opens, Tokyo will become a living hell. The goblin's mission is complete. The goblin has fulfilled his task. Should I report this? Suddenly, crimson tendrils snaked forward, accompanied by a booming voice. I will not allow this to happen. Takomi flinched, startled by the voice. The crimson tendrils lashed out, slamming into the ground where he stood. Terror gripped him as he scrambled back with each stroke. Masato and Era stood protected within a shimmering orb. He declared, because you will die here. Takomi retorted. Masato, breathing heavily, finally caught. He let out a sinister chuckle, but it was too late. The UE Thursday barrier had completely surrounded Tokyo. The city's fate was sealed. In a fit of rage, Masato ripped the protective sphere in half. The sudden action startled Ares. He roared, so what? My target is you, Takumi. Crimson tendrils of magical energy began to emanate from Masato. He screamed. It seems dark mana has no effect on me. Takumi didn't flinch. He drew his sword from a spatial rift. A sardonic grin spread across his face. Do you think you're the only exception? Billowing purple dark energy erupted from him. His eyes turned pitch black, staring at Masato with contempt. Let me show you the true power of dark mana. Somewhere in the city, hunters simultaneously received a notification on their screens, on their devices. They began to murmur amongst themselves. I've never seen such terrifying control. All mana-based skills have been neutralized. They're clearly forcing us into hand-to-hand combat. A bald man with glasses also raised his hand, attempting to cast a spell, but failed completely. You're right. None of my mana skills can be activated. A short-haired girl wearing a cap also tried to use magic and exclaimed, impossible. Even my healing magic is sealed. Someone else spoke up, explaining. In this situation, even medicine won't have any effect. Our strength and magical energy are being drained. A single attack could be fatal. Nana looked up at the sky with a stunned expression. Chairman, this is... Taigu also looked up, his face grim. This is completely unexpected. We have to deal with those giant monsters. A ferocious tornado ripped through a major city, flattening countless buildings. Thick smoke and dust filled the air. The atmosphere became chaotic, more turbulent than ever. A mysterious purple spatial gate gradually materialized, gaping open in the vast sky. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air, tearing through the space. Look, a giant foot is stepping out of the gate. Nana stood frozen, stunned by the horrifying sight. Takuo was no exception, his eyes wide with shock. A figure with shimmering golden hair flickered in and out of sight. A terrifying magical power radiated, enveloping a vast area of the sky. That power intensified, becoming frighteningly strong. The people below murmured amongst themselves, "What is that?" Miso slowly stepped out. The crowd continued to chatter. A goblin. Everyone looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with terror. Is there only one goblin appearing? From such a chaotic space, another person trembled, pointing forward, their voice lost in fear. No, that's wrong. Look down below. Countless goblins of various shapes and sizes were gradually appearing. Some were huge, some were tiny, some could fly, some could crawl, some were humanoid, some were beastly. Whether in the sky or on the ground, they're everywhere. Their eyes glow crimson, filled with rage. Witnessing this, the hunters recoil in terror. Are you mocking me? Damn it, there are so many of them. Miso smirks, a triumphant look on her face. It's been a while, hasn't? 15 years. You must be bored. So today, let's live it up. The goblins below are unleashed. Their greedy eyes flashing ferociously, their growls echo. The ferocious goblins roar furiously, charging straight towards the seated Gao. He grits his teeth, enraged. So, you're the one pulling the strings, trying to overwhelm us with numbers? You underestimate us. System announcement. Stone armor activate. Fury ignites in Gao's eyes. His entire body is gradually encased in a layer of solid armor. The ferocious goblins lunged, their mouths agape, revealing rows of sharp teeth ready to tear and rip. Suddenly, a massive chasm opened up before them. The goblins shrieked in terror. With a single, effortless wave of his hand, Spriggan Gao struck down 2 goblins. They crumpled to the ground before their comrades, blood splattering everywhere. Rage surged within Gao, threatening to erupt. His eyes flashed with fury, his hands clenching into fists. Too bad, Gao exclaimed. My stone armor skill doesn't require mana to activate. Witnessing this, the remaining goblins roared in frenzy. Like a disturbed hornet's nest, they charged towards Gao. Undeterred, Gao bellowed a challenge. Killing you one by one is such a drag. Come at me, all of you, he roared. Chaos erupted. Gao moved with blinding speed, his form a blur. Goblins fell left and right beneath his onslaught. Some were cleaved in 2, others decapitated. Gradually, more and more goblins were cut down. Only deep sword slashes and scattered debris remained. The city's guardian hunters couldn't help but express their admiration. As expected of guild leader Teichi, another voice chimed in. We'll take care of the remaining small monsters. Another hunter thrust his sword into a goblin, making it shriek in pain. Damn it, the hunter cursed. My skill is locked. Even stabbing a goblin is terrifying. A city guardian hunter loudly warned. Careful, these creatures are emitting corrupting energy. Watch your health bars. One wrong move, and you'll be meeting the Grim Reaper. The hunter swung his sword, slashing a small goblin, making it squeal. Ananis didn't stay idle either. She charged forward. With lightning speed, she swung her blade, taking down 2 goblins at once. A roar echoed. Nana whipped her head around. A colossal goblin towered over the landscape, advancing towards Tokyo. It swung a massive wooden club high above its head, poised to strike. Takuo remained unfazed, his brow furrowed slightly in observation. System announcement. Immortal's colossal shield activate. Takuo grasped the shield that materialized before him. He raised the shield, intercepting the goblin's club attack. The forceful impact shattered the wooden club in 2. Takuo calmly turned the shield sideways. With a subtle flick of his wrist, he unleashed a sharp energy blast from the shield. The goblin standing before him was cleaved in 2 instantaneously. Takuo swiftly adjusted the shield, firing another energy beam. In the blink of an eye, the energy beam sliced through a row of colossal goblins standing shoulder to shoulder. Nana observed the battle, thinking to herself, this colossal shield is incredible, capable of both defense and offense. Even without using any special skills, its power is enough to obliterate any enemy. Let the association president and guild master handle the giant monsters. Nana glanced towards the hunter struggling to block the ferocious goblin's attack with his shield. She pondered for a moment. But as for the remaining hunters, their combat abilities had been significantly weakened by the dark magic's influence. The number of goblins had decreased, but they were still overwhelming in number. Nana analyzed the situation herself. No matter how many monsters we defeat, they just keep coming endlessly. If this continues, I fear even reinforcements won't be able to salvage the situation. Suddenly, a gigantic bird soared over Nana's head. Startled, she watched it with wide eyes, confused. Without hesitation, she quickly chased after. A ferocious giant hawk landed on the ground. Nana was a little surprised. She looked at it and thought to herself, a hawk that's reached the boss monster level? The bird, with its fiercely glowing red eyes, had a menacing aura. Its breath glowed with a brilliant, dazzling gold. It was a level 150 hawk, a boss-level monster, extremely dangerous. Unlike ordinary monsters, Nana's took a fighting stance, thinking to herself, a lone hawk isn't much of a threat, but its flame breath is the real danger. The hawk unleashed its breath in a torrent of raging fire. She anticipated it wouldn't stop until its target was completely incinerated. Without hesitation or fear, Nana's leaped forward, charging towards the monster with her blade, her mind racing. With healing skills nullified, if it targets any hunter, they'll be killed in a single hit. I have to stop it before it uses flame breath again. Seeing her jump, the hawk immediately redirected its furious fire breath towards her. A massive inferno erupted, spreading rapidly, burning fiercely. Nana's was nowhere to be seen. Haruto looked up, and the entire sky suddenly darkened ominously. Satoru cried out in alarm. While Emo gritted his teeth, it started. Lucas, worried, fixed his gaze on the gloomy night sky above. The announcement board flashed a bright red warning signal. Another dimensional space, black spear. Space has opened in Tokyo. Once opened, the contaminated area will cause HP and MP of all hunters to decrease by 30%, simultaneously restricting all mana-using skills. Satoru's eyes widened at the new notification, stammering, control her? This isn't even a real dungeon. Emo muttered, well, this isn't entirely impossible. It can happen in a dungeon boss's territory, though the probability is very rare. He gritted his teeth, feeling extremely restless and uncomfortable. But why specifically target mana-using skills? So devious. Where did Takumi get such a bizarre idea? Just then, Haruto snatched back his backpack and said, I don't have time for this. Lucas protested, hey, I still... Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings echoed from the sky. From above, countless dragons appeared and swooped down towards the ground, causing chaos everywhere. Satanu, with arms full of belongings, ran and yelled, whoa, wyverns this time? Mo calmly replied, they're starting to scatter. This is a real nightmare. Frankly, we don't have time to waste. Elsewhere, Haruto seriously warned Lucas, do you understand? Everything else can wait. Seeing him remain silent, he muttered in frustration, good grief, you could at least say something, right? Anxiety welled up inside him. Now, he didn't even have enough time to cop and paste the holy sword. Lucas watched his retreating figure, lost in thought. He still hasn't used the Control-C skill. Should I report to Michael about the hunter, Haruto? Haruto was fuming. We've wasted so much time, and it's all your fault. He asked hesitantly, I don't know what you've prepared, but what if you use it now? Haruto yelled, I wish I could, but this thing has a specific process. He thought as he ran. Initially, Haruto planned to level up using monsters in the simpler lands towards Nana's. But now, she was rushing headlong into a sea of fire. Thoughts raced through her mind. Nana's too slow. The Eagle Master has unleashed Flame's breath. But at this intensity, she can still withstand. She'll take minimal damage, and with Purgatory's fire, Nana will win. Surprise! A figure blurs past Nana, startling her. Witnessing this, the Eagle Master unleashes another ferocious blast of fire. Before she can react, the mysterious figure swiftly intercepts the attack. As Nana watches in astonishment, the figure produces a large shield. The Eagle Master's attack is completely blocked. she's safely shielded. Recognizing Tokyo's imposing figure, Nana gasps, "Chairman Tokyo." He turns, looking back with a stern expression. "Order the hunter." Nana, sever its head to stop the deadly inferno breath. Nana's eyes sharpened with determination. She dashed forward, closing in on the eagle lion with blinding speed. The monster unleashed another torrent of fiery breath towards Nana, trying to halt her advance. Flames billowed from its mouth, wave after wave, more intense and ferocious than before. Inferno engulfed nearly all of Nana's vision. But then, her toes lightly grazed the ground, springing her into a spectacular leap. Nana soared into the air and unleashed a fatal blow towards the eagle lion's head. However, her blade grazed the beast's head. Seeing blood spray into the air, Nana was momentarily surprised. To avoid decapitation, the eagle lion cleverly redirected the attack to another part of its body. Before Nana could react, the monster thrust its sharp claws before her. Nana's, quick as a flash, raised her spear to block the attack, the impact producing a deafening clang of metal. Gritting her teeth, she strained with all her might to push back the beast's razor-sharp claws. But it opened its jaws once more, unleashing a torrent of flames, attempting to incinerate the young woman. However, an unexpected turn of events gave the monster pause. A swirling vortex of energy suddenly materialized, slicing through the space between Nana's and the eagle lion, forcing it to retreat. The energy wave from moments before was generated by Taikwo's shield. Nana's instantly recognized the familiar figure. He descended from the sky, landing gracefully on the ground. Taikwo asked, "Are you all right?" She replied softly, gratitude lacing her voice. "Thank you, Chairman." He didn't answer directly, instead calmly observing, "I intended to help, but it seems I've only complicated matters." He looked up at the eagle lion and slowly said, "It's gone into high alert. It might never land again. If I throw given shield and it still dodges, we're in trouble." Suddenly, the eagle lion opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames. Takeo said in a low voice, "It's in the air, which means it will only attack with its fiery breath." Hunter Nana's was behind me, but she suddenly dashed forward, leaving him with a quick remark. "Don't worry, just throw given shield." The corners of his lips curled into a confident smile. Understood. He decisively threw the shield towards Nana's as she ran. The shield struck the wall and ricocheted back towards the eagle lion, while Nana's leaped high, appearing directly behind it. She swung her arm down, delivering a fatal blow directly to the monster's head. With one swift, clean cut, Nana's severed the eagle lion's head. She landed perfectly after the spectacular attack. Takeo looked at the eagle lion's corpse on the ground, softly impressed. Precisely. Nana's glanced at the faint wisps of purple gas emanating from the body, saying, "A large amount of toxic gas is pouring out of the griffin's body." The noxious fumes spread rapidly, enveloping the entire area. Takeo stands nearby, answering the call for help, facing the colossal beast. Suddenly, she makes a sharp observation. The higher the monster's level, the more poisonous gas it releases, I think. In other words, the more monsters we kill, the more danger the hunters will be in. In another corner of the ruined city, a monster is ferociously attacking a group of overwhelmed hunters. Aoi's teammate turns, yelling in desperation. Just because you can't use your skills, you're choosing to fight these weak monsters. Don't hold back on items. Use them. His teammate retorts angrily. "We haven't been holding back. This is my last magic scroll. Everyone get down." As the words leave his mouth, the monster is sliced into 4 separate pieces. The magic scroll in the bespectacled young man's hand crumbles to ash. Aoi exclaimed joyfully, "No, there's still one more item we can use immediately." The bespectacled young man gritted his teeth. "What the hell are you talking about? We've used up all our items." Suddenly, a chilling air enveloped the space, making everyone's hair stand on end. Aoi's teammate suddenly clutched his throat, coughing violently. Aoi gasped in shock. "Hey, are you okay?" But before he could finish, a putrid, disgusting smell filled his mouth. Everyone on the team collapsed to the ground, coughing up fresh blood. The bespectacled young man clutched his mouth, panicked and confused about what was happening. "No way. Is this contamination?" Miso then slowly appeared, a smug look on her face. It's too late to realize now. Her eyes flashed with malice. Every monster in this dark space are consumed by darkness. Once destroyed, they release toxic gases that pollute the environment. Do you think killing them will guarantee your safety? How naive to not realize that. Their deaths will instantly claim your lives as well. She paused for a moment, then continued speaking as more monsters appeared. It's too late to give up now. A savage laughter erupted from her lips, tearing through the silence. Countless more monsters lurk in these shadows. You will continue to struggle in despair and slowly perish. Ayumi's face paled. That meant Tokyo. No, the entire country would be destroyed. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. It's not over yet. Haruto and his comrades appeared from behind, advancing forward. A heroic aura emanated from them. This is just the beginning. The volume of the snowy mountain let out a soft kutsu. Aoi, seeing their burning fighting spirit, he suddenly turned back, his eyes observing intently. Then, as if realizing something unusual, he hesitated, his voice laced with suspicion. "Senior, what are you doing here?" Haruto immediately recognized him. He smiled, greeting him. "Long time no see, huh?" Aoi nodded in response. Haruto handed him a small, azure blue vial with a rather peculiar shape. Ato seemed to share the same thought. His eyes clearly filled with curiosity. But Aoi still took the vial, his voice turning serious. "Why suddenly? But more importantly, Senior, we need to leave here immediately." But Aoi only saw Haruto's back receding. Haruto had turned away after leaving a cryptic statement. "You don't need to worry." Aoi stood frozen, a bewildered expression on his face. He stared at the vial, murmuring, "Is this really the Senior Haruto I know? And he told me to drink this expensive, high-grade potion." 3 enormous duffel bags thudded to the ground. The one who threw them was none other than Haruto. He muttered, "Let's deal with this ridiculous suppression first." A sly grin spread across Haruto's face as he spoke, his hands quickly tapping away at the system console. The system rapidly synthesized energy, forming a stream of power, with a chilling blue light, cold as a glacial wind. The light swirled around Haruto, like a fierce vortex, forcing everyone to step back. Suddenly, a girl exclaimed, "Wait, isn't that mana?" Those around her echoed in agreement. "It is. We can use our skills again. We can even create protective barriers." So this is the power of immense energy. Everyone excitedly began to re-examine their own abilities. "It's still weak, but it's usable." Someone suddenly gasped in astonishment. "Hey, that guy! Isn't that Haruto? Is that really Haruto?" Only now did they recognize him. All eyes turned towards the tall, agile young man standing there. "Just that errand boy." A scornful voice rang out. "The rumors were true after all. I thought he was kicked out of the Great Abilities Guild. What can that errand boy possibly do?" They gossiped amongst themselves, their faces full of doubt. On the other side of the battlefield, Nana and Tokyo were pouring all their energy into releasing mana. Witnessing this, the others gradually understood. The magic suppression hadn't been broken. Could this abundant mana supply allow US, someone spoke up, to use even stronger skills? Moreover, this is a wide area mana supplying skill. Unbelievable. They realized they shouldn't rely so heavily on the Haruto guild anymore. They had to be more useful, not just all talk. "I think we have enough mana to act now." Fighting spirit surged within everyone. They all focused their power to destroy the Olam monster. Witnessing this, Michael panicked and exclaimed, "Enough mana to overcome it, to suppress the power of this strange space. Is that even possible?" Michael was lost in thought. Suddenly, she realized something, gasping internally, "Not good." She looked towards Haruto, who was running for his life. And then, she realized with horror that he was Control C. This golem is like it's on drugs. It's abnormally strong, constantly attacking with dizzying speed. Everyone, even after recharging their mana, couldn't withstand its power. Someone exclaimed in frustration, "We can use mana now, but why are there so many monsters?" The young man, clutching his wound after being punched by the golem, said angrily, "At this rate, we're going to lose." Suddenly, he heard a noise and turned to look. He was surprised to see Haruto's group appear. Lucas was still running around, distributing mana. They charged towards the giant golem, seemingly tireless. He wondered, worriedly asking himself, what are they thinking? Charging straight into the horde of monsters like that. They must look so ridiculous. For small humans standing before a pack of ferocious olams, possessing both superior strength and powerful attack capabilities. Each olam was several times their size. Aeon's face paled with worry, stammering to his senior, "The closer we get, the bigger they are. Is this going to be all right?" Contrary to Aeon's fear, Haruto remained calm, smiling gently and saying, "Don't worry, take out everything in your bag." He yelled, "Empty it." Mo immediately obeyed, dumping everything out his bag. Inside the bag, hundreds of gemstones glittered like jewels scattered across the ground. Little Olam followed suit, muttering, "Help, help." Those around them witnessing this scene were completely baffled by what they were doing. One person stammered, "In this situation, throwing those balls, what are you thinking?" Haruto seemed unfazed, only shouting encouragement. "Go! Upgrade as much as you want, charge." His subordinates, and he himself led by example, throwing strange spheres. The system was immediately activated. The command Control-V was used, the Olam core began to transform. Nana curiously asked Tokyo, "What are those balls?" But Tokyo remained silent, as if he didn't know either. Lucas, witnessing the scene, was utterly bewildered. He couldn't understand. These spheres were the very things he had risked his life to bring back. What was Haruto planning? But surprisingly, those seemingly useless spheres, when thrown, unleashed a terrifying power, like a raging hurricane sweeping away everything. It possessed the devastating force of an erupting volcano. The Golems were instantly torn apart with incredible speed. Nana suddenly understood. It's the mutated Golem core deep within the Golem snow mountains. This core is buried underground, practically impenetrable. But what puzzled her was why there were so many of them. The remaining Golem horde continued their frantic and ferocious charge. They seemed to have lost control, acting savagely. They swarmed, tearing through everything, seemingly intent on destroying it all, ripping everything to shreds. The surrounding people erupted in a cacophony of chatter. Someone exclaimed, "I thought we had the advantage in numbers." Another analyzed, "Their destructive power is terrifying, but I fear even the core isn't safe." The monsters were fiercely attacking, when suddenly they were counterattacked by the very things they had just destroyed. A surprise attack, both sudden and spectacular. The stones, seemingly lifeless, turned out to be the rising snow core golems. Like sharp drills, they pierced straight into the monster's weak points, inflicting excruciating pain. Panicked, they began to lash out wildly, but inadvertently created an advantage for the golem. Heavy snow fell, relentlessly attacking the monster's weak point, immobilizing it. Witnessing the turning tide, everyone began to feel a glimmer of hope. Their fighting spirit suddenly surged. "It seems thanks to these kids, we have a chance to win." A brave young man rushed into battle, shouting, "I'll provide cover. You all attack the golem." "Roger." The smaller golems replied in unison. On the other side, Sato and his teammates were also preparing for battle. They seriously responded to Haruto's call to action. "Me too." The system continuously issued notifications. Thanks to their valiant efforts and the passionate spirit of everyone, the golem was gradually leveling up, growing larger and stronger. Haruto couldn't help but grin, exclaiming, "Amazing. The golem compatibility levels are increasing significantly. I can even give them specific commands. This is the pinnacle of martial arts." The system announced again, Golem transformation. Golem can be recreated in any desired form. Cornered, the golems began to falter and panic. Witnessing the entire scene, Haruto burst into laughter. "It's time," he muttered. "Let's unleash the dragon." Suddenly, from the blood-red sky above, dragons swooped down with terrifying speed as if ripping through the night. Their roars echoed deafeningly, threatening to shatter eardrums. A display of absolute power dominating the sky. Their sharp gazes seemed to pierce through even rock. They were wyverns, the most advanced variant of white one. Everyone was terrified. They're transforming into white ones. Can you do that? And they fly so skillfully." Another person added, "Even more terrifying than described." The wyverns possessed unmatched power. They unleashed scorching flames, fueled by immense energy. Golems were engulfed in a sea of fire, screaming in agony. Gradually, they were burned to ashes. Only their desperate cries for salvation remained, echoing in the void. Witnessing the scene, Witian dove into the sea of flames with incredible speed. It stomped its foot down hard on the golem's body, and then soared into the air. The sea of flames suddenly erupted violently, tearing the golem into hundreds of pieces. Those around them simultaneously raised their shields, shielding themselves from the flying debris. The man in the hat spoke, his voice laced with doubt. "We're relying on a miracle now." The person next to him also looked worried. "Can it withstand the flame breath?" Haruto suddenly realized something was wrong. He quickly opened his monitor to check. As expected, directly confronting Witian was completely hopeless. Then we have to switch to the backup plan. A notification suddenly popped up. Press Ctrl+V to revive the goblin. The golem fragments began to move, merging back together. They gradually formed sharp golem birds. The man in armor exclaimed in astonishment. It's smaller than before. Now, the situation was more desperate than ever. Everyone watched in fear as it soared through the sky, but it was no match for Wyon's power. Upon closer inspection, the golem bird's beak was long and sharply pointed, sharp as a razor. It looked like a bullet. Wyon sensed the imminent danger. As it saw the enemy swarm towards it to attack, it immediately spewed out sparks in defense. Nana witnessed the scene and was utterly astonished. Even if he changed their beak size and shape, the result wouldn't be any different than before. The golem bird still charged through the sea of fire, its eyes blazing bright. It spun, creating a small whirlwind. The whirlwind quickly dispersed the flames into countless tiny sparks. The sparks swirled, pressing tightly together, still radiating intense heat. Sharp blue lines completely extinguished the previous flames. Wyon, witnessing this, was utterly stunned and roared pro. Before it could regain its composure, blinding lights, emerald light pierced its body, leaving a network of gaping wounds. It roared in excruciating pain. The attacking beams grew increasingly intense and dense, ripping other Oilan into pieces. Painful roars echoed throughout the space. A flock of golem birds swooped down with terrifying speed, attacking fiercely like a furious tornado. It spun with dizzying speed, sharply diving toward its target. The aggressive Witian from moments before were now nothing but shattered fragments under the powerful assault of the golem flock. On the screen, notifications popped up consecutively. Level up. Level up. Haruto flashed a triumphant grin. Wiping out the rest of them will probably level me up again. Huh? Awesome. Everyone looked up at the tranquil sky, murmuring in astonishment. Did it defeat all the Oivon? Unbelievable, even though I saw it with my own eyes. Nana, spear in hand, ran to rally everyone. Let's finish off the remaining monsters. Everyone responded in unison. Haruto calmly folded his arms, summoning a group of small golems. He commanded, "The skies are clear. Now, let's deal with the remaining stragglers on the ground." Haruto grinned, brimming with excitement. From this moment forward, the hunt begins. Gao charged forward like a whirlwind, unleashing a powerful punch at the monstrous figure, making it roar in pain. He landed on the ground, revealing a powerful and solid physique, with veins glowing red like molten lava. On the other side, the small golems had sprung into action. Their footsteps were rapid and urgent. Go notice the small creatures clinging to him. They attacked relentlessly, without pause. He exclaimed, "So, those are golems summoned by the hunter, Sano. Small but quite useful." Suddenly, a powerful impact occurred, as if something had collided at terrifying speed. Go turned around and was astonished to see a small golem clinging to his back. Other small golems followed suit, leaping into the air. They all rushed forward, surprising him as they clung to his body. He let out a sound of bewildered surprise. While Go was confused, Sato and the small golems ran up to him. He quickly explained, "These little golems are wearing stone armor, like Chairman Go, so they consider him an ally." He was speechless. Gao asked, "Is your shield Olam?" Sato held up his hand, protected by Olam, and replied, "Yes, sir. This is the first Olam that Senior Haruto gave me. If I upgrade it further, it will become a full body armor." After listening, he remained silent, thinking to himself, that golem armor doesn't look anything like my stone armor. Suddenly, a ferocious monster appeared. Gao quickly assessed it and took a running start, with a powerful leap, sending the smaller golems plummeting to the ground like rain. Not only that, but his sharp blade pierced straight through the colossal monster's body. He coldly declared, "Don't lump me in with them." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a series of lightning-fast sword strikes, bisecting the monsters in the blink of an eye. The monsters, terrifying just moments ago, now lay scattered on the ground, completely motionless. Satoru witnessed the sight of them dying instantly and couldn't help but be surprised. "I didn't mean it that way," Satoru quickly explained. "I misspoke because I was so focused on chasing after those golems." The scene shifted to the outside. Around Lucas, the bodies of shark whites lay strewn about. He observed the crushed head of one monster, thinking to himself. He copied and replicated them to evolve the Golem, and even wiped out all the white sharks. So, this is the true power of Control plus C. It's far beyond ours. His face darkened, worried about the curse's exponential growth. If Michael possessed this ability, his train of thought was abruptly interrupted by a shout. "Lucas!" He startled, his heart pounding. Lucas immediately turned, searching for the source of the sound. It was Haruto, running towards him. "Oh," he demanded, "open this subspace." Lucas gritted his teeth, his face darkening. "I've gambled everything. My family is hanging by a thread. Do you think I would betray them?" Hearing this, Haruto stepped closer to Lucas. "You wouldn't," he affirmed. "You don't want to do this. From the moment you faced me." At those words, Lucas involuntarily flinched. Haruto continued. "You've looked worried, preoccupied." Lucas fell silent, pondering Haruto's words. Haruto asked again, "Opening this subspace only benefits the enemy, right? It's fine. You wouldn't understand." Hearing that, Lucas just scoffed. The real chaos hasn't even begun yet. Suddenly, he cried out in terror, "Ugh!" As soon as he finished speaking, an unexpected event occurred. The ground beneath their feet began to violently shake and crack open. A series of purple vines suddenly erupted from the ground, flinging Lucas away. On the other side, Haruto was being tightly bound by the vines. He could only struggle in despair. Lucas jumped up, exclaiming, "Miso's skill absorbs quickly. I bet if those foul tendrils catch him, the poisonous mana will spread twice as fast." If Miso is using this skill, then, before he could finish his thought, a vine suddenly shot towards Lucas with incredible speed. He could only watch its trajectory and continuously dodge. Haruto witnessed the scene, his heart pounding with anxiety. "This isn't good. This thing might throw me out of this subspace." A sudden idea flashed in Lucas's mind. Is his power different from my sword's? Gripping his sword tightly, he decided, "I will use light to cleanse this foul place." Hunter Sano. Suddenly, Lucas froze. "Hey, what's going on?" Two vines intertwined, tightly wrapping around each other, then merging into one, lunging straight towards him. It grabbed Lucas's hand. His face darkened, filled with astonishment. More and more vines appeared, binding his legs. Lucas's pupils dilated, both terrified and bewildered by the strange sight. With his last bit of strength, he raised his sword, preparing to fight back. But unfortunately, the vines quickly tightened around Lucas's body. In the city, a massive cluster of vines intertwined, its prey firmly ensnared. The others who witnessed the scene were horrified. "Didn't we take them all down?" one wondered. Another replied, "This isn't just an ordinary barrier." Nana approached and carefully observed the situation. "It's not fixed in one place. It's constantly moving," she noted. Her eyes widened in astonishment, surprise evident on her face. "Whoever controls this is close by." Before Nana appeared a mysterious figure in a black cloak, perched precariously on a giant vine. She was even more terrified when she saw the person's face clearly. "Elsa!" Nana gasped in shock. So, I wasn't wrong. But, she thought to herself, why is he in this dimension? On the other side of the battlefield, Thunderbolt was activated, creating a violent tremor. But surprisingly, Takumi's black mana shattered it into pieces. Masato felt a chill run down his spine before this terrifying, evil energy. He exclaimed in disbelief, "My Thunderbolt!" Takumi smirked, a smug grin spreading across his face. He was clearly pleased with his impressive opening display. Slowly, he explained that there was only one way to control black mana. The user had to overcome its temptation and reach the very depths of the abyss. Only then can you truly master the power of black mana, he declared. Masato, hearing this strange concept for the first time, repeated hesitantly, "Overcome its temptation." Precisely, Takumi confirmed from a distance. In a flash, he lunged forward with blinding speed, quick as lightning, then abruptly continued. "Like me, Masato, even with a surprise attack, my reflexes are sharp enough to create a solid shield, blocking that attack. But the power of black mana should not be underestimated. The shield just now was as hard as steel, but with a single touch, it shattered into pieces." Masato stared, eyes wide with terror, as the sharp blade edged closer to his face, frozen in place by fear. But in the nick of time, at that crucial moment, he narrowly escaped the perilous situation. In a split second, he dodged the Grim Reaper's side, though nearly succumbed to the poison. A question lingered in Masato's mind. Was there any way to survive this terrifying magic poison? The thought brought Suda to mind, and he fell into deep contemplation. Had Suda ever looked back at the relentlessly bleeding wound on his cheek? Masato suddenly regained his composure and focused on the battle. Takomi clearly had the upper hand, and he relentlessly seized every opportunity to showcase his full potential. Seeing Masato's pensive expression, he spoke. I don't know what you're thinking, but resisting magic poison is no easy feat. If you possess dark skills, you can absorb dark magic. He abruptly stopped speaking and focused on unleashing the full extent of his evil power. Witnessing such recklessness, he seems to be itching for a fight to the death. Era arrived just in time to provide support. She didn't forget to activate her protective shield. Era worriedly turned to Masato and asked, "This immense amount of dark magic. Impossible. Has he already surpassed that terrifying stage?" Masato, with a calmer expression, replied, "Perhaps he absorbed my lightning strike." Takomi, pressing his advantage, continued to relentlessly destroy everything around him. The battlefield descended into chaos. He charged with ferocious momentum, forcing the two above to simply defend with their shields. "Get out of the way," Masato yelled. The blade unleashed a powerful shockwave like a cannon blast. Both quickly dodged to the sides. The sound of gravel colliding was sharp and piercing, impacting the entire surrounding area. Thick smoke and dust limited visibility. Masato skillfully navigated the jagged rocks, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, searching for any sign of the enemy. Takomi's attacks grew increasingly ferocious with each strike. His power suddenly surged, causing both his eyes and hair to transform ominously. He declared triumphantly, "Now your annoying skill is useless." Takomi completely ignored Masato, quickly shifting his target and charging towards Era. Era maintained her four-dimensional shield, protecting herself. However, while Takomi was still some distance away, he was suddenly bound by a forbidden ice spell. The spell temporarily immobilized him. Seizing the opportunity while Takomi was still restrained, Era quickly unleashed more forbidden ice spells. More and more. Masato approached Era and asked, "Did you improve the control effectiveness of the forbidden spell?" She quickly replied, but remained vigilant. "No, I think it's because of the hunter, Sano. He can provide an unlimited amount of mana, so it's entirely possible." A thick layer of ice rapidly encased Takomi, freezing him solid and preventing any counterattack. Seizing the opportunity, Eris regained his composure and declared, "That attack was only half of my true power. It seems enough to temporarily subdue him." Despite being trapped in ice, Takomi heard Eris' words and muttered, "Infinite mana, that guy," refusing to let Eris gloat any longer. Takomi mustered all his strength, causing the solid ice encasing him to crack in countless places. Finally, the massive block of ice shattered into thousands of pieces, exploding outward like a hailstorm. Dark mana erupted from Takomi with unprecedented ferocity. Eris was forced to focus intensely once more, but he had no intention of counterattacking. Instead, Eris continuously conjured powerful defensive shields. He started to feel the pressure and a growing sense of dread. This much mana might not be enough. Before Takomi could close the distance significantly, he was constantly bombarded with sharp ice shards. He was growing impatient. His initial calm, hunting demeanor now replaced with enraged, bulging veins. "Is this all your feeble ice prison can muster? No matter how many times you try, the outcome will be the same. Just like before, this ice can only hold me back for a moment. I haven't been fully sealed. A sliver of my power is enough to shatter it to pieces." This time, Takomi had truly closed the distance, so close that a single swing could land a devastating blow. He asked smugly, "Do you know who I am? I'm the president of the Blood Tower." Ares gritted her teeth, focusing intensely, trying to buy as much time as possible. Her hands moved with lightning speed, weaving a new spell. As the two faced each other, the new shield was completed. But the worrying thing was, will that really be enough? He smirked, as if to say the barrier was nothing but child's play. "Mana, huh? It seems you still don't understand. Let me enlighten you. Dark mana can absorb ordinary mana to empower itself." Takomi didn't need a powerful attack to break it. His sharp sword simply pierced the shield, and the mana within him surged dramatically. Era gasped as she watched her shield dissolve. The situation became critical. With no time to hesitate, She quickly reached inside her robe and retrieved the charm. Ripping it in two, streams of runic energy poured out, hurtling forward. Finally, they formed a massive barrier, meant to withstand the abnormal, wicked power. Taikomi scoffed. The evil aura surrounding him suddenly intensified, radiating a terrifying power. Damn it! Another barrier? Is that all your fighting style amounts to? How pathetic. But your petty magic is useless against dark mana. With those words, he lunged forward like a whirlwind, determined to show her the harsh truth. An earth-shattering explosion echoed, shaking the very foundation of the space. Eris, standing in the eye of the storm, felt the overwhelming pressure of this dark energy. Her newly erected shield shattered into pieces before it could even solidify. The sharp blade pointed directly at her, mere inches away. At the brink of death, Masato appeared out of nowhere, moving with lightning speed to save her from the jaws of death. A single strike, but his blood lightning was far from ordinary. It exploded with ferocious power, its destructive force rivaling that of dark mana. Takumi grimaced, witnessing the surging waves of blood lightning. His rage reached its peak, having missed the chance to finish off his prey at close range. Masato unleashed a whirlwind of power, sending massive boulders flying. It felt like in the blink of an eye. A single touch, bones shatter, flesh tears. Takumi stumbled back, desperately trying to defend himself. The sword in his hand danced in a blur, its movements astonishingly fluid and agile. Seizing the opportunity, Era quickly unleashed her special ability, deploying a completely new formation. This formation seemed designed to end the fight decisively. As the formation activated, she channeled all her power, slamming down onto the ground. A terrifyingly huge crater appeared in the street. Along with a devastating tremor, countless sharp ice pillars, like giant spears, suddenly erupted skyward. Takumi was thrown back violently, completely caught off guard. His triumphant expression vanished, replaced by sheer terror as he was completely overwhelmed. With such devastating power, survival seemed incredibly unlikely. Excruciating pain forced a groan from Takumi's lips. Finally, the battle reached its conclusion. He was completely helpless, enclosed by massive blocks of ice on all sides. The upper hand had clearly shifted to Masato. He swaggered closer and asked in a condescending tone, "The leader of a third-rate assassin organization dares to call himself a guild master. Don't you think you're getting ahead of yourself?" With his hot-headed and straightforward nature, Masato had lost his patience and no longer had the mood for mockery. Kurosaki Masato got straight to the point. "Speak. Shadow movement. Where did you learn that skill? If you want a quick death, tell me." Takumi looked up, his expression still indifferent, not directly answering the question. "You chased me all the way here just to ask about this trivial matter?" Looking at the enemy standing before him, radiating killing intent, he continued to beat around the bush, replying sarcastically, "Perhaps I'm the only one who realizes this." This insolent attitude infuriated Masato. He gritted his teeth and roared, "I told you to answer quickly. That skill, where did you learn it? Who taught you? Answer me." He remained calm and began to tell a long-winded story from the distant past. "You see, we just heard some interesting information from Lucas." Upon hearing him mention him, Masato asked in surprise, "Why would you suddenly?" Before he could finish his sentence, Takumi seemed to have stalled long enough. The cunning man glanced at Masato. Dark magic suddenly erupted violently around him. Without a word, he launched a stream of dark magic directly at Masato. The surprise attack left Masato with no time to react. Masato, disoriented, slowly succumbed to the illusions created by the magic. Suddenly, Masato found himself transported to an unfamiliar place. Below him was the figure of a familiar boy, lying motionless on the ground. With just a glance, he immediately recognized the boy before him. The sight left Masato speechless. It was none other than the bedridden boy on the verge of death. Below him was Suda. He gasped for air, his consciousness fading, evident in his empty, lifeless eyes. Masato's heart had long screamed the name Star. Elsewhere, a completely different scene was unfolded. Misto walked slowly, each step heavy, through the labyrinthine formation she herself had woven, dense and pervasive. She stared intently at Lucas, her eyes icy. Without a word, without a wasted movement, she suddenly closed in after an earth-shattering attack. Miso gave a sinister smile, then roughly interrogated him. "Lucas, before I even realized, you've already colluded with that Control Plus, see? Lucas was stunned, thinking to himself, she is aware of control plus C's existence. Seeing his silent response, Misto decisively made her move. Snatching the holy sword from Lucas's hand, Miso examined the blade, gleaming as if honed by the ethereal moonlight. Satisfied with the sword, she spoke. I thought it would take much longer to finally get my hands on this sword. Lucas finally spoke. From the beginning, did you approach me just to get this sword? Looking at the young man, lying helplessly amidst the strange plants, she smirked. That's right, and now I've achieved my goal. She slowly explained. The power of control plus F was enough for me to find control plus C. Watching the sword resonate with her power, Miso became even more smug, continuing, if this sword is combined with control plus C, we will have enough power to save this planet. Holding victory and the spoils of war firmly in her grasp, Miso looked directly at Lucas with a sinister gaze. Now that I have the holy sword, let me give you some good news. In the dimensional space of the goblins, some have been cursed. She slowly delivered the final words. And I am one of them. Lucas trembled, unable to believe his ears, stammering as he asked Miso, you're carrying that curse too? Impossible. Wait, are you trying to absorb the resonant control power? She responded with a scornful laugh. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to absorb a curse from a different dimension, but you do. She continued her provocation, causing Sano to fall silent, lost in thought. If I kill him now, the curse will transfer to you. When someone carrying the control curse dies, it immediately transfers to the nearest control wielder. Miso tightened her grip on her sword, slowly approaching and revealing her next plan. It's to have Michael come and eliminate you. That way, two birds with one stone, gaining both powers at once. At this moment, Lucas finally understood the truth, gritting his teeth in thought. So from the very beginning, my family and I were just expendable pawns in his game. Amidst Michael's arrogant, triumphant laughter, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind. Well, it seems you've overheard something quite interesting. None other than Haruto had stealthily approached, right behind Michael, ready to strike. He gathered his energy, preparing to attack. Yet, Michael's expression showed no fear or hesitation. He simply tilted his head, glancing at Haruto with a cold stare. Haruto launched his attack, but Michael seemed completely unaffected, not even slightly injured. It was as if Michael had anticipated Haruto's every move. He smirked. Oh, so you've managed to replicate the shadow displacement technique? In that moment, only one question remained in Haruto's mind. He blurted out, was it you? The one who tore through space, opening a rift to another dimension and unleashing chaos upon Tokyo. Without waiting for her response, Haruto immediately unleashed his special technique, vector control. Giant spider. Haruto calmly sat down, and directly behind him, a multitude of gigantic spider webs suddenly appeared, quickly ensnaring Miso. Miso seemed to disregard Haruto completely, smirking with a sarcastic expression. Is this the skill you copied after being cursed? Is that all you've got? With a flick of her wrist, she effortlessly shattered the web formation, then laughed mockingly. However, Haruto remained resolute, continuing to create a new encirclement. Miso looked at Haruto as if he were a fool, saying contemptuously, this child's play won't affect me. This time, Haruto refused to back down, retorting, child's play, you say? Depending on how skillfully the feather skill is used, it can become a weapon as sharp as command arrow. I could still fight with ease. Without further hesitation, he immediately unleashed two powerful skills simultaneously. Control combined with V, activating the terrifying power of Giant Nature and Bear King's Claw. Control plus V, releasing the ultimate technique Draconic Potassium Blood Draining Sword. In a flash, Haruto's encirclement was significantly strengthened, becoming more ferocious and overwhelming. Furthermore, the sharp claws grew even more ferocious as they collided head-on with the dark energy. Witnessing her own energy being gradually eroded, Miso fell into a state of utter panic because, no matter how much she calculated, she could never have anticipated this. Finally, Miso realized the truth, so he can not only combine techniques, but also amplify their power. Truly worthy of being called the strongest curse, a terrifying power. While she was lost in thought, he lunged at her again, a mocking smirk on his face. You were talking big just a moment ago. What happened now? Cat got your tongue? Stunned by my skill, Miso, who already held him in low regard, now showed even more contempt. You acting like this only make me crave that power even more. Suddenly, Haruto rushed forward, grabbing her shoulder, a sinister smile playing on his lips. I'm the one who's right. He acted this way because he was secretly scheming, planning to seize her space. Haruto continued to use his Control+C skill, searching for the keyword space. Target. Copy object. However, the system returned an error. Control+C failed. Target cannot be located for replication. Haruto was almost certain of his victory, but the outcome was completely the opposite. He was stunned, utterly astonished. What the hell is going on? Haruto wondered. Just then, Miso suddenly tightened her grip on his wrist, warning, "You can't copy anything from me." Immediately after, she shoved Haruto away with a powerful force. He stumbled backward. That small action alone was enough to create a terrifying earthquake, causing the ground to shake violently. Lucas, standing nearby, was also affected by the tremor, frantically raising his hands to cover his head. He thought to himself in terror, "It's a good thing I had my Control+C skill to escape that, but now the sword has been taken. I can't control the power of Control+F anymore." Suddenly, a series of strange images flashed through Lucas's mind. Powerful hallucinations overwhelmed him. Blinding flashes of light pulsed inside his head. Panic flashed across his eyes. He couldn't understand why at this moment. His mind was flooded with 1,000 unanswered questions. Control, copy, and Miso. How could this possibly be connected to Miso? Chaotic thoughts bombarded him relentlessly, like an army invading his mind. Lucas's head felt like it was about to explode. Amidst the chaos, a spark ignited in his mind. Could this be Miso's subspace? They were linked, but how and why? Although he could see its skills and stats, he still couldn't clearly visualize it. Was it due to the curse's influence? The image of the sword suddenly flashed back, deepening his contemplation. If it was considered a living entity, then an item like the Holy Sword would never. This only fueled Lucas's doubts. Could that be it? Does that mean Miso's subspace is an item? He finally seems to have figured it out. Hunter Sano must have tried to replicate Miso's ability. Then, there's only one way to do that. Elsewhere, Takumi, with pitch-black eyes, and a mysterious magical energy suddenly appears, causing everything around him to explode. Era is also startled by this sudden appearance, her eyes wide with shock. He looks at her, a sneer playing on his lips. "Unless we settle this, Masato, you will suffer the fate of being trapped forever in that abyss of darkness. I'll deal with this troublesome witch first, then it will be your turn." With that said, he suddenly lunges forward, his voice cold. "You Nishihara Tomoka's daughter, aren't you?" He then swung his sword, his eyes blazing with ferocious fire, a cold, mocking laughter echoing around. "I suppose you inherited some talent from your parents, didn't you? But that arrogance will get you killed before you can even show it off." Just as the sharp blade was about to strike Ares, she quickly erected a solid barrier, blocking the attack just in time. With a single impact, everything around them exploded, cracking apart. Takumi was completely taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "Another barrier? Very well, I'll change my tactics." As soon as he finished speaking, a violent energy suddenly erupted around him, filled with rage and fury, as if to devour Ares whole. Faced with this sudden attack, Ares reacted swiftly, skillfully, dodging the danger. Seeing her reaction, Takumi scoffed, his voice dripping with mockery. "Running away is futile. Surrender now." Despite Era's incessant nagging, she persistently maintained her defensive barrier, struggling to hold on. The harder he attacked, the more fiercely Era resisted, unwavering. Her tenacious actions did not escape Takumi's notice, prompting him to deliver a sarcastic remark. "Your dedication is so touching, it almost brings a tear to my eye." Finally, Ares could no longer contain himself and spoke up derisively. "Someone with such a narrow mindset like you is the most disgusting type of person in this world. Only those who have mastered skill can become true powerhouses." She once again demonstrated her abilities, boldly declaring that Alaska was the only one capable of such a feat. At this moment, Takumi was nearly paralyzed, unable to believe his eyes. He was witnessing a scene of absolute horror. He never imagined that the girl possessed such terrifying power. Her ferocious energy coalesced into a massive sphere of ice, hanging above Takomi like a meteor about to crash down. He trembled, stammering in fear. I never expected. The ice sphere plummeted, creating an earth-shattering explosion. A catastrophic earthquake that violently shook the ground, threatening to reduce everything to dust. In an instant, Takomi was struck by the powerful shockwave, falling to the ground in a daze. He tried to raise his arms to defend himself, but it was futile. It was unbelievable. The destructive power of Ares was truly horrifying. Faced with such overwhelming force, he could only scramble to his feet, struggling to stand firm. A stream of vulgar curses poured from his mouth. He struggled to his feet, growling it. Are you insane? How dare you unleash such destruction in the middle of the city? There's a reason we let them live. The situation spiraled out of Takumi's control, leaving him wide-eyed with terror. Surprise after surprise kept hitting him. At that moment, Eris calmly spoke. Everyone has been evacuated. There won't be any casualties. Chairman Masato is just like you. He has his own specialty. Shock after shock. Takumi couldn't believe his ears, stammering, What the hell are you talking about? Then he flew into a rage, glaring at Masato with a murderous look, shaking his head violently. Impossible. Even in his wildest dreams, he could never have imagined this scene. Panicked, he exclaimed, There's no way you could have escaped from there. But in response, Masato's gaze sharpened, cold and filled with killing intent. Takumi shuddered involuntarily, realizing, wait, did he absorb the heart demon? Hearing that question, Masato didn't deny it. He coldly declared, I swore I would end you myself. As soon as he finished, a violent earthquake erupted, engulfing everything around them. In a terrifying dark energy radiating from Masato. After suffering a fatal blow from Masato, Takumi collapsed to the ground, lying motionless. Blood gushed from his mouth and head. Unleashing the brutal attack, Masato still seemed enraged. A murderous aura radiated intensely from him, like a mysterious blue whirlwind roaring. His eyes glowed crimson, burning with fury. Seeing Masato's prolonged silence, R spoke, breaking the terrifying silence. Don't you have something you want to ask Takumi? He replied in a cold, murderous tone. No need. I already have the information I need. Pushing me into the abyss of inner demons was a grave mistake. Suddenly, Masato's body emitted a mysterious purple light. He seemed to have discovered the truth of the matter. A glimmer of hope sparked in Masato's mind. He believed he had grasped a vital clue, the key to escaping the dependence on dark magic that was consuming his soul. From the depths of his dark inner demons, Masato deduced that the dark skill itself was the crux of the problem, and the way he had controlled it in the past held the answer. Shirazaki Suda, holding an ancient book of dark arts, turned to his older brother, Masato. Brother, I'm going to start cultivating this skill. See, he insists it's a dark skill, Masato thought to himself. But if I learn it, I think it will be very useful, Suda continued. Masato immediately objected. No, using dark skills is very dangerous. Do you understand? Hearing this, Suda's face fell. He stared at the book, captivated by a strange power emanating from it. The book seemed to urge him to learn, to explore, and to uncover the secrets hidden within. Suda quietly countered. But I don't see anything wrong with learning. If there's no dark mana, how can anyone use skills? This is something I think is worth pondering. Masato fell into deep thought. That was his younger brother, the one he trusted and was most proud of. Suda was very intelligent, so he was certain that the boy had already acquired some dark skills. He must have worked very hard. Perhaps after helping him wake up, Suda had figured out a way to control the dark mana's hunger. Suddenly, Masato's body was enveloped in a bright red circle. He turned to Eris and said, Eris, go gather Haruto's hunting party. We need to put an end to this as soon as possible. She curiously asked him, what did you see in the heart demon? Masato smiled enigmatically, his eyes full of meaning. I'll tell you later. Suddenly, in a nail-biting moment, when all seemed lost, Masato shot upwards. His body launched into the air. His normally cold eyes now sharp as razors, reflecting a chilling light. All traces of his previous rage vanished, replaced by a terrifying calmness, and a strange energy surged within him. A cold smile played on his lips. He had found hope, a flicker of light in the abyss of despair. Just then, Haruto appeared. Brilliant flashes of blue and violet light erupted. Debris scattered everywhere. Dust and rock filled the air, creating a scene of chaos. He gripped his sword tightly, his eyes blazing with hatred, mustering all his strength for a fatal blow, aimed mercilessly at Miso. But their opponent showed no signs of faltering, immediately retaliating with fierce determination, neither willing to give an inch. Miso showed no fear, refusing to back down. Instead, she taunted and belittled Haruto. "Let me seal away that troublesome skill of yours." Suddenly, she launched an attack right at Haruto's feet, catching him completely off guard. The sword flashed with a blinding blue light, intertwined with mystical, dark purple streaks, a truly eerie and terrifying sight. Haruto felt immense tension. His mind raced in panic, unsure of what to do. Cold sweat poured down his face, his body trembling. He completely lost his composure. Miso sheathed her sword, looking at Haruto with cold eyes. "Your dark skill has been sealed by the holy sword. It's useless now." Suddenly, Haruto growled. "Then your skills are nothing special either." He charged forward, fiercely attacking Miso. Yet, Miso remained strangely calm and said, "Their instinctual thirst for mana has been completely suppressed, so controlling them presents no obstacle." Ignoring Miso's words, Haruto attacked mercilessly. Everything around them was utterly destroyed. Miso suddenly unleashed a fierce and overwhelming attack. Haruto was completely caught off guard. He could only muster all his strength to withstand the furious blows, as powerful as crashing waves. He defended himself desperately, struggling to maintain his ground. In the face of this sudden turn, Haruto's sword suddenly shattered into hundreds of pieces. He was stunned by what had just happened. Indeed, an ordinary sword could never match the power of a holy sword. The words Control plus V appeared on the system interface, along with instructions on how to use the Kallion Truong longsword. Instantly, the sword in his hand transformed into Kallion, a jet-black sword with glowing red veins, exuding absolute power. Misto's eyes widened in astonishment, staring at the sword with a look of terror. It was a replica of Frederick Haruto's sword, the man standing imposingly before him. Haruto's gaze was cold and filled with confidence, as if everything was going according to his plan. A faint smile played on Haruto's lips, exuding pride and satisfaction. Haruto raised his hand, and in a split second, a brilliant golden light ripped through the air, creating a dazzling streak like lightning. Right on target. Immediately, the gloomy and dark atmosphere surrounding them was dispelled as the brilliant light from the sword exploded, illuminating a vast area with dazzling radiance. Michael, his hand gripping his sword tightly, stood defiantly. With each swing of his sword, the earth and rocks cracked and shattered. The emerald light from the blade shone brilliantly, like a proud challenge. Michael smirked, his sharp eyes fixed on Harry. The Truong longsword truly lives up to its reputation. Its power is terrifying. We'd be in serious trouble without this sacred sword. Haruto roared in fury. "You won't escape." Haruto lunged forward, swinging his sword fiercely, determined to take down his opponent at any cost. But his strength and his sword seemed useless. Miso just watched coldly, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Her body suddenly erupted in flames, engulfed in a raging inferno. Haruto paused for a moment, his eyes wide with surprise at the strange sight before him. Haruto's previous attack had only impacted the outer shell, causing no harm to Miso whatsoever. From within the mysterious curtain of fire, a sword suddenly shot out. In a flash, it pierced Haruto's left chest. Blood sprayed from the wound, staining his armor crimson. Haruto clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground. The goblin Miso stood there, her cruel eyes watching Haruto writhe in agony. He spoke with a sneer. "Even if your rank was advanced thanks to the Truong longsword, you severely lack real combat experience." Suddenly, he bolted upright. As if remembering something, Haruto thought to himself, "That space can also be used as an instant teleportation gate. I crave it more and more every day. How can I replicate it?" Haruto suddenly pulled out a mysterious blue flask, adorned with shimmering jade beads. Despite his bleeding wound, Haruto raised the flask to his lips and drank it all in one gulp. Just then, the system displayed a notification. High-grade potion use, 100% injury recovery. A strange green smoke rose from the wound, but Haruto's complexion didn't improve. He frowned, his face contorted in pain. Witnessing this, Miso, declared, "This medicine is definitely made from divine power. Even if you use it, you still can't completely withstand the damage inflicted by the holy sword. That is the terrifying power of the holy sword." Seeing Haruto on the defensive, the goblin Miso seized the opportunity to launch an attack. "What can you copy now?" Miso laughed triumphantly, a smug look on his face. He looked at Haruto with contempt and taunted, "Have you run out of tricks?" Haruto confidently replied, "Not yet, but it might be getting close." Suddenly, from out of nowhere, a sharp glaive attack with terrifying speed hurtled towards Miso. The goblin Miso was stunned, unable to react to the sudden attack. The powerful glaive attack, as fast as lightning, swiftly struck down and sent Miso flying. A sword was swung, but in a surprising moment it was deflected, sent flying, soaring through space, landing a distance away from Miso. Miso could only stand and wait for her husband, her eyes fixed on the fiercely burning green flames. The emerald fire raged, sending debris flying, a scene reminiscent of hell. Without a weapon in hand, Miso was temporarily vulnerable, powerless against the situation. The ferocious monsters writhed, their grotesque bodies contorting, ready to unleash their attack. Against the overwhelming power, the small Miso could only shield herself with her arms, desperately trying to defend herself. Feeling the terrifying power, Miso thought to herself, "As I expected, I'm not strong enough to fight back." The green light from the flames suddenly engulfed a corner of the street. From within the blaze, Nana emerged with a sharp blade in hand, her figure imposing and majestic. She turned to Haruto and asked, "Are you alright?" Haruto replied, "Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks a lot." She raised her blade high, addressing Haruto. "Most of the monsters have been eliminated. Guild leader Takichi and the chairman will be here soon." Haruto had anticipated this, thinking to himself, "I knew it." Because his experience and skills were constantly being honed, Lucas suddenly appeared, wielding a powerful sword, adorned with a mystical emerald, emitting an eerie glow. His eyes burned with hatred, radiating a murderous aura. Miso thought to herself, "I will make you pay for using my family as pawns." Miso's dark energy erupted, engulfing the surrounding area. She witnessed the power of Nana and exclaimed, "As expected of Hellfire, your power is truly formidable. But let's see how long you can last." Miso immediately launched a counterattack against Haruto's group. Nana used her own technique to block the attack. Destroying the impurity tree is nothing to Hellfire. Her confidence amused Michael. But just then, Nana sensed something amiss. Before she could react, Michael ensnared her with the impurity tree. The impurity tree quickly engulfed Nana's protective barrier. Witnessing this, Miso smirked triumphantly. "Can you still use Hellfire now?" It seemed Nana's was easily defeated, but moments later, a faint light emanated from within the impurity tree. She used her witchblade to sever the binding roots. Nana's emerged, coldly stating, "Did you think Hellfire was all I had?" Michael was enraged to see Nana's still standing. Haruto suddenly charged from behind Michael. "Don't forget about me." He landed a powerful blow where Michael stood. Both Haruto and Nana's cautiously surveyed their surroundings, knowing Michael wouldn't be defeated so easily. And, just as they predicted, Miso stepped out of the smoke and dust through a dimensional portal. Miso gestured, saying, "Enough of this cat and mouse game. Now for the true finale." The ground around Haruto and Nana suddenly cracked open, sending debris flying. From deep beneath the earth, gigantic, grotesque flowers began to emerge, surrounding them. Soon, Haruto and Nana were completely encircled by a multitude of these hideous flowers. Nana desperately tried to break through the encirclement, but to no avail. She leaped high into the air, unleashing her ultimate move, Pig Fi, a deadly attack with terrifying power, causing the grotesque flowers to gradually vanish into thin air. However, a few stubborn flowers withstood the attack and began to bloom open. They bloomed, releasing a thick, dark pollen into the air. Both Nana and Haruto sensed the imminent danger, quickly covering their noses with their hands, cautiously observing their surroundings. Miso laughed triumphantly, gloating, "The amount of dark mana these flowers release is 10 times greater than the tainted tree. Just one touch, and you'll be instantly addicted. The more you attack, the spores will spread everywhere." Haruto, filled with worry, exclaimed, "Damn it, this is bad. I should have copied the holy sword." He berated himself, even if it meant giving up shadow exchange. Just then, A brilliant pillar of light descended from the sky. Lucas appeared. He unleashed his light power, emitting a dazzling radiance, dispersing most of Miso's pollen in the air. Haruto and Nana's had retreated to safety, turning to look back at Lucas. Haruto was utterly astonished to see him. He called out hesitantly, "Lucas, Michael!" Seeing Lucas's anger flare, Lucas roared, "Lucas, what the hell? What the hell are you planning?" Miso then summoned the impure tree to attack him. Lucas didn't flinch, charging straight towards him. "You were the one who betrayed us first," Lucas said. "So what does it matter what I do?" Yes, he charged across that disgusting mass of filthwood without hesitation. Witnessing Lucas's intense determination to destroy her, Miso, "You dare disregard the lives of your loved ones?" Lucas ignored the threat and questioned Miso about the holy sword from the beginning, and the curse as well. "Wasn't I just a pawn in your game?" By now, he was right up against Miso. Lucas swung the holy sword, unleashing divine spear, repeatedly stabbing at Miso, but she evaded each blow. Miso then used the filthwood to block Lucas's attack. She taunted him triumphantly. "How pathetic. Even the power of the holy sword can't even scratch me." Lucas wasn't angry, but retorted sarcastically, "Normally, that would be true, but you said that pocket dimension, the dark spear, is a part of drama. I'm eager to see what happens when I pierce you with this holy sword." Miso suddenly realized something was wrong. Lucas's sword passed right through Miso's face, leaving her utterly astonished. "You're such a nuisance." Miso immediately counterattacked. She unexpectedly unleashed the defiled tree to attack Lucas. He couldn't react in time and was struck by the defiled tree, sending him flying. The space behind, Miso began to crack. She furiously spat out venomous words. Nana still had enough strength to rush towards Miso. "It seems you've run out of options. This is your end." Miso was horrified when she saw Nana, thinking, "Damn it, if I get hit by hellfire, I'm done for." Nana then unleashed hellfire, attacking her. Miso refused to give up, desperately fighting back. At this moment, both Nana and Miso were giving it their all, launched an attack toward their opponent. Haruto and Lucas watched from afar, witnessing the fierce confrontation. Lucas suddenly spoke, addressing Hunter Sano. He can't replicate Miso's space. Hearing this, a look of surprise spread across Haruto's face. Lucas explained, "That's because her subspace isn't a skill, but an item like a holy sword." Lucas continued his analysis. Subspace is a special item, capable of connecting to another dimension. And Michael, he's an LV from that dimension. Nana stepped forward and asked, "Then, how can she exist in this dimension, even if she exploited the prison breaks to cross through different dimensions? Staying here would still require a significant amount of Archmage mana." Lucas agreed with her, saying, "Exactly. To gain such power, she must have paid a hefty price. And that's precisely why I believe she converted her skills into items for easier use. I'm not sure how she managed to do that, but simply using items would allow her to expend 0 mana." Hearing this, Haruto made some calculations in his head. He smiled subtly, thinking to himself, "I see. That's why I couldn't copy her abilities back then. So I have to physically touch the item." But immediately after, he asked Lucas, "Why are you suddenly cooperating with us? You were trying to kill me at first, weren't you?" Hearing this, he sighed and replied, "Yes, initially I did intend to eliminate you, but when I was imprisoned by the defiled beast, you didn't kill me, even though doing so would have granted you my control ability. Despite having such a perfect opportunity, you still didn't. So, this is my stance on the matter." Haruto listened to Lucas in silence, feeling powerless. He looked at Lucas, unsure how to respond. Haruto thought to himself, "This whole thing is because I won't kill someone to steal their skills. And even if I did, there would be no peace afterwards." Nana approached them and spoke. "Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but what is control? And you mentioned copying a subdimension earlier. What does that mean?" Hearing this, Haruto was a bit flustered. She looked at the sword in Haruto's hand suspiciously. "And this sword, I distinctly remember returning it to Ares." Haruto stammered, trying to change the subject. I just borrowed it back for a bit." Just then, Miso, after being defeated, started to regain consciousness and emerge from the ground. She used her filth beast, defending against Nana's relentless attacks. Fortunately, he only suffered minor injuries. Haruto spoke up, wary. "There's something strange about her." Lucas also noticed the anomaly. It's like she's absorbing dark magic from the corrupted beasts, he said. Could it be that this is Miso's final move? Miso flew into a rage. Her face became old, wrinkled, and turned a horrifying shade of purple. She growled, I was going to toy with you a little longer. Wait until Lord Michael arrived. But I made a mistake underestimating you, especially when my opponent is Hunter Nana. She roared, from now on, I'll be serious. The monstrous corrupted beast simultaneously charged towards Haruto. Dodging a blow, he asked Nana, Nana, can you still use Soulfire? I can, Nana replied. Lucas, you support us. Lucas said, if necessary, I'll use Radiant Flame again. Haruto yelled, listen up, you two. First, use Hellfire to obscure her vision. Hearing that, Nana immediately unleashed Hellfire, blocking the corrupted beasts in front of them. Haruto observed the situation, lost in thought. If she can transform a skill into an item, then why can't I try copying that item? He nimbly jumped onto the ISO tree's growths, silently praying while attempting to copy. Please let this work. Unexpected success. Control plus C, copying ISO branch. Control plus C item. 1/3 ISO seed found. The item will be copied and synced to the user's body. Preparing for level up. If you gather 10 complete seeds and help the tree grow and develop, you will receive a blessing from the ISO's life force. Control plus V can be used simultaneously with giant spiderweb. Control plus V. Because you have seized the ISO seed from its original owner, they will no longer be able to use the ISO branch. When the target's HP falls below 15%, the skill will be automatically absorbed. Haruto felt it deeply and smiled. As Lucas predicted, she was in critical condition. Tanchong focused his energy on the seed. The ISO seed began to sprout inside its host. Haruto successfully replicated the Usul tree. From its initial dark purple hue, it transformed into a brilliant gold. Miso was stunned by the sudden burst of light. Even the Usul tree beneath her feet was copied and its color altered. Miso gasped. You copied the Usul tree? Lucas launched a surprise attack from above, shouting, this isn't the time to hesitate, Miso. Miso refused to yield, retorting, you're awfully loud. Miso realized something was wrong with her body. Why? Why can't I use Iso's power? Lucas's sword swung, narrowly missing Miso's head. With lightning reflexes, Miso ducked just in time. Lucas pressed his attack relentlessly. The holy sword finally struck Miso. She was wounded in the chest. Michael exclaimed, damn it. Haruto, in Lucas's form, called out, Hunter Sano, she's trying to slip into that spatial branch. Harry touched Izaso's branch, activating command Control plus C. Izaso's branch and the giant spiderweb are being activated. The spider silk quickly bound Misto's legs. Izaso's branch also appeared, imprisoning Misto. Realizing she couldn't fight back against Haruto, Misto spoke. Low-level goblins, once they cross over from another dimension, they become unlike any other monster. And it's my duty to eliminate them, to protect the people. And yet you treat me like a monster? Nanas ignored Misto's words. She coldly said, please stop resisting. I have no interest in torturing monsters. She swung her hellfire blade, slashing down. Flames erupted, burning Misto, causing her to cry out in pain. You're still alive after that. Nanas exclaimed, you're quite stubborn. Misto just chuckled, replying, no, it's my turn now. What a pity. Unable to cleanse my own homeland myself. But in return, Miso screamed in terror, her voice raspy. I will turn your world into a hell, just like mine, so you can taste the flavor of utter despair. Lucas suddenly realized something was wrong. Miso began to summon. A dark energy descended from the sky, enveloping Miso. Nana's hellfire was pushed back by that terrifying power. Lucas rushed forward, trying to stop Miso, but even Michael couldn't withstand the horrifying pressure. You're not just putting Tokyo in danger, but you're threatening the entire world. I don't care. Miso roared, tried to absorb all the dark energy. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light shot straight at Miso. From afar, Nana immediately guessed the owner of that light. Hunter Sano. Lucas watched in stunned silence. Haruto had entered Miso's mind. He looked around. So this was a pocket dimension? How strange. And you turned it into an item, Haruto, then touched it. I have to copy it immediately. Under Haruto's skillful control, the system displayed the command, Control plus C. Dark Spirit Space copied. Control plus V. Spatial key required. To open the pocket dimension of a different dimension, Continuing command, Control+V, displaying content, synchronizing. User inventory with subspace. Items stored in inventory can be retrieved from sub. Still Control+V. Notification. Transferring space fragment 3/5 into subspace. After completing the operations, Haruto smirked inwardly. It seemed he could actually use it, like how to use the item storage. The system suddenly announced two new commands, Control+V level 3 and Control+V level 5. All copied items and skills were neatly stored in a subdimension, regardless of their durability. Haruto rejoiced, silently praising its convenience. He eagerly copied more things, muttering to himself, if I copy the holy sword of Lucas and store it in this space, then I won't have to give up shadow portation anymore. But just then, a voice suddenly echoed, startling Haruto and putting him on high alert. Control+C. That was quite unexpected, Goblin. Miso bowed his head, his voice laced with surprise. To think it could copy items from another dimension. Haruto responded thoughtfully, indeed, even if it's only a small fragment of the target. Miso retorted sharply, her face darkening. What else? Initially, only a fragment of the subspace was brought here. Haruto, finding this troublesome, remarked, why so complicated? Miso shot Haruto a cold, sharp glare. It doesn't belong here, as I said. It was brought to this dimension, stolen by the one who drove my homeland and the fallen spirit king, Durama, to the brink of destruction. Haruto asked, perplexed, so to end this, we have to defeat him first. Mrs. scoffed at Haruto's naive question, then replied, defeat? You want to defeat the one whose mere power brought my homeland to ruin? I was fortunate that a dimensional gate opened just before he took my life, and I escaped to this dimension. I had to sacrifice everything to bring back a tenth of the adulterer. Harry felt a surge of confusion upon hearing this. Wait, how could you turn it into an item? Miso confidently replied, thanks to the power of the curse I received from my own dimension. In that moment, Harry's mind felt like it was exploding. He was stunned, jaw agape, at what he had just heard. What? Other dimensions have curses too? Miso smiled sinisterly, his eyes sharp as daggers, saying, the power of the curse I received is the ability to transition between dimensions. Nanas and Lucas, their hands gripping their sword and blade tightly, stood frozen before the furiously howling vortex. From within that so-called subdimension, a gigantic foot suddenly emerged, with terrifyingly thick and sharp claws. Goo erupted with a murderous aura, striding confidently along the length of its body. Streaks of electricity, like white-hot sparks, radiated from the top of its head down to its heels. Following Goo, a group of snow golems lumbered heavily. Genoda Satanu appeared suddenly, waving and calling out with a bright smile. Nana sent Hunter Nana. Hearing her name, Nana turned to see Shinoda. She offered a small smile in return. Over there is the chairman of the auxiliary guild. He's holding a sturdy shield, moving forward. Nana ran to the chairman, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your hard work. He brushed off her thanks, simply offering reassurance. All monsters in this area have been eliminated. But Goo stepped forward, speaking up. Do the other hunters have enough strength to deal with the remaining stragglers? Masato and Ares stepped out of the red circle, heading in their direction, just in time to hear Goo's question. Doubt was clearly visible on Goo's face. I took care of them on my way here. Masato appeared, and Nana immediately questioned him. President Shirasaki, what happened to Takomi? He didn't answer her question, simply stating, I intended to capture him alive for the association's benefit, but he wasn't cooperative, so I sent him on his way back to the earth. Nana observed his calmness and cold response, simply replying, oh. She thought to herself, President Shirasaki, his aura seems to have completely changed. She didn't inquire further, just acknowledging the necessary information. Is that so? Thank you for your hard work. Satoru looked around, noticing someone missing, and asked, by the way, where's Haruto's senpai? Hearing this, Nana replied, Haruto. She glanced towards a distant light, answering, went into the subspace with that goblin. We're outside, ready to respond to any critical situation. Hearing this, Satoru anxiously asked, does that mean Senior Haruto is in danger? Nana found his lack of formality irritating. She was a bit annoyed. She thought to herself, this kid, don't talk to me like that while we're on duty. But she composed herself and reassured Satoru. That goblin is on its last legs. Seeing him talking, Lucas approached and warned. Regarding Miso, We need to seal the subdimension as soon as possible. Things beyond our comprehension will soon emerge. Seeing Lucas appear, Gao curiously asked who he was. Go saw the sword he was carrying, the holy sword, and asked, "Are you from the Cooper clan? Were you sent as backup?" Nana quickly retorted, "No, he's one of Miso's accomplices." Gu's jaw dropped, his face a mask of disbelief. Seeing Lucas remain silent, Gu grabbed him by the collar. As everyone watched in astonishment, Gu lifted Lucas off the ground, his voice menacing. "A member of such a prestigious family like yours, conspiring with that Miso woman? What? How do you plan to take responsibility for this?" Facing Gu's fury, Lucas responded immediately. "I'll go in there too. I've decided to take responsibility. Please, let me go." Gu's eyes flashed with anger, glaring at Lucas. Bam! Without hesitation, Gu threw Lucas to the ground. Turning his back as he walked away, Gu said coldly, "Do what you want. But when this is over, I will make you and your family pay. I swear on the honor of the Mildus Guild." Lucas gritted his teeth, his voice firm. Then there's nothing left to say. Just silently pondering. However, that's only true if Lucas is still alive. Suddenly, he rushes off somewhere with a worried look on his face. If that thing escapes this space, things would get very bad. Lucas has to seal it before that happens. Inside the subspace, Haruto is still in shock. Turns out, the curse also exists in another dimension. Miso, with a fierce gaze, braces her hands on the ground, her body emitting a green glow. When I learned that, I was also surprised. But then I realized I can't absorb the curse from those cursed in this dimension. At least, not with conversion. She then told Haruto, "But with your control plus C, maybe I could even copy the curse from other dimensions." Haruto stared coldly at Michael, his sharp eyes questioning. "So you're the one behind all of this? Just to steal my resonance control?" Michael chuckled darkly, his words laced with hidden meaning. "The day will come when I will end you myself and claim the resonance control. If I can open the dimensional gate and connect it to the mother planet, catastrophe will surely befall this earth." Miso spoke with lingering hatred, his voice filled with rage. "If it weren't for Nishihara Tomoka, I would have succeeded 15 years ago." Haruto responded with contempt. "But in the end, you still failed miserably. Are you sure it's wise to reveal all of this to me?" Miso laughed loudly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "You're going to die anyway." Miso's eyes widened, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Even if I die here, the plan will still be carried out, no matter how hard you struggle." Before he could finish, Miso suddenly transformed into a ferocious monster, relentlessly attacking Haruto, forcing him to defend himself with his bare hands. Panic surged, sweat pouring off him. Haruto looked up at the sight before him with terrified eyes. It was a colossal monster, possessing razor-sharp teeth like terrifying daggers. A single glance was enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. Haruto collapsed to his knees, his face pale with terror. He guessed it was a dragon. But why would such a creature exist in this subspace? Could have been sealed here for ages? The dragon flailed its massive claws, thrashing in a frenzy. It slowly advanced towards Haruto. "This is horrifying," he thought in sheer terror. Are they planning to unleash it on Tokyo? Cold sweat beaded on Haruto's forehead. "Don't be ridiculous," he muttered to himself. "If this thing gets out, it'll be a complete catastrophe." The dragon stared at him with a ravenous gaze. Haruto, panicked, ran with all his might, not daring to look back. But he ran and ran, searched and searched, yet found no way out. Frustrated and desperate, he cried out, "Where is the exit?" The monster roared ferociously. Suddenly, a figure charged forward, launching a fierce attack against him. Haruto was stunned and curious. Looking towards the source of light, he realized it was Luca. Luca, while counterattacking, glanced back and urged, "Haruto, have you copied the subspace yet? That's the Misto dragon imprisoned here. If the subspace collapses, it will endanger the holy sword. I'll hold it off. You get out and close the subspace." Haruto heeded his words and hurried away. But what should he do? Worried, he turned back to ask, "What about you?" The dragon roared earth-shatteringly, counterattacking fiercely, sending Luca flying. Lucas was knocked backward. His sword flew from his grasp, landing out of reach. Witnessing the chaotic scene, Haruto frowned slightly. Holy sword, seeing Lucas in danger. The ferocious dragon beat its wings, eyes blazing, and charged towards him. Everything descended into chaos. Lucas cried out in pain and collapsed unconscious. In mere moments, the dragon would seize the sword. Nana's gritted her teeth in frustration, cursing her bad luck. Suddenly, the system displayed Ctrl+V, deploy giant spiderweb. Time rewound 10 minutes. Nana stood before the system interface, notifications flashing repeatedly. The message repeated itself. You have received 50 experience points. Nana's placed her hand on the system interface, thinking to herself, normally, a seasoned hunter like myself shouldn't be receiving experience points. After taking down a monster with power at this level, that goblin must be dead. Miso was furious, cursing inwardly. How dare they treat me like a monster? She thought to herself, she must be furious at being mistaken for a monster. But because she came from a different dimension, a world alien to Earth, they saw her as nothing but a monster. On the system, Miso's information appeared clearly. Level 354, eliminated. Status, eliminated. Contribution level, 75%. Experience points gained, 200. At that moment, Mo walked over to Safari and asked him, "Are you alright?" Mo asked him worriedly, "What about Hunter Sano?" He looked towards the subdimensional gate and replied, "He's still inside." Suddenly, a strange light emanated from within the subdimension, startling those outside. At the subdimensional gate, Lucas and Sano were suddenly thrown out. Sano quickly grabbed a rope. He wrapped the rope tightly around Lucas and tied it to his sword, securing it to the hilt. Those witnessing from outside couldn't hide their shock and horror. Panic was etched across Sano's face. The ground crumbled, and both plummeted towards the earth. Shituru, witnessing the scene, cried out in worry. "Haruto senpai!" Because the danger hadn't completely passed, Sano yelled, warning everyone to get back. Then, he rushed towards the subdimensional gate, struggling with all his might to close it. On the system, the words Ctrl+V appeared. Dark Spirit Space closure in progress. Sano poured all his strength into closing the gate, repeating to himself, "I have to do this. Close." And finally, the gate slammed shut. The light gradually faded. The light gradually faded. Only faint, flickering glimmers remained. Finally, they vanished behind the narrow doorway. "Strange. I wonder what he's planning," Gul curiously said. Could he be trying to seal the subspace? As the subspace door closed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's closed. But suddenly, the system screen flashed crimson red, issuing a subspace malfunction alert. A mysterious energy source from within was preventing the subspace from being sealed. To protect the integrity of the system, the subspace had to be reopened. Haruto froze, eyes wide, breath ragged, terror flooding his mind. What's happening? Before he could collect himself, the subspace door slowly began to open once more. A faint light from within seeped through the crack, mysteriously illuminating the space. A colossal monster emerged, its massive body rippling with powerful muscles and covered in steel-hard scales. Its eyes glowed crimson with burning rage, and a fierce hunger for destruction threatened to erupt. Its roar echoed, shaking the very air, as if trying to tear open the sky. Panic seized everyone, their terror palpable. "Oh God, what is that? It's a dragon." The dragon thrust a gigantic leg out of the spatial rift. As its foot touched the ground, the earth trembled violently, threatening to collapse. Seeing the imminent danger, someone cried out, "We can't fight that. Run! Run for your lives!" Momo instantly recognized the monster before her. It was a dragon. 15 years ago, a single dragon had devastated the entire kingdom. If it gets out, we're all doomed. With terrifying power, the dragon unleashed its full might, sending Sano crashing to the ground. Rage surged through Sano once more, a feeling of helplessness washing over him. Regret gnawed at him, consuming his every thought. It seemed he had missed his only chance to prevent this catastrophic disaster. Damn it, I was too late. Just a little longer, and the dragon would escape into space. Haruto fought to maintain his composure, focusing intently. He told himself he had to find a way to stop the monster. Suddenly, he slammed a hand on the ground. The system reporting, Ctrl-V, utilized the ISO's branch. And surprisingly, it actually worked. The ISO's branch began to glow, wrapping tightly around the dragon, restricting all of its movements. Everyone witnessing the scene was utterly astonished. What the hell is this? The ISO's branches tightened their grip on the dragon, the branches seeming to possess a sentience, twisting and intertwined, as if controlled by an unseen supernatural force. They surged towards the dragon, The branches began to split, doubling, tripling. The enormous branches finally enveloped the ferocious dragon completely, immobilizing it, rendering it unable to move. Haruto breathed a sigh of relief, a sense of calm washing over him. It finally worked. Satoru, with a look of admiration, repeatedly exclaimed, "Amazing! Senior Haruto is incredible." But Nana seemed to sense something amiss. She thought to herself, "I don't sense any malevolent energy from those branches." But Nana continued to ponder. It's similar to the skill Miso used. Everyone around was rejoicing, praising Haruto. Incredible! The branches have restrained the dragon. Not only Nana, but Amo also felt something was wrong. Impossible. A dragon, such a powerful monster, subdued by mere branches? And, just as they suspected, something unexpected happened. Amo, with a steely expression, looked up. The dragon snapped the binding branches, breaking free from its confinement and regaining its freedom. Its body erupted with terrifying power, leaving everyone horrified. Muscles bulged and rippled like solid rock, and when it roared, its entire body vibrated intensely, spewing fire in its rage. Haruto was horrified, stunned by the terrifying sight before him. Damn it, it's about to use flame breath. Everyone get back. Fua instantly raised his shield, encircling himself. He created a protective circle, loudly warning everyone. "There's no time. Get behind me." Masato also yelled out, "The rest of you, quickly get over here." He created a brilliant red circle, spreading out like a powerful wave of energy, forming a solid shield, protecting the entire area. The circle continuously expanded, allowing everyone to get inside. With each swirl, it drained all the surrounding energy. The protective circle grew larger and larger, but just as everyone was scrambling for cover within the protective circle, a deafening crack echoed like thunder. The dragon let out a terrifying roar. Its sharp fangs slammed into the tree branches, tightening its grip. The dragon roared terrifyingly, its massive head thrashing in agony. Its eyes glowed crimson, filled with rage and destruction. People still trembled in sheer terror. In the presence of a mythical being, a horrifying monster standing right before their eyes. They couldn't believe what they were witnessing. A girl exclaimed, "We're saved." A young man carefully observed the scene and asked, "Is that a blue shield?" The shield was protecting hundreds of people from the dragon's brutal power. Who's behind it? Those behind the shield felt an unusual sense of safety. The young man couldn't hide his relief. "Part of Ginza has been leveled, but we're safe." Another person agreed, as expected of Chairman and President Hirosaki. Suddenly, Suda remembered Haruto. "Senior Haruto, is he all right?" Haruto sat dejectedly amidst the charred trees, his posture slumped in defeat. He brushed off his head, attempting to rid himself of the lingering ash. Scorch marks marred his clothes, clear evidence of the dragon's furious flames. Haruto sighed, filled with self-reproach. "I couldn't stop it completely." A sudden voice startled him. "But you did manage to block that terrifying breath of fire. That's not bad, you know." Haruto turned to see Lucas. Anger flared in his voice. "Lucas, what are you doing here?" Lucas responded with a casual air, "Just happened to be in the neighborhood." He looked just as exhausted. Haruto's voice was heavy with dread. "It got away. We need to evacuate the regular hunters. Even S-rank hunters will struggle against it. Its scales are as hard as a true dragon's. Weapons and magic are useless." Haruto jumped to his feet, fury in his voice. "That damn Miso! She was planning to destroy this place all along." Lucas answered, "He has a plot. Michael's curse can destroy it." Confused, the boy innocently asked, "Michael, destroy?" Lucas explained, "He bears the control curse like us, and is the president of Staphian. Moreover, he's someone you should absolutely avoid confronting." Haruto fell into a reverie, fragmented memories flashing before him. A gun, or the cryptic conversation he overheard from the black-masked figures. On the subway that day, they mentioned a dragon. Shall we deal with him now? No, not yet. We have to wait until the resonance of the dimensional shard strengthens before we act. Elsewhere, Michael silently observed the dimensional shard floating in his hand. After a moment of hesitation, Michael said, "I will entrust it to you." Michael looked at the brilliantly glowing dimensional shard in his hand. He stroked his chin and coldly asked, "What are you planning to do?" Michael immediately knelt, respectfully reported, "My lord, using this method, only you can open the dimensional gate." Not giving Michael time to ask further, he quickly analyzed the situation. I fear Nishihara Tomoka has taken measures to prevent the dimensional gate from being reopened. She attempted to link this dimension to the dimension of love because she discovered my actions. Miso's words seemed quite reasonable. He replied, "Very well, that was merely a part of my plan." He then handed over the dimensional control to Miso. Miso bowed his head respectfully, accepting it. "I am eternally grateful, my lord." Afterward, Miso presented him with a shimmering purple crystal. Then Miso continued, "And this is a protective stone, a treasure passed down through generations of goblins in our clan. When death, it will emit a brilliant light and reveal to you her killer, a whisper in the mind. That will be the crucial moment, the moment Michael initiates his plan. Elsewhere, the ground is ablaze in a sea of fire. Billowing black smoke rises high into the sky. Quizia, the dungeon's most powerful monster, emerges with terrifyingly crimson eyes, unleashing fiery breaths. Above, a fleet of battleships circles. Inside sits Masato, his face grim. In his hand, he clutches a purple crystal. From it, a blinding light shines, revealing an image of Nana, Japan's top 500. A thought flashes through Masato's mind. I swear I will avenge you. This plan will succeed. On the other side, Quizia wreaks havoc, attacking relentlessly. Each roar shakes the ground violently, cracking it open. Hunters flee in panic, screaming in terror. Suddenly, one of them cried out in terror, "Enemy! That thing is horrifying. We can't do anything to it." Suddenly, crackling sounds filled the air. Mysterious black lightning bolts appeared and converged at a single point. It was Masato, the Thunder Mage, casting his magic. A ferocious bolt of lightning struck down, hitting Quizia. Silence fell, but the attack seemed to have no effect on it. It turned its crimson eyes towards Masato. Arist Hill, standing behind, broke out in a cold sweat and spoke. "It seems magic is completely useless." Masato glared angrily at Arist Hill. "So, are we just supposed to be helpless?" Note, I replaced the Chinese characters with a suitable English equivalent. Arist Hill, with a grave expression, made his assessment. The current situation suggests that a physical attack might be more effective, but its power is too overwhelming. At that moment, the monster seemed to have gone berserk. It roared furiously, revealing its sharp fangs, charging straight towards a small group of people desperately fighting back. Frozen in place, rooted to the ground. With the situation hanging by a thread, Masato felt a surge of anger. If these ordinary hunters kept attacking so recklessly, the casualties would be devastating. Damn it! If Chairman Go was here, he would surely know how to control the situation. Where could he have gone? As soon as he finished speaking, Masato turned his head, scanning his surroundings, searching for the familiar figure of the chairman. Suddenly, one of the hunters shouted, "There, over there." He pointed towards a heap of viscous, jet-black liquid and said, "The chairman, is that him standing there?" Another hunter quickly responded, "I think so too." "No way. He melted? That can't be." He couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at the spreading ooze, a formless mass that no longer resembled a human being. Both men trembled in fear. One of them gasped, "The breath of inferno. We wouldn't dare attack him head-on." The other one looked doubtful. "That's true," but he'd barely finished speaking when he sensed something amiss. The chaotic, slimy mess from moments before suddenly began to move strangely. It wriggled like a living creature, then abruptly exploded. A figure emerged from the dust cloud, eyes blazing with fury. His face was a mask of pure rage. It was Chairman Go. He roared in indignation, "You damn lizard." The two hunters who had been cheering moments before exclaimed, "Chairman, we knew it. There's no way a simple breath attack could melt you." Go turned his gaze towards the monster. It had completely lost control, becoming frenzied. The monster relentlessly attacked the hunters in a mad frenzy, unleashing a powerful punch. Go exclaimed, "What a massive enemy." Suddenly, he heard a strange sound. Go paused, looking down at the ground. The shattered rocks from before were moving. Then they coalesced, forming monstrous olams, emitting terrifying shrieks. Witnessing this, he was stunned into awed silence. Meanwhile, Nana was still bravely fighting the ferocious enemy. Her blows were delivered with lightning speed, her movements graceful as a whirl. Her powerful attack landed squarely on Kujia, but it seemed only to enrage it further. Seeing the monster charging towards her, she instantly unleashed her ultimate technique. Nana used the powerful skill Iscudo Control plus V. Immediately, from beneath the ground. Countless gigantic tree branches suddenly sprung forth with tremendous force. They tightly ensnared the monster, trapping it in a sturdy cage. It roared furiously, struggling violently, using its sharp teeth to bite through the branches, binding it. The monster broke free for a brief moment. Haruto, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The branches aren't strong enough to hold it. Its HP is down 25% already. Using the Truong longsword now is too risky. Just then, Lucas rushed forward, suggesting, "How about you push it back into the void?" Haruto was fuming. "If I do that, I won't be able to use it anymore." Lucas stated firmly, "We can take it down if we use that sword." Haruto immediately retorted, "I don't understand what you're thinking, but your precious holy sword against this monster is nothing more than a toothpick." He then looked towards the Quizia, feeling the terrifying power radiating from the monster. It was no ordinary creature. Lucas suddenly turned, exposing Haruto. "When we escaped from that strange dimension, I know you copied my sword." Haruto was startled, feeling guilty. Tapes that it was because Control+C activated automatically. Lucas looked away, smiling. "I don't blame you. If it weren't for you, I would have died back there, along with that sword. I owe you one." Haruto gave a strained smile. He was sweating bullets, feeling the misunderstanding had gone too far. To change the subject, Haruto quickly asked, "So how are we going to stop it? And what happens after we stop it?" The man replied, "Use your cursed skill, copy that sword, and turn it into a whole swarm. One sword isn't enough. But what if there were 10,000 swords?" Following the man's words, Haruto pictured thousands of swords raining down, piercing through the colossal monster. Astonished by the suggestion, Haruto exclaimed, "That's not a bad idea. But how do we push it back into the void?" Haruto turned to ask, but before he could finish, he sensed something unusual behind him. Haruto turned around and saw Gao. He spoke, "Hunter Sano, lend me your golem brats for a moment." Haruto looked surprised. "Chairman Go, what's the meaning of this? What do you plan to do with these golems?" Go was silent for a moment, then spoke with a commanding voice. "I will make those who dare raise their sword against me pay a heavy price." He then turned his gaze towards the colossal monster. Haruto still couldn't grasp Go's true intention. "If you use these golems," Haruto spoke up, "will it even be able to harm it?" Go clenched his fist, his voice firm. "Not just harm, but much more. I will destroy it." Haruto didn't ask any further questions, seemingly placing complete trust in Go's plan. His intentions. He replied curtly, "Understood. Then I will open a subdimension. Focus your power into that space." Gom, with his massive frame, bent down beside Haruto. "I'd like to see how you intend to do that." "We'll get to that later," Haruto replied. Haruto commanded the hundreds of golems surrounding. Deployment order issued. Activating the Olin core, transforming Control+V. A series of red stones suddenly appear, along with fragments of debris on the ground begin to move. They converge, quickly forming a ferocious Olin swarm. Gao slams a powerful blow into the ground, creating a terrifying explosion. Rocks are sent flying into the air. Simultaneously, the Golems charge towards him. A colossal stone entity emerges from the thick smoke and flames, leaving Haruto utterly astonished. The fierce battle between Gao and the iron monster continues. Meanwhile, the Golems of the snowy mountain are forming a circle, attempting to gather 10 stones. Gao is also preparing to attack, using his massive hand to grab the iron monster. It quickly senses Gao's intentions, roars, and dodges. Missing his target, Gao is enraged and growls. "Just you wait." Immediately after, he seemed to muster all his strength, unleashing an earth-shattering punch, a blow that landed like a thunderclap. The roaring fist hurtled straight towards Jack's head, a powerful attack that contorted his face. Masato stood within the protective barrier, awestruck by the force of the punch. "Impressive." Haruto, standing nearby, mused, "Stone arm, a perfect combination with Golem. I must replicate this skill." Jack recovered with astonishing speed. He glared ferociously at his attacker. Go thought to himself, so one punch wasn't enough? And so, he decided to unleash another blow. Haruto smirked, thinking everything is going according to plan. Immediately, he gave the order to act. The rubble in front of Jack suddenly exploded, startling him. At the same time, From the sky, a flock of snow mountain golems suddenly descended. They roared in unison, memories, then charged straight towards Jack, converging at his mouth. In a fit of rage, Jack gritted his teeth and bit down hard, shattering the golems into pieces. Haruto gritted his teeth, relying on those brats? Useless subordinates. The olams inside Jack's mouth were thrashing wildly, and then they created an earth-shattering explosion inside his mouth. A blinding light flashed. Debris from the olams erupted from Jack's mouth like a raging torrent. The surrounding space was engulfed in a thick white cloud of dust. After a loud crash, Jack collapsed unconscious. Witnessing this, the soldiers below cheered wildly, their faces filled with triumphant joy. Were those Hunter Sano's golems? We owe them a great debt. Hearing those words, Gao glanced at Haruto with a sharp look. Hunter Sano? So that's it. He willingly sacrificed those little golems for this. Haruto remained lost in thought, completely unaware of what was happening. But with this level of attack, it couldn't inflict any real damage. Suddenly, he dashed forward. It had to be pulled into the alternate dimension immediately. Beside Jack, now stood his fellow soldiers. They encouraged and rallied each other. We can take it down now. Keep attacking. Haruto approached, creating a magic circle around himself. His hands swiftly performed the incantation, activating the Black Spirit's alternate dimension. Behind Jack, a dimensional gate suddenly opened. From within, blinding purple light and terrifying electrical sparks erupted. The soldiers exchanged terrified glances. This space, why did it open? Could it be another monster is appearing? Haruto reassured them. Don't worry. I only opened this space to pull the dragon inside. The soldier nodded in understanding. I see. Haruto turned his gaze towards Gao. Haruto boldly asked Chairman Takichi, could you throw another punch? Would that be possible? Slightly surprised by the question, he honestly replied, all the olams have self-destructed, so it's difficult for me to inflict damage as great as before. A look of worry and wariness flashed across Haruto's face. He wondered, should I copy and create more olams if I want to achieve the same effect as before? The rank of the new olams is still too low. Suddenly, Nana appeared from behind. She spoke up. How about using the power of Hellfire? Haruto was startled. Hunter Nana. Then let's do that. Just then, Mo came running in a panic. We have to act quickly while it's still unconscious. It's about to enter phase 2. Before they could do anything, the object behind them shook violently. Jack got up after being stunned. It glared down furiously, its eyes blazing, at the soldiers below. A terrified scream pierced the air. It's awake. Run for your lives. As if answering the warning, the monster unleashed a torrent of fire, threatening to incinerate everything. The soldiers, now freed from their terror-induced paralysis, scattered in a panicked frenzy, their screams echoing behind them. Nana was incredibly tense. At this rate, we'll all be burned alive by its fiery breath. We need to minimize casualties. Without a moment's hesitation, she charged alone towards Jake. The sight horrified both Haruto and Emma. Hunter Nana. Haruto yelled in despair. Takuo commanded. All hunters converge on this position. He conjured a defensive shield, protecting the soldiers under his command. On the other side, the Iron Beast continued to spew massive flames. Nana bravely charged forward, confronting it head-on. She lunged powerfully towards Jake, thrusting her blade forward with tremendous force. She unleashed the terrifying power of the Hellfire Blade. The words had barely left her lips when a colossal surge of energy erupted from within the blade. Two blinding beams of light, one azure blue, the other crimson red, collided head-on. Around the battleground, the air filled with thick dust and debris flew in all directions. A fierce pillar of fire erupted, as if to consume Nana. Terror filled Nana's face as the raging inferno engulfed the entire building in a sea of flame. Witnessing the horrific scene, Haruto was overcome with worry and rage. He quickly unleashed a series of moves, using his branch to perform the shadow displacement technique. The flames had completely enveloped Nana. Without hesitation, Haruto plunged into the inferno. He reached out, pulling Nana, the endangered huntress, into his protective embrace. They were enveloped in a sphere of energy formed from the branch. For a moment, the raging flames could not touch them. The branch sphere fell out of the inferno. Outside, a raging inferno consumed everything in its path. A fireball plummeted with terrifying speed, like a meteor crashing down. In the nick of time, it narrowly saved them from imminent danger. Nana clutched her arm, wincing slightly in pain, perhaps suffering a minor injury. Haruto, worried, asked with concern, "Nana, are you all right?" Nana looked at Haruto with a worried expression. "I'm fine, but the Vu-Dao..." Haruto reassured her. "Oh, the Vu-Dao is perfectly intact, don't worry." Haruto heard the sound of his copy system activate. It was copying Nana's Vu-Dao. He thought to himself, "I didn't even touch it, so just the giant spider silk. Touching it is enough to copy." Haruto picked up the blade and returned it to Nana. She took it, smiling her thanks. Nana spoke seriously to Haruto. "But if it uses flame breath again, we'll be in danger." Both of them looked towards Jack. He was frantically searching for his next target. A commanding voice suddenly boomed. This is the decisive moment. Haruto immediately launched his attack, aiming to eliminate the target. A strange system enveloped Jack. Haruto and Nana were horrified, frozen by the sight before them. Haruto frowned, a strange feeling rising within him. Before he could react, the system suddenly displayed the words Control F. The controller has activated Control 10. Luca looked at the system interface before him. A name instantly flashed in his mind. Mike, president of the multinational Starfill Guild in Europe. Luca yelled to Haruto, "Sano, get out of the barrier." Hearing this, Haruto immediately turned to look at Luca. Suddenly, a stream of purple light materialized from the system, and Jack appeared, leaving Haruto no time to respond. He spun around, only one thought in his mind. We need to bring Conan along. The system is continuing to update Control V. Deploy the giant web. His speed and power seem to be exploding. A dark energy is rapidly converging, enveloping his entire body. That evil energy is intensifying, causing a massive explosion in the heart of Ginza, leaving a gaping hole. Cracks in the ground spread rapidly, along with the lingering remnants of dark energy. The earth-shattering explosion caught everyone's attention. A soldier looks down into the abyss, too stunned to speak. What has happened? A young man with brown hair suddenly speaks. A deep chasm suddenly appeared right in the middle of Ginza. Takuo says with a frown. Suddenly, a scream pierces the air. Sister. The cry for help immediately grabs his attention. Nana lies sprawled on the ground, blood trickling from her mouth. Haruto and Satoru rushed to the scene, but one glance was all it took for them to realize they were too late. Nana had lost her right arm, blood gushing out. She was barely clinging to life. Takuo, Shirage Misato, Arakawa Hiro, Lucas, and Morgan all looked in the same direction. Their faces a mixture of horror and fear. Satoru, his face pale with terror, tears welling up in his eyes as he looked at Nana, trying to speak, but no words came out. A man stood above, looking down, his voice trembling with dread as he stammered. Her right arm, it's gone. A girl beside him added, seemingly more composed, but she seems to still be alive. Satoru gripped Haruto's shoulder, yelling, his voice shaking uncontrollably. What happened to my sister? Sarah. Sarah will heal her, right? Haruto looked at him, quickly responding, yes, I'll go find her immediately. Haruto said, his voice soft but trembled. I'm sorry. If I had gotten her out of the barrier sooner. At the same time, he used his omniscience nano power. A cloak of energy materialized, covering the girl's wounds. Her face was etched with pain and weakness. As Haruto prepared to take Nana away, Satsuki suddenly spoke. Haruto-senpai, please make sure to heal my sister's wounds. Haruto replied, leave it to me, and instantly vanished. Suddenly, a helicopter took off. A powerful gust of wind swept through, scattering the remaining debris. Two bewildered teammates looked at the helicopter, asking each other, where did that helicopter come from? Reinforcement. The helicopter gradually descended closer to the ground. A large emblem slowly came into view. Everyone recognized it immediately. It was the emblem of the Starfill Guild. Michael stepped out of the helicopter, along with a group of people wearing red and white masks. Green, blue, purple, yellow, waves of killing intent surrounded. Michael introduced himself. I am Michael, Guild Master of Starfill. Please continue. We're here in response to your request for assistance. Michael surveyed the remaining wreckage, his voice grave. This is an urgent situation. I need to act quickly. His gaze landed on a massive crater in the center of the district. It seems the damage is quite extensive. Gao, a small man, stepped forward and spoke. What do you mean by quite extensive? Michael looked at him, a smile playing on his lips. We're talking about a monster with the power to destroy an entire nation. That's why I need to step in. You're being a bit overdramatic. Guildmaster G. gowned and spoke sternly. One of our hunters lost his right arm in that attack. Michael scoffed. replying, I once slew a monster as fearsome as a dragon. Losing an arm is a small price to pay for a mediocre hunter like Go-Jion erupted in fury. He glared at Michael with murderous intent, his voice thick with rage. You dare mock me? Michael looked at Go-Jion, his tone dripping with provocation. This situation reminds me of a Japanese proverb, bite the hand that feeds you. Wouldn't you agree? Seeing this, Tokugawa rushed to intervene, saying, Please excuse the delay in introductions. I am eternally grateful to you for slaying the dragon. Thank you. I am Tokugawa, chairman of the Japanese Hunters Association. Lucas roared. Thank him for what? He stepped forward, Angelus rapier in hand. He's the one responsible for all of this. Tokugawa exclaimed in shock. What are you talking about? Lucas's face darkened. That bastard Miso unleashed the monsters. He reports directly to this man. Tokugawa started to speak. But weren't you once a member of the Starfield Guild? We can't trust your denials. Lucas, things are different now. He looked at Michael, his voice dripping with bitterness. I was discarded without a second thought, deemed useless. Michael heard this, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he retorted. Lucas, you're spouting meaningless nonsense. Is this really the time to reminisce? Go spoke up, his voice booming with authority. I don't trust Lucas's words, but I find Starfield suspicious as well. What is the meaning of all this? Explain yourselves. Michael waved his hand dismissively. I have no obligation to explain myself to you. Michael laughed, his eyes filled with arrogance and mystery, and said to go, because all of you will soon be eradicated. Michael immediately activated the control A system, the choice to erase everything. Meanwhile, Haruto was desperately searching for a way back. He spotted a slightly open door and thought, this must be the place. As soon as he finished the thought, the door swung wide open. Inside was the patient ward of a hospital. Haruto rushed in, just as he expected. I can move freely within this barrier, he thought. Because of this spatial, a branching path quickly led him to the patient room, where Sarah was being treated. Hearing the noise, she turned around with a look of terror. The other patients were equally frightened. Sarah, Haruto exclaimed urgently. Can you heal Hunter Nana? Sarah looked at him with horrified eyes. Her throat seemed to constrict, unable to speak. Haruto immediately used the system to assist Sarah. Control V, infinite mana replication. The system repeated the command countless times. Sarah began to examine Nana's wounds. Haruto looked at the girl worriedly, asking, She's lost so much blood. Will she be all right? Sarah glanced at him and replied, If she receives enough mana, she'll recover. Immediately, she activated the Control Z system, beginning the process of regenerating the target's arm. Suddenly, the entire system blared a crimson alert, startling Sarah. She stared at the flashing alarm signal on the system, exclaiming, What's going on? The system window displayed a message. Control Z. Target has been deleted by Control X. Unable to restore. Sarah turned to Haruto, her voice trembled. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you. Her face was pale, unable to hide the panic etched across her features. She stammered, It can't be restored. Haruto seemed about to explode. Why? Sarah didn't understand the reason either. Only that the notification window clearly displayed the words, unable to restore. Haruto suddenly realized this wound was inflicted by Control X, so Nana's condition was critical. She was struggling to even breathe. Sarah was helpless, unable to continue treatment, only able to offer vague diagnoses. It turned out there were others out there who possessed the ability to control command. Haruto still clung to a sliver of hope, pleading, Can you try one more time? Sarah believed it was impossible, but I think trying again would only consume mana. Haruto persisted. He gritted his teeth, filled with anxiety and frustration. Haruto began analyzing the mechanics of the Control plus X command. So, things deleted by Control plus X can't be recovered. What if I use the copy command? Control plus V. Duplicate Witchblade. Haruto tried using the copy command and successfully created a Witchblade. Sarah saw it and realized, Is that Kanana's Witchblade? Haruto quickly explained, No, it's just a copy from before it was deleted. Hearing this, she believed there was still hope to salvage the situation. Haruto then copied the arm of the Nano's hunter. Reluctantly, he had to acknowledge an unfortunate truth. I can't copy anyone other than myself. He continued experimenting, using Control plus V on the Vu Dao blade. It immediately disintegrated and vanished. The system displayed a bright red warning. Control plus V. Item deleted by Control plus X cannot be pasted. Haruto thought he could bypass the Control plus X command, but reality was harsh. The copied item vanished without a trace. This wasn't easy. Haruto felt frustrated and helpless. But this was the previously copied item. When it was deleted, he proceeded to copy 3 more Vu Dao blades. The copy command still worked smoothly. 3 replicated Vu Dao blades instantly appeared. However, when he tried the paste command again, each blade instantly dissolved. The system persistently displayed the warning, Control plus V. Item deleted by Control plus X cannot be pasted. Haruto completely lost control of his emotions. He frantically commanded the system to duplicate the voodoo blade hundreds of times. You bastard! You want to see who can outlast who? Haruto roared. The system was forced to continuously execute the copy command. The energy radiating was so intense that Sarah felt like she was about to be blown away. Hundreds of duplicated voodoo blades materialized simultaneously. When Haruto tried the paste command, the system continued to flash a glaring red alert. He became frenzied, repeatedly using the copy and paste commands. The piles of voodoo blades kept disappearing and reappearing, copied and stacked upon each other. The scene was utterly chaotic. Haruto had no intention of stopping. Witnessing his rage, the patients in the hospital were in a state of sheer panic. What the hell is he doing? Everyone wondered. Haruto's insane actions seemed to have caused the system to malfunction. Error messages flooded the screen. Error, error, and finally the unthinkable happened. The blade was successfully copied and pasted. The system once again displayed a notification. An unknown error has occurred in Control V. Items deleted by Control X can now be copied and pasted. Haruto slowly walked forward, picking up the completed moonblade. Drenched in sweat, he gripped the blade tightly in his hand. He felt a sense of relief wash over him. I just need to give this to Nana when she wakes up. Having successfully created the system error, he turned and shouted, "Sarah, try again." Understanding his intent, she immediately agreed. Elsewhere, the atmosphere became chaotic with the appearance of a mysterious arrow symbol. It suddenly appeared above everyone's head. Someone spoke up in confusion. "What does this mark mean?" His friend fearfully offered a guess. Could this be a targeting marker for a wide-scale attack? Michael appeared, a contemptuous look on his face. "So, you're not completely idiotic after all." Suddenly, powerful bolts of lightning crashed down around him. A massive crowd suddenly appeared, surrounding Michael. The energy around him intensified. The energy seemed to thicken, filling the air. A system message abruptly flashed, announcing, "Control H, move the target closer." A tremendous pressure blast sent debris flying, aimed directly at Mike. Michael remained calm, using teleportation, escaping the rubble with ease. From above, an imposing figure slowly descended, trailing bolts of fierce lightning. Thunderbolts continuously crashed into the ground, sending debris scattering everywhere. Michael quickly teleported to a safe location. Miso appeared with a murderous look on his face. He growled, "Wide-range attacks are my specialty. I don't know what you're plotting, but stop it right now." Michael scoffed at his words. "Shirasaki of the Future Guild, your thunderclap is quite impressive." Without hesitation, he snapped his fingers. "I'll deal with you first." Miso was completely caught off guard, unable to react to Michael's sudden attack. Swirls of inky blackness materialized, like dark bullets, hurtling towards him with dizzying speed. Miso frantically tried to dodge, but was cornered in a blink of an eye. Finally, under the devastating force, his limbs were severed gruesomely. Surely no one could survive such a brutal attack. He plummeted to the ground. Witnessing the horrific scene, everyone around was stunned into silence, murmuring in shock. Even Chairman Shirasaki exclaimed, "That skill, what was that?" Witnessing this, Gao went berserk, roaring in fury. "Bastard!" He lunged forward, landing a direct punch on Michael. A deafening explosion erupted, the surrounding earth shattering into dust. Michael remained calm, not even blinking. He looked at Gao, a sneer of contempt twisting his lips. A solid defensive wall materialized instantly, conjured by Michael in the blink of an eye, rendering Gao's powerful punch utterly useless. The stone-armored fist, seemingly invincible, shattered into pieces. Gao couldn't believe what he was witnessing. He stared at the remnants of his arm in horrified disbelief. Witnessing the scene, Takuo's face went pale with fear. The stone armor, capable of withstanding a dragon's attack, destroyed so easily. Michael reveled in his victory. His eyes, filled with contempt, swept over those trembling before his power. Don't be so shocked by such a trifling matter. Without hesitation, he unleashed Control X to eliminate his target. Right before everyone's eyes, a massive black vortex erupted from his hand. It pulsed with terrifying power. The vortex created a thick cloud of smoke, obscuring everything, a testament to its devastating force. As the smoke cleared, a gaping crater was revealed in the ground, the aftermath of the terrifying attack. Michael looked up, the triumphant expression on his face quickly shifting to astonishment. The previous blow seemed to have reduced Go to ashes, but Tokyo had managed to erect a massive shield, protecting him from the fatal attack. Despite the near-death experience, Go taunted. Step aside, old man Takuo. Summoning that shield must have taken a lot out of you. That was no ordinary skill, but I can block it. However, at that moment, cracks suddenly appeared on the seemingly impenetrable shield. It began to crumble. The great shield is breaking. Witnessing this, Go was truly terrified by Michael's overwhelming power. Michael grew even more smug, his voice dripping with sarcasm. It cannot be destroyed by any weapon or skill. This shield is made from the bone of a legendary behemoth, a titan. His voice filled with pride, just like its name suggests. Panic surged within Taikwu, threatening to overwhelm him. But he fought to maintain composure, desperately trying to reason with his opponent. If you understand the situation, please stop this attack. Chairman Michael, your actions are exceeding permissible limits. If the International Hunters Association learns of this, your guild will be destroyed. He seemed completely indifferent to the warnings, continuing to unleash his special technique. What if there aren't any witnesses or evidence? Michael's intent to destroy the Great Shield was crystal clear. Control+A, expanding the search area to select all. He targeted the weak points scattered across the shield's surface. Finally, he commanded Control+X, eliminate all selected targets. A barrage of energy vortexes erupted, hurtling towards their designated points. Earth-shattering explosions roared, deafeningly loud amidst Taikwu's desperate defense. Michael clearly had no intention of leaving them a path to survive. This is my final blow. Let's see how long you can last. Control X, once again, eliminate all designated targets. The relentless attacks, one after another, caused a violent tremor. The sturdy defensive shield had reached its limit, beginning to crack and shatter into large pieces. Tokyo could only watch helplessly as the colossal shield, the last line of defense, crumbled. The colossal shield completely collapsed, with nothing left to shield him. The dark vortex hurtled straight towards him. Caught completely off guard, he couldn't react in time. In a split second, Gao swiftly grabbed Tokyo, pulling the old man back. Gao immediately shoved him backwards, using his own body as a shield. Against the immense pressure from the black vortex, Tokyo struggled to regain his footing after the shock. Before his eyes, Gao was completely engulfed, unable to see clearly. When he came to, he was overwhelmed with worry for Gao. Still all right? Gao had collapsed, half his body completely shattered. Michael approached, his words dripping with mockery. How pathetic for one of the world's top 5 hunters to meet such a miserable end. Yet, Gao's fighting spirit remained indomitable. He strained. You think you've won? Even if my body is crushed to pieces. Witnessing Gao's devastating everyone was filled with dread. Despair was etched on their faces. Gao choked out, "This stone armor, it hasn't been broken yet," but the stone encasing him was crumbling into fragments, continuously falling away.